starting to look at everyone else joining in. It looks like question mark. We said they were on the outskirts. They had to make a move, and this is going to be one of them. Straight in towards this. You can clear this house out so much easier than likes of maybe Lazar would have liked in that one. Question mark are suffering a fair amount on the way in. Lazar obviously not though, but Fate wants that flush. Clears the house. There's no one in here anymore, but it is just Fate standing. The rest of SMB try to pile on through. A quick flush to try and ruin their chances. As Fate now waits and... Oh, that's perfection from Fate! Just holds the doorway, 2 HP in a dream, but he's done enough. He's ruined SMB's chances this time around. I thought the one flush would have been enough, but no, Fate! Destroying them. Does someone like Squeaky to do the unthinkable, to try and rise above? He does have Rustam up by inside, 7 kills. And now Squeaky gonna just wait at the door. Can he find anything? Perfectix on the other side does get the spot, but Squeaky delivers towards Perfectix. This is going back and forth. Lou's been waiting this whole time patiently at the foot of that hillside. But Squeaky is just greeting them with a smile. Rustamar does get contact, he loses the fight. But Tulin's holding the flank. That's the big brain, the man of the hour, and VP. Yeah, this is brutality. DA gonna try and make the run. Spyro can see a fair amount of it. Oh, tag! No frag. The actual flushes are super hard at this point. A little nade into the smoke as well. That's pretty good. That's really good. Jean's being caught by that. Bug gets into cover, as has Gemty. He's been unable to get the flushes so far. They're still living in the smokes here. Oh, now that is a way to do it. What do you do with it? Batulins is trying to just calculate something here, make a plan in mind. Yellow gets flashed, and actually Hall of Game could focus on them. Wait, look at this man. He holds his nerve. He waits for them to deal with Yellow. He's seen what's in front of him. Broken vest for Yuri. He's not in a good spot. Spyro has a level 1 vest and a broken helmet. Rich, these players have so little, and they are just being separated by smokes here.
No time to even heal up. Circle's going to do the rest of the damage. They'll force them forward. Hiding in the smoke and living their best life, or maybe not. These just keep bouncing and bouncing. Cadrilla's laid down. Does he realize he's going to have to crawl? But again, they can't be seen. They'll be wait a minute, he can lock him in behind the fence. They've got to move around with this one. Looks and swings on the corner and tries to get it, but doesn't. It's a 1 versus 1 as you fly around it. Unfortunately, he's out to the blue. This will take away so much health. Swings around and gets him in the back.
Like, Amel's been on a tear the last couple of games. Keep your eyes on him, and he can find the right amount of space, and what the 1v1 is Rip9 wins it out against Amel, and that is a huge element of TM's hold. Now gone, Daimon called upon, finds the reply, dips back over. This is still pretty even. Kind of a 2v2 here. This is still very much on the money. Well geared up, though. Tokyo Anji still in a pretty decent position, helmets and vests. And Rip9 going to put himself forward, AK in hand, trying to just dip over, get a little bit of a tag on a helmet. Not going to find much for him. In the road now. I think he's going to be forced to. Both of these endings now we've had in the last couple of games have been coming down to the wire. Chocolate holding the very edge of this smoke. If they make even a footstep outside of the plume here, they'll be in so much danger. But they don't. They swing on the other side. Apocalypse starts to wrap his way around. It opens up for Rip9, a 1-for-1 trade out. It's down to Apocalypse, who's still standing. Danimon on the other side. Spray comes in and Danimon wins it. And these circles have been so unique, so different. Good shot on that. A little bit of a pre-fire, but a Molotov. That's big. Big area denial. Yuri's nade does find an example. Na'Vi now on the receiving end. Yuri still doing some damage here. 86 HP is so low. A stray bullet could do it, but actually it's Yuri finding Alia still. Work to be done for Melman now. 10 kills, but no chicken dinner, and just 1 for Hall of Game. It's FaZe in a 3v1. You can see the frustration, but maybe Yuri, freed up, geared up, can do some damage. That's 1. Oh, the second can't quite do it, but it was close. If we're going to be the attention of everyone, at least get a better position for it. They're just hoping that both teams fight, but bear in mind they've been in a couple of other scraps here. They are out of smokes, they are out of nades, and Smash still has his. Now the follow-up, Perfectix still lives. They have to make a push on this, and they know it. In towards the mollies, in towards the nades. Lovely utility work from BBL. There goes VP.
I've got to be quick about this. Liquid's turning its attention towards TM. If they want to jump on that situation and capitalize on the amount of land leverage that they have to play it smart, but they also have to be quick. They can't let any stragglers leave left standing. Once this fight's all done, Smash is looking onwards. He should be able to get his ankle. If not, Ibby absolutely will. 1 man standing versus 4 men strong. It's never going to go down. They need to set up some sort of support to be able to make it there. With the nades going in, thankfully, they don't have the full information of the location just yet. Heroic the second they hit the building. Oh, no, that's a good nade. That has caused all more problems, and the molly's in there as well on Beamy. It's perfect.
Oh, it's done.
His feet are on fire. That could not have been any more perfect.
Speaking of, Blue's got a couple of problems of his own. 4 players were coming his way. He's got Perfectix on the side. And speaking of good nades, Perfectix wants in on the action. That could be another belter. It's looking real good for Perfectix.
My word.
Hello PUBG Esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series 5 is just around the corner, starting on September 16th, as the finest teams from around the world prepare for battle. It's time once again to learn about everything new with the Pick'em Challenge, and how to earn those sweet esports points and free voting coupons. That's right, the Pick'em Challenge is back with brand new PCS5 esports items to purchase and earn. PCS5 sale items are available for purchase until September 30th, so don't forget to pick up your items before they go away. Purchasing PCS5 items will award you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. A free voting coupon can also be obtained by watching PCS5 live streams, which we'll get into later. Each purchase directly supports the PCS5 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them through equal distribution and via the prize pool. It's a great way to get cool stuff while supporting your favorite teams. And hey, those coupons could earn you even more. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event in the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you'll receive 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in this game, so plan your picks out and rake in the rewards. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon as well as bonus EP. To do so, tune into the PCS5 livestream for a special code that pops up randomly during the games. Enter it fast enough and you'll pick up some free EP. You can also earn a free voting coupon through a broadcast code. Right after the last match of the week finishes, a code will pop up on screen. Enter it fast enough, and you'll earn a free voting coupon to use in the Pick'em Challenge. The Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels is a new way to earn some free EP. Pick and Go replaces the Chicken Challenge from PCS4, letting you choose 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Compete against other randomly selected players and watch your score grow as the match goes on. Earn the highest amount of points, and you'll earn some EP. To check out the teams and cast your votes, head on over to the PCS5 Esports tab. You can get info on the overall details of the tournament and real-time standings, or click on the top right button to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational from September 8th for PC and September 16th for console until October 20th. You've picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop at any time and plan out the items you want to buy. Then come back once you've raked in all that EP. The shop will only be open from October 5th until October 20th, and any leftover EP is lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The road to PGC is quickly narrowing as teams battle it out for placement. Which squads will be victorious in their region? Find out when the PUBG Continental Series 5 starts on September 16th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
They survived the Open qualifiers. They broke through the regional playoffs.
Nice double coming through.
And now the best teams from Europe West, Europe East, Middle East, and Africa are back on the battlegrounds to fight for the champion title. This is the PUBG Continental Series 5 Grand Finals. Let's see what's coming our way. After 9 days of intense action, the top 3 teams from regional playoffs advanced to the final stage. There, they were joined by 7 of the best squads of the region, bringing this elite lobby to 16 rosters. Starting on September 18th, the Grand Finals will be held over 3 weeks, with matches played on Saturdays and Sundays. Each week, teams will earn a share of the weekly prize money on offer. This amount will grow as the event goes on. The team with the most prize money at the end of the tournament will be crowned the champion. The last battle for PTC is here, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Before we get to the wow, that's can we restart? Before we get to the battlegrounds, of course, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Larris, your host here for PCS5. Apparently, I can't speak, but next to me, I have two gentlemen that can. We have Erangel as well as Toby. Toby, save me.
Okay, you're now safe. You're in the capable hands of two Danes who do speak your language.
True.
That's
as opposed to yourself, I suppose. It's a wild day coming into yesterday. I would have expected to see Galacticos sitting as pretty much the most consistent team in terms of placements on the day. And who knows, maybe they'll continue to impress us today, or maybe another team will do so. But I won't talk of who, because that's your job as a host, James. So I'll throw it back to you.
yeah, the native English speaker of the group. Amazing stuff. Erangel, looking forward for today. This is, of course, the final day of any of the regions, any of those, and trying to get yourself PGC points on the board is very important here in Europe, one of the most contested regions on the entire planet.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, it's gonna be a great day because I actually heard some insights from Vanilla and Yellow. He told me they're gonna be winning back-to-back games again to qualify to PGC. So a complete amazing underdog story is gonna unfold today, and we'll see that happening. No, it's a long shot, but obviously that could be something sick to see. Still up for grabs is the winner of PCS5. Potentially, if Virtus.pro doesn't continue to do as well as they did yesterday, but I think it's kind of done. They have won too much prize money, and they have already guaranteed themselves, I would say, somewhere around top 5-ish, which was the kind of cutoff point, depending on if any of our underdogs would come in and win the whole thing. But yeah, they're looking extremely good. Battlins and the crew is they're extremely confident here in our last weekend.
A scary opponent to go up against on any battleground. Virtus.pro at the moment, as I say, in that number one spot with 42 kills. Galacticos, you already mentioned it. Erangel, 39 kills as well as the win there. It's a huge position for them to be able to take. And BBL Esports at the moment, Toby, considering their position and their attempts to take a PGC spot effectively off what was previously, or currently previously, Supermassive Blaze, that's a very important position for them to be holding thus far.
Yeah, important that they got themselves the win yesterday, and even more, not even more so, but equally so, I would say, the amount of kills. Because the day yesterday, while the teams performing well surprised us, if we just looked at the amount of win split and kills overall, it kind of looks like what we've seen in the previous weeks. We don't have that one team that separates himself from the rest of the pack, and we don't really have any like wild kill leaders that are completely unreachable for the teams behind them. So for BBL coming into today to find himself in a good position in the stack, and on top of that, their competition in Blaze not doing well, they wouldn't want to come in any different.
I think the biggest kind of wild cards, aside from Galacticos, of course, what we look at is Tokyo Manchi Gang and Hall of Game here, Erangel. Yesterday, they came out swinging against some of the big dogs and getting themselves a decent number of kills on the board, as well as the 2 wins they've got, with some extra podium finishes as well. It's really cool to see here, effectively, in inverted commas, not the newcomers to the kind of the upper echelons of, you know, what PCS is.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's also interesting is if any of these teams are able to grab 2 chicken dinners more, they will be winning the week and potentially could be taking away the spot from Entropic or FaZe Clan that is currently on the bottom of the PGC points here. It's 330 points for second place for the overall standing, so that could be enough. So it's still everything's on the board. Hall of Game, if they make this happen and if they make this run here, that would be insane here. They've been pretty consistent throughout the weekends here, but they need to find more chicken dinners today.
Yeah, it would be crazy. And as you do mention, we have those 330 points for second place, which technically speaking, I think the cutoff right now is around that 200-ish, 220 mark or whatever that may be. So if some of those teams that are currently up there do not accrue themselves a decent amount of points, then maybe that 330 could be enough, Toby, to knock someone down.
Yeah.
It would be a big stretch, though, I think it's fair to say.
And it kind of alludes to what I briefly mentioned, and then Marty instantly shut it down yesterday. But I wanna kind of theory craft on it once more. Would there be, do you think, a potential to both of you, I guess. I do like this hosting, getting to ask questions to the other people.
Oh,
That's
that's
really
great.
fun, James.
Yeah, go on.
No, but would you think any one team at any one point today would dare sack a potential win or good placement themselves to take out another team, whether it be a hot drop or mid game, like risk everything to take out a team, knowing that could mean the end of that match yourself too?
I guess if you get to the very last 2 games or something like that, and FaZe is feeling threatened by like a question mark or DA, is that a fair analysis, Avenger, given kind of the severity it would be at the very, very end of the day if they knew that they were close?
I think there's too many teams that are vying for too few spots right now. We have Digitalytics, we have Question Mark, potentially BBL and Blaze that are fighting each other as well. BBL is looking right now to be holding on to quite a good spot, and they could accrue enough points to also join the top 8, which would effectively push down some of the other teams as well. So I think right now, the case of taking on a team 1-to-1 would have to mean that there's only one team that is contesting your team that would make sense, right? So there's right now more teams attacking than potentially defending right now. Entropic is not able to defend themselves. FaZe Clan have had a pretty good week 2 and are sitting decent with a win, and it is looking decent to go out through for this weekend as well. They could very well be taking another win for this one here, so I think they're even with this one win and the kills that they're going to be getting today, I think they're going to be pretty much home safe. Question Mark needs to have a fantastic day, and at Digitalytics, they have to step up from what we saw yesterday.
I want to turn my attention, or our attention, slightly away from this topic and focus in on what's going on here, because we have seen across PCSs, Virtus Pro has been doing fantastic, obviously, Toby, but Team Liquid, second, which is ridiculous as a performance, but not quite attaining that gold. They're currently at 6th place with 10,000 on the board. Do you think Team Liquid today has a shot at being able to strike out and maybe shake up the status quo here?
If stats is anything to go by, they have to, because Liquid falls in the same pile over the course of this tournament that is nothing going on or everything going on. They have slumber some games, and then they go out and frag out and get a billion kills and wins. And since yesterday was kind of not a no-show, that's rude to say, because it did have a second place performance, but since not a whole lot happened yesterday, today would have to be the day. I like to think of them as one of the more consistent teams, but this tournament, they, alongside with other teams, have had wild ups and downs. So since yesterday was not really anything, hoping to see them perform today.
They need a big blast today if they're going to do it, but they are capable of doing so. Now, let's get into it. It's 3 Miramars, then 3 Erangels. Today is the day. Get your PGC points on the board, as well as claim the championship here at PCS5. It's time to head over to the desert with Sims and Pansy to bring you all the action for the final PCS.
Oh, I don't know if I like hearing it's the final one. Okay, I get to celebrate a couple more games. But you're right, James, it does all come down to the next couple of games. All the work building up to this. There's still options, there's still opportunities for a great deal of these teams. And of course, I'm not alone in bringing you this. I do have Richard. And Rich, there's a lot of different narratives to pull on here. There's a lot of different scenarios to look at. The Outliers picking up a couple of wins, Hall of Game and Tokyo, and maybe Liquid having a slow day 1 and a turbulent day 1. But what stood out to you from the first day that you're looking for now into day 2?
Oh, I mean, it's kind of prevalent that we come into this and we look towards VP being on top. It's just this common denominator that we consistently keep seeing, and it's a surefire sign of maybe how they're going to perform when we do get down to the World Championship. We know that last time they went there, they weren't at their full roster. This time it excites me to see what they can do there. But the question is, can anyone really topple them? You heard Maring mention it in the pre-show. They're pretty much dead set on going to Korea, regardless of whether they win this or not, with the amount of money they've garnered throughout this competition, with the amount of points they farmed in previous weekends coming into it, that they're pretty much there. It's all but done. Now, the question on my mind is, we've got a few ups and downs. We need to look at, like, if someone's going to jump them, who's it going to be and in what way are they going to do it? Did they have a spot previously before they came into this competition? Or do we get an outlier that jumps up and takes the wildcard spot and gets 4 tickets to Korea without, back building all these points previously in all the previous PCS 4, for example? Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think we've got a lot of different angles we can kind of go off of going into today. We have the different level of money that comes into play. We have the different level of points as we go up the leaderboard. There's not just, you know, PCS5. There's not just another grand finals on the line today. There is a world championship spot at stake, and potentially more than one because of the points garnered as well.
Yeah. Now, a couple of teams I want to keep my eye on. Just personally, again, this isn't necessarily even points-wise, but just purely how the team's doing. Someone like ENCE, we've seen them building and building. Everyone's like, oh, they'll have a good game this time. Oh, this will be the game. This will be the moment. This is going to be the one. And then there's always that little hiccup. There's that little, I don't know, bump in the road that catches them, and it just doesn't quite work out. So I'm hoping we get to see a little more from them. I want to see them convert, get over that final hurdle that somewhat has been, I don't know, evading them. It's just not been there. So I'm hoping we see more. And the other side of that coin, another classic EU team would be Liquid, Rich. I mean, they've been hot and cold. Heroic, a couple of these names. Heroic's the big one for me that's really surprising because I keep waiting for them to come into their own, but normally they have the kills as the supplementing factor, right? They are normally, I'd say, bare minimum sitting 25 kills, 30 kills. You know, they're towards the top end normally. Not necessarily on the chicken dinners. That's always the missing factor. But this week, it's been a bit of a nightmare. 12 kills, 15th place. It's not what I expected to see.
It's absolutely been a fall from grace in comparison to previous weekends that we performed in PCS5. I mean, week number 1, you said that the kills came through, the usual heroic performance, 75 all the way top of the charts.
Yeah,
Week
real
number
nice.
2, a little bit of a trickle down. Still not a bad performance by any means. Middle of the pack, you know, just towards that top 5 area. They're in 5th overall, 41 frags. Not the 80 that Na'Vi put up or the 65 that FaZe put
No.
up, but still a very decent amount of kills and also a win to go to boot with it. And now we come into yesterday, and sadly, the worst thing is if you're going to have a bad weekend, you'd want to try and get it out of the way early. I know that's a very loaded question and a very hindsight one to say, but this is where the money starts to accelerate. In the earlier ones, if you can have a bad performance, then you have time to rebound and pick up the cash and pick up the slack a little bit as the weekends go forward. But sadly, this is the big one. This is where the prize pool is at its biggest chunk of change. This is where you want to be able to try and jump up, not only on position on the table, but for position for PGC points too. And yeah, it's harsh to say, but if you fumble this weekend, you've kind of blow it, because this is your biggest chance to really rack up some points.
And saying that, we do have a Northern Circle coming in, but considering who picked up those victories yesterday, let me just grab my notes just to run you through it. Virtus Pro, Hall of Game, Tokyo, FaZe, BBL. There's plenty of names that are missing from that list who are very capable. Na'Vi for 1, question mark for 2, Team Liquid. So many names out there. ENCE, hey, look, maybe we'll see a match convert. So many names are missing from the chicken dinner list. I feel we're going to have another one of these days where we may not get too many doubles. Because so far, no one's been able to double down. So, again, this is going to get super close because there's so many capable teams. Now, with a Northern Circle like this, you're going to be looking at maybe Na'Vi, BBL, question mark, having a fair bit of favor, but SMB going to be riding on past Liquid, similar scenarios. But it's a pull up towards DA. Now, do they know DA's here? They seem a little cautious, but not overly so. It'll be Vard. Having a little look through, might catch a glimpse of Jeems as he pressed that window. Oh, timing favored Jeems there. Gets the first tag, so now they know not alone anymore.
There's definitely a lot of shots that were firing this way, so they'll have some sort of information. Now, the rest of DA will rally the troops. Seong, unfortunately, is disconnected from the head of the pack. 2 members of Team Liquid outside, but it is the garage, so he has some sort of a foothold within there. They won't go running up the metal stairs. It's very easy to contain attackers once they come flying up there. He can be safe for now. Bounces over the wall, and it's actually a good tag. Forces Jemty down the hill just behind the tree. Cannot trade off of that or go for any instant damage. I'm wondering if Seong knows exactly, or should I say where Mexi and Co know where Seong is. Been outside on holding the stairwell. Stops that outside push rather than being inside for the grenade. So we're kind of okay with that for now. But this is a very, very big battle, and one that was rather, I wasn't, kind of expecting something so early on from these two teams. Both of them down in the leaderboard, 11th and 14th respectively. You don't want this fight this early in the game. You don't want this fight early in the day, let alone at any other time. It's going to be one of those, like, unless DA can get the vehicles and get gone from here, then it's mutual self-destruction, right? You're just using all your utility, you're using your meds, you commit into it, you're making a lot of noise. Don't get me wrong. Prime possession on this circle, all that could change. We all know how these circles go. But currently, this is a very, very fortified position for this initial circle. So I understand why both of them would want to commit to it and keep a hold of it. But is it worth commitment if commitment means death, right? Is it worth that? That's over. James knows. That is a very, very solid nade. Someone's heard something. You can see Ibi also on the window, just looking on the angle to try and get the bounce off. But Tixu there, from the distance, hits him in the head, and the knock come through will give the information that Liquid need.
And that's what I was about to say is, this position is actually surrounded. Now, it's not close. It's not super close shots. There are a couple of 100 meters between them. But you can see Exhalation in the distance, BBL in the distance. Have a look on the map right here. Exhalation, BBL, as said, Ents, Galacticos, VP, all with potential visibility. So as much as maybe these teams wanted to crash or flank or take a new position, as soon as you leave that hard cover, you're going to have people with the ability to kind of catch that cross, spot you on your way through. Mertz instantly looking at it. If there's a free knock coming through, maybe a flush, oh yeah, they'll be about it all day long. So this push does start to build. Now, I think Ibby's caught wind of that, so he's going to be on red alert here. Maybe call for a slight adjustment in the way they're holding so far. And there it is. Clib's attention is brought to the right place, and already that's now 2 knocked. And DA not really making much of this. And here's the second layer to that problem. Diggory still has vision, as does the entirety of Ents. And Pixel, you lost one alive. And Team Liquid, keeping this clean thus far, need to be very, very aware of how many teams are coming in. They'll see who's been catching these knocks, so they can't overly push. Mertz just nabbed a flush away, and this is the danger. Look, I'm a little surprised they actually went for this push up here. They really want to clean this out, remove Pixel from the equation, but this does get a little risky because, as we've noted, people can see all around this, but now it's going to be a breach. Lovely work, though, from Pixel. On the first, going to fall back. Dead nade on the stairs. Gives him a second to reposition. Follow up. Does he go for the window drop? He's thinking about it, but he's going to pop the nade for now. He'll look back towards the stairs. He's bought some time, bought himself a favorable fight as well. Pixel is being a problem, and now there's 4 down here. 1 is knocked, 3 still stand. Molotov to follow. Wait, that got Clib. Pixel is refusing to die. The Molly is going to just deny any sort of push on this. Ibby should be able to get a heal off in time. Pixel on the drop now. That's perfect from Pixel. This guy's on a tear. This is going to be potentially a 1v4 if he finds James, who is super low HP right now. Has there been time for a heal, a time for a raise? There has been. But Pixel, he's still hearing the shots. He knows what's up. He shuts the door. He looks for Lexi. He couldn't find him, but what a valiant attempt to come out from Pixel.
Incredible work, and we go from one team to another. FaZe Clan, plus FaZe already down. Fex into TM. TM just trying to find a place to call home by the looks of it and lead Scout. But damage has been done for both FaZe and Team Liquid, losing 1 player apiece. Even worse from the side of DA. 16th position for them when they're in 13th. It's not exactly what you were looking for. It's not the best start to a championship Sunday, but with only 12 frags in the bag, we did say they were having a bit of a rough weekend. The transitions begin to unfold as the circle moves towards the west. This brings into play, you're looking bottom side of the cupboard area. You have to be aware. This Crater Field's edge that's still in play where FaZe Clan is situated for now. Eventually, we're going to push down from there. So at the moment, the prime pivotal spot, it's where the head of the pack will all be going to. The migration from the east will come in. Water treatment. Veneer will be sitting there, but you can see they're already splitting for a 2-2 to preemptively move away when the circle does inevitably move away from that particular area. Ents trying to find a place to call home. This is going to be super difficult, but if they somehow spotted this garage completely unclaimed, like, that's a stab in the dark, but what a spot to have when there's so many teams moving. For that to be uncontested, you have to kind of think, all right, well, where was the 2-2 from someone else to keep a hold of that? Keanu on the floor finds Schofield. The rest of the team's here, though. Does he overcommit? Does he stay, or does he just run? For now, I think back off to your teammate. Again, because of this 2-2 situation they're in, they don't want to take the team at full force.
That dirty little ratty angle was so sick. A little on-hand smoke to try and buy some time for Schofield in case anyone tries to grab it. Keanu can prone down, get a little bit of a heal going for himself. But the rest of the 2-2 can't really make it here. They're pretty far away. They're pretty much in the northern side of the circle at this point. So they are going to be living in the pockets a little bit of gear up because there are just superior numbers, higher ground to play with too. Flammy looking for a deeper angle, but has been early spotted as well. So he's not getting any respite here. Trying to get a little bit of fire on, maybe see if they can get that flush. Not to be. Rez already came through. We saw those smokes being cycled out earlier on. So no easy chance here for Veneer, but as Martin noted in a little, I guess, pre-game chat with them, gonna win it all. Easy stuff. I wait to see it. But you're right, there's a couple of things to know about the circle. And again, who would you say is in prime position here? Like your Ents, Na'Vi VP, or are you going further east or north?
I mean, I'm surprised that we are seeing Ents. Like, that compound should not have been open. You would anticipate that a team is pulling a 2-2 to keep more ground leverage, or at the very least, a full team's committed to it. So for Ents to be able to move so cleanly, I know there was a few shots going their way, but still, to be able to just loiter through the middle of the map and land themselves in that position, it's pretty damn good. Anyone really from the TM all the way down in the south, you run this, vertical straight through the middle. This is an open field there. Water treatment, I don't really like because you've got Veneer and gear up. Coming out of that's going to be awful for both of those rosters. No one's situated on the western side of the map.
Mad Lad?
So this entire line through the middle, it's going to be a fun one.
SMB then. Trying to chase Page over the road in the middle of the open. Bit of a valley around them. That was quite brave, but actually Page does live. So the circle update coming any second now. This will be quite telling. Most teams obviously banking on central to east, which does seem likely, and there it is. Does have that northern side to it, so yes, Ents with quite the steal. Question mark, great positioning, Galacticos, and I put question mark well up there now with teams that are very capable of picking up these wins. I don't think it's just, the same old 4 teams or, maybe 5. We've got a lot of very talented players and squads in this now, so as it stands, VP on the outskirts a little. They'll bide their time, maybe shuffle in a little closer towards that Na'Vi and Ents sort of situation. Split that 2-2, just going to get themselves across the road. Give themselves that springboard rent when required. But outside of that, who else is on the way in? So Liquid, I guess Gear Up and Veneer, that fight that was going down for a while over by Water Treatment, as you were talking about, still going to be raging on in phase. Can just roll off the hill, I guess. There isn't too much of a fight towards the western side unless they make some mad fumble on their rotation.
Let's see where Liquid decides to pitch themselves. They could even just take these sand dunes, to be honest with you, and play the hillside, play the rocks. They probably have no idea that there is 2 teams still situating within this, and it's not something you would anticipate. The fight hasn't unfolded, so when it does, Liquid's going to get the shock of their life. They've noted shots from here, don't get me wrong, so they're going to have some sort of at least a presence that a team, or awareness that a team could be present within this area. Shots definitely do go through, and simultaneously, 2 of them fall. Jeems and Clib at the same time go down. Clib's flushed, and it all comes once again to Mexi to carry the mantle for Liquid. Oh, the laying down, the just once again, Veneer hiding in the shadows. Jumps out at the perfect time. And
what are you meant to do, man?
it's kind of infuriating. But they've had a stalemate between both of these 2 teams, so you kind of understand the logic as to why. Neither of them wanted to. Oh, Mexi, you should have took the garage, Mexi. You should have took the garage, my guy.
There's an infestation of rats in the water treatment center. I mean, you're coming in on the outskirts. You really don't expect people to be proning around like that. Mexi's he's dead. I feel for Liquid in a way. They just had like a brutal beginning. It's like, hey, welcome to game 1. Yep. You're gonna just get a mad fight against DA, almost clutched out against by Pixel, and then, people holding water treatment, prone down, mad lads. I mean, maybe this is what Veneer mean. This is the method to the madness. These wide 2-2 crazy splits, and maybe Aimlord does not care for this plan. He thinks it's absolute garbage. But actually, Keanu's found our tick, so now it's just Aimlol on his own, low HP. What is that shot? That's Keanu coming in with a decent bit of damage, and maybe there is truth to the mad, sentiments they're putting out earlier on for a little pre-game chat with Martin. Maybe there is some method to the madness.
We'll keep on peppering. Got to be careful, as you can see. Exhalation in the distance do have eyes on this one, so the line of sight isn't with them. Circle updates, so we move slightly south, which still keeps the head of the pack within this, and the valley that runs through the middle just becomes a death valley. All prime positions are now taken within this circle, but look at some of the teams that have got to yet work their way in, like the player coming from Heroic. two holding the top side on the north, just to give overview and information to the rest of the roster. T-Bone and Page, you can see T-Bone and Page on the map are actually moving slowly but surely towards SMB. One would have to assume that that's been orchestrated by Beamy up on the hillside, telling him exactly what they're doing and where they are going, and that's why they're getting in front of them. Your other big battles that are going to unfold here? Probably very easy to say the Northwest. FaZe Clan, Veneer, Hall of Game all have to go through one another. FaZe Clan inevitably have to cross the road, which becomes very, very dangerous because you've got both VP and Hall of Game holding the compounds on the outskirts. Hall of Game have sunk their feet into the ground. They are not moving. They are still outside this circle, and they are holding that compound with their dear lives.
Flammy, if you survive this, miracle. Somehow, actually might get a res, and looking like FaZe are the ones to receive the damage. You're right about Hall of Game. They are just stuck here. They are sitting this out. They want to ensure no one wraps around that side that they don't know about, but it will put them in a late game, not a late game, but I guess a late timing to hit those rotations. And it does seem as though Veneer's 2-split does get caught off.
Schofield on a 2-for-1. Follow up with nade as well. Veneer not feeling better, and Owl comes off of the back of just sitting within water treatment. Sadly, it was always going to happen. There's no room for each other. Fex manages to just get inside the building. We've seen this position played quite a few times. It's obviously exposed to vertical nades if you can wang them through the roof, especially with two vehicles in there, but they can at least block off the entrances and give themselves a little bit of leverage within there. ITC did get caught on the rotation. We said Hall of Game not moving anywhere whatsoever. Veneer, he wants to get some sort of recuperation for his lost comrades, but unfortunately he's moved from one team directly into another. They've wrapped it round in the 2-2, and now they have to go up against Hall of Game. First one goes down, damage onto Uri as well. Second one falls, but the transfers there, and Veneer lose out on 13th. Now the question for me is, with Hall of Game, did you really have to overstay your welcome there? Could you have gone a little bit earlier? For that, you've been punished and lost a player. I would like to have seen them gone and got in the circle. Instead, holding back has cost one of their players their lives.
Okay, now we're getting into the thick of it, right? This is where we've got 12 teams. The center point of the actual circle as it stands isn't necessarily super playable. I guess Galacticos and FaZe are the closest to it, so you're going to have a lot of teams a little on the outskirts, kind of forcing the fights as the circle closes in. Already a nice little spray. Fate. That was quite tasty. You're going to find a fair bit of that. And this was I guess, the double-edged sword of Hall of Game taking their time trying to move in, hold that later position on the circle closing. They're going to get caught on already, the likes of Question Mark or maybe SMB or Heroic, any of those sort of teams. Circle goes towards the west. Okay, VP, of course they're in the circle. Ents are here, Galacticos, Na'Vi, not too bad. Rip9 deals with Hall of Game. That's them now removed. But bear in mind, it's not just a couple of players in the north. This is potentially 3 teams about to clash. Rip9's been caught in the heels by a doozy, but Heroic's on the move up as well, and we need Heroic to find their form. Where have they been? Finally, a good start. T-Bone gonna at least claim Lazo, move SMB out the way. But bear in mind, Question Mark, maybe not an instant name you put towards the top end, but these guys have really shown some power to them in the first couple of play days. We got to see them, seeing a doozy back, seeing, these names that have been around the scene for so many years now, finding a new place to begin. And it looks like Heroic actually don't fancy it. They're going to lean towards the circle first, and then maybe keep in mind towards Question Mark.
I mean, that's the thing. For now, they can live in the shadows, but it all depends on if QM wants to go hyper aggro on them. If they look down the hillsides and start lobbing all their lethal utility, then that becomes a real problem. But there is the domino effect to that, is you could see Galacticos maybe throw their own piece of equipment to get into the fray. BBL, it's time to go onto FaZe Clan. This is the next building within the circle. They're currently outside of it, so they do have to come forward. A 4 versus 2 will begin to unfold. Any kind of early knock to really kind of even the scoreboard here for FaZe Clan would be gratefully appreciated by either of these players. Instead, they will commit. Molly outside of it's pretty good. At least tickle him and force him back. You can catch him in the open wilderness, which he does not. Gustav going down spells disaster. Vex moves into a 4 versus 1. The question is it possible? No. They hit the wall side. He's cut off from the rest of the pack. And Schofield now time to step into play. This will be Gear Up's next point of contact. They're in the same position BBL was, where all they have to do is go forward. It's the only thing they possibly can do. But with 4 players in there, that's easier said than done.
Certainly would be. Now, it looks like Europe's going on full DA send. Back in the day, DA send. Just get somewhere prone down and let us begin praying. And that's indeed the case. So, let's see how well that works out for them. So far, it has got them a fair bit of attention, but no one's been knocked until then. There it is, Mert. Lovely. Lovely work just from the eastern side. You can see where Metralius is. Absolutely no ammo. 1 bullet left to spare, and that'll do the job. But now you can see opposing them, Exhalation, there is not much playable land here. If it's already been, it's pretty much already been taken. If you ain't in, you're probably not getting in. This is going to be the, send it and pray as Na'Vi moves up closer towards Exhalation, but not quite within touching distance. They've left it in a 2-2 with Melman on a little bit of an overwatch from the south side. I'm still waiting to see if Ents finally convert a game. They have a good position on this, but there's still so many names in here that scare the life out of me.
See what Navi's trying to achieve from this. They want this as a stepping stone to be able to move forward in the circles. There's 2 players to try and send in the nade, send in the utility. It's a catastrophe for Exhalation. Trapped inside there, 1 player surviving by the skin of his teeth. If he steps forward, he'll be stepping back into the flames. There's nothing he can do. He can fan him as much as you like. But you have 2 teams that have 2 different angles here. It's going to be hell in a cell, and Exhalation are down. So Navi actually, it commits to the objective it was trying to do. It removes the team from play. It gives them a stepping stone or an angle to maybe work into the circle, but the circle has continued to move away from them. We do have this conflict in the back, just back building. Let's keep that in our minds. We have 2 different fights, 2 different fronts. Eventually, VP and Ents might come to a fray, but more importantly, the North. Heroic have been cut off once again from the circle with QM holding it. QM and Galacticos holding it very firmly with 2 very strong compounds. This is not going to be an easy maneuver whatsoever for Heroic. To make that even harder in their stance, you've got BBL. BBL's trying to do the same thing and look for a place to call home. If they go forward and maybe take Gear Up's position, then the pressure's relieved a little bit from Heroic. They've got somewhere to try and rotate off the back of, a little bit more ground to play with, so to speak. But for now, it's just total chaos. The second they start to crest that hill, everyone can see them. Example Na'Vi.
All right, this is now where you have to do or die. There's no good choices left for the likes of BBL, Heroic, and Na'Vi. Every choice is really, really tricky. VP are on the outskirts as well, but they're really somewhat in. BBL has at least managed to clear up Gear Up, who are those last 2 players here. A viable send, but it looks like more are coming this way. Na'Vi now en route, full team pull up. Already going to be Quizzy. 1 traded out, and there it is. BBL are gone. Blink of an eye, Na'Vi just sweep on through. But then there's the other layer. Here come Heroic. Not the same spot, but close enough to. Pulls up, gets out, pulls the trigger, and already looking like Galacticos are the ones who can be just raining down fire and fury from above. Examples had a nightmare after the knock, and you're going to see Na'Vi in pieces. Just Melman, and not for long, he's gone. As Heroic have at least got some of their players standing. I don't know how viable these reses are, but VP and Ents are about to throw down. That's a huge fight happening in the south. We've got to check in on this too. VP are at the door. That's Spyro and Lou. They've already lost out on 2. And Ents have actually held this compound for now. 1 is knocked on the Ents side. That is going to be, I believe, Rostamar. It is. He's going to be trying to get pressure. Looks like Spyro wants to close that gap. And Spyro had a massive game for Virtus.pro. I cannot stress that enough. But death from above. Question mark have the high ground. They have the best positioning in this. And now with all the other big dogs taking lumps out of each other, this could not be playing out any better.
Spyro with a free fire pushes them back. Hits the molly on the floor just to deny movement, but the flashbangs are going to be coming in thick and fast. He's hyper aware, has to look. He just says, nope. It's denied. Nothing else you can really do about that one. VP go down in 5th. So, Ents do survive to live again another day. Meanwhile, Heroic just out towards the smokes. Nothing they can really do. It was the best situation possible. They tried to tackle it head on. I don't know if the spin on the car in the certain position it was necessary, or they had pre-smokes or pre-ideas. I don't quite know, but either way, they at least got the job done and managed to take out Na'Vi in the position that they did, and they can work off that, but they only have 1 player to do so. This circle could not be any more fun, Lauren. Not a single player is within it. Every single team, the high ground from QM, the high ground from Galacticos removed, the safety net of the building from Ents. It does have a corner into it. Let's kind of stress that. But from all these teams up towards the north, they have to come out from their hiding holes now. They have to come down the valley and try to tackle Ents. Ents has this tiny little wall just encompassing the building. Well, it's not much, but it's something.
I don't think they can get access to it, and Question Mark knows that. you can see the vision that QM will have on that wall side. Same with Galacticos. If they just wait it out as much as they can, it will be a bit of that, like, okay, well, who moves first to an extent?
Yep.
Beamy can shuffle in on the low ground somewhere, maybe, unless he gets just spotted like that. Beamy's living just, you know, on borrowed time. But yeah, that little kind of cut off the wall, yeah, maybe you could tuck yourself into the very most northern point of the wall on it. But otherwise, you're going to be very visible to question mark in Galacticos. So it is that matter of, can ENCE wait it? Is it worth playing it, or just try and send it somewhere else right now? It looks like Galacticos are opting to get in the vehicles, try and get down the hillside. Question mark have vehicles as well, still in play. And they've got them ready. And doing exactly the same thing. Everyone's starting to prepare for this next quite dire move. A couple of positions are, I don't want to say viable, but they are playable. ENCE could just keep their head down. I think for ENCE, try and fight it out later. Try and let these two just battle it out. The North has certainly not resolved yet. You can see the big moves coming out from question mark, but
Oh, he overshot.
Dante, that's a little risky here. Now, the only issue I'd see for ENCE is if they don't try and move up now, they could lose better position on the last circle, which then they'll just get pinned to the compound unless they have a load of smoke. So we'll see now how this goes down. Already they are in nade range, though. Diggory's nade will find Dante's pocket. Rustamar provides a little bit of suppressing fire as they come down the hillside. And Galacticos have made it somewhat into a better position. They've got no attention on them. Thendalos now can start applying that pressure, and we've seen Thendalos be a huge problem. And Galacticos are sitting towards the top of this board. They could double down here. They could be the chicken dinner winners at this point. And now we're seeing one left alive for question mark. They took the fight towards ENCE, and it was a poor choice. Maybe the only choice they had.
I really like the moves that's coming out from Galacticos. There's nothing else really they can do, so they'll put themselves in a position that's downwind of ENCE. They'll utilize the smokes that they have and maybe try and fortify themselves with these vehicles. ENCE have gone for a bit of a pincer maneuver and actually rammed the vehicles up against the wall, which I'm totally fine. Use that rock, use it as a barricade, build yourself some kind of hard cover, because now we go down into the 4 versus 3. Thendalos was man of the hour yesterday, but is this just a bridge too far? 3 versus 4 will go down. Galacticos already a win under the belt. ENCE yet to put one on the board.
Now, I did see on ENCE they've got a fair few smokes. They've been mostly in these compounds for a while. They did have to make the move up towards... Actually, no, it was Virtus Pro moving towards them. So, yeah, 4 smokes for Diggory, plenty of mollies, good nades. Gear's still in good form as well. Thendalos, no helmet, no smokes, no nades, no mollies. A matter of just simply attrition at this point. This should be better for ENCE if they use their utility and they run through it, because Galacticos do not have the same thing. They do not have the same scenario. And they're even a player down. Thendalos? Oh, no. No. If that's what I think it is, that'd be really unfortunate for him. As already, one of the Galacticos players just found Rustamar, so I'm hoping Thendalos comes back here, because this could be a really different scenario. No, it's not. Thendalos has been dropped from the server, it seems. Really unfortunate, but there's 2 still standing. Maybe they can do something to equal this out. It is a 2v3, so it's certainly not impossible. Rustamar is in the middle of no man's land here, so Tixu, Diggory, and Squeaky still have these 2 to find, and they are going to be fired up, probably pretty pissed off. Their player just dropped out. Broken Veslo for Lyron, a smoke and 2 mollies. Still a little bit to play with.
It's like everything we can get at the moment. All the smokes will go down to try and build the wall up. Any flashbangs, any final utility, bits and pieces, whatever they can do to commit to the fight. Commit to the cause. Quepta will take lower ground here and lay down in the hope that maybe ENCE overextends when they shouldn't. But you can already see Diggory just watching the edge of the smoke for anything. A leg, an arm, an elbow, no matter what. If he sees any signs of life, he'll pull that trigger and hope for the best. Tixu may have just scouted Lyron behind the back of the vehicle. Lyron hyper aware of their position currently with all the mollies going down. Still, even with flowing the flashbangs, I know you kind of just get them out there and throw them as what you can, but I don't think he has the full angle or full information of which they're going to be approaching from, because he's continuously aiming to that right-hand side, but 2 of them are splitting more left. With Quepta, though, maybe he's found the solution. Maybe he knows the instigation that ENCE is trying to do here.
I want to see when Lyron uses those mollies. They were closer to the center point. They can still keep ENCE in a little bit of a trickier spot. It's not many, it's only 2, but maybe they can try and divide up some of this. Maybe they're waiting to pull that out a little bit later, run through those flashes that they still have plenty of. You can see Lyron is happy to just blind them up if required. And Quetpa gonna have to do something. Now the mollies start coming from ENCE. This is when your movement gets denied and you're gonna set yourself on fire. It looks like Galacticos are aware of their options now being dwindling. I really want to see them try and make a move on this. There it is. Contact Maiden. Oh, it's better for Squeaky. And now it's just one alive. Lyron has to face the music and Ents finally convert a game into a win.
Yeah, we've been looking for him to pick up the win for quite some time now, and there you have it. Day number 1, a new face on the board and a new contender and challenger rising to a championship Sunday. Has to be said, a little bit disappointing. And, you know, overall, it's just one of those things with then the loss losing them at the end. It coulda, woulda, shoulda. We'll see how that all goes. But still, full creditation to Ents where possible. That push towards the you know, early start of the game to be able to take that compound, I was surprised they got there so cleanly. They drove straight through the middle of the entire map, through all of the players, through all of the gauntlet, and it was kind of open. We even saw at one point one player reversing the vehicle, and yes, there was a little bit of pressure from QM, for example, but I still think in my mind, with that side being so open and exposed, could A, another team, rather than sharing a compound, gone for it, or B, maybe even a team could have split 2-2 just to hold back that side of the map. Ultimately, it goes to Ents, and so does the map.
It certainly does, and that does mean we have a new name added to the list. So even more teams now on the 1 win. So let's hand it back to the desk to give you all the insight going towards our next game.
It's about damn time Ents got a win on the board. They've been playing fantastic throughout our weekends, and now with the win on the board here for this one, they're going to be jumping up the standings very nicely. Erangel and Toby joining me here. Toby, they didn't need any walking sticks here. They were plowing on forwards and taking out Galacticos towards the end.
They played it smart, they played it slow, and it worked out in their favor because Galacticos, I don't know if they were feeling pressure that weren't quite there late, but you saw the amount of flashes they had. They saw the, I think Kep had 2 mollies that they waited to throw, I don't know for how long. And I remember a PCS victory with interview with Betulens talking about the importance of great utility usage. I think despite being a 2v3, had Galacticos used their utility better, they could have won that because they were spamming flashes, not peeking on them. And then I know you can say, but they're trying to hold them back, but they aren't holding them back from anything. That fight was going to happen at some point, and yeah, I don't know, it wasn't good.
And highlights coming on in here and showing that this kind of more aggressive streak that we're seeing from Ents and being able to find those fights, find those shots, really paying dividends here, Avenger.
And also successfully holding back Versus Pro from pushing their compound. They only lost 1 player.
Yeah.
Rustamar unfortunately went out, but he's been fragging out yesterday and been able to contribute a lot throughout this. And going into 3 here, it felt like they were low on utility. And I completely agree and echo what Toby was saying here. On stun grenades, you want to make sure that you're either using them defensively to delay time or offensively to peek over smokes or push through smokes in this situation here. And way too often, it feels like it's a little bit of a waste. But here, it felt like Ents was pretty low on utility from the very get-go. They didn't use that many smokes. They didn't make too many lines, and they didn't push aggressively through anything with any of the flashbangs. But they had a great molly, which actually ended up opening up the push for Squeaky. He had a peak he wanted and also eventually pushed through and got both of them. So that was super impressive to see them get to those 10 kills here. And right now, Ents is looking great. Like, I love this slight step up in aggression and proactivity from Ents here. Even though, obviously, the shrink in the compound was great for them, they still had to defend from VP. They still had to get out of the compound. They still had to take on a Galacticos, which was yesterday been looking very confident, especially Thunder lost.
And again, with those 10 kills here, Ents, and pushing themselves up the board, they're also defending their PGC place that they have. It's unlikely that, you know, we have huge amounts of swaths of teams being able to kind of challenge for that position, but Ents knows where they need to be here for this. Also, BBL 10 kills coming on in, despite themselves already having a chicken dinner from yesterday as well here, Toby. That puts them still in that challenge for that MEA guaranteed spot. But now Galacticos is another name that is really ramping things up and putting the pressure on.
And a name that I did not think I would ever have to include in the conversation of the top MEA performer, but that's completely true. I mean, they fared extremely well yesterday. We complimented them for doing so. They fared extremely well this first game as well, and who knows? I mean, there might be a world where it's going to be Galacticos going through from MEA.
Yeah, I mean, if they seize effectively the top prize of this weekend, if they continue on this kind of pressure, that is then effectively $29,000 they put on the board, which could make them leapfrog some of the teams up towards the top. And get some big PGC points, but there's Squeaky and Lyron head-to-head. Lyron putting in some work as well alongside Squeaky. It's funny because, again, though, Avenger, ENCE does feel like one of those rosters that is rounding themselves out a little bit more. We would normally talk about, one or two members, but it feels like all of them are doing really well at the moment.
Yeah, a year ago with one of the interviews we had with them, it was very much a heavy focus on the MC format, and it feels like they're developing a little bit into and getting a little bit ready for PGC here, still with a slight focus on the win, of course, but still fragging out and still playing together as a team here to make sure that they can close out the kills, and they're positioning themselves extremely well. So I like this more rounded ends in this case here. And obviously they're able to adapt and so forth, but this is a nice win for them. And also yesterday, their performance, they were number one in kills out of the teams that didn't have any wins. So perfect, perfect for them to step up and take the first win. It's going to be a really nice and comfortable day for them in this case. But the top right now with the teams that have won a chicken dinner, it's going to be extremely close. Like we're talking, 4 or 5 teams within a couple of kills.
Yeah, definitely. We'll take a look at that a little bit after this break, of course, as we now go to that. And when we return, we have more Miramar on the way. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm grooving. We're getting into the mood of it here as we have 5 more games remaining to determine who's going to be getting the championship here, as well as all of those important PGC points. We've got Avenger and Toby to talk about all of this going down. And again, I think we have to come back to the Galacticos topic because they're looking fantastic, and there is a reality where they do enough during this out of nowhere if this is happening.
Yeah, they're so close. The MEA teams are so close in terms of PGC points that I think even the difference in maybe second to third, second to fourth might be enough. They are most likely not going to win it with VP's current form and with the amount of kills and the win they already have. But if Galacticos manages to clinch out a second place, third place, and BBL gets, fourth or fifth, that could be enough in the difference in terms of points. So it's going to be interesting to follow here, but BBL is not letting anything go here. Right now, they're fragging out as well. Galacticos goes fragging out as well. So it's going to come down to chicken dinners, I feel like.
And 2 of the teams here that want to get a chicken dinner on the board as well as frag out as well are Digital Athletics and Liquid, as DA is looking for a PGC placement spot, but Liquid feels pretty secure. Let's hear from 2 of their members coming into PGC.
So with DA being on a new roster now with a full Europe team, it's going to be super fun to play against in the finals. They've been really good at getting in game, so it's going to be fun. I think they're going to do pretty good and at least get top 5. So DA is a team that can be kind of annoying to play against. They usually set up camps if they're on edge, and we come in on edge as well, so they can be kind of annoying to play against.
Team Liquid. Well, I played in Team Liquid many years, and I know the players very well in Team Liquid, and they are super good, and I know their tactics as well. They're pretty much similar to our tactics as well, so sometimes we meet them a lot in game, and have like really tough fights. But yeah, I think Team Liquid gonna do well in the PCS5 as well.
I meant PCS, damn it. But yeah, anyway, you get the point. As yeah, Team Liquid and Digital Athletics, they do run into each other quite a bit. I mean, of course, in the previous iterations, they definitely did. But as we see the fights going down here, Team Liquid's got to be scared of this roster in DA because people like Pixel, they're very well versed at being able to deal with stuff, Toby.
Oh yeah, for sure. They are one of the most heavy-hitting up-close teams on the, on the server. It's and considering how new a roster it is, that's what really frightens me. Because so many other teams have way more time playing together, and they can sometimes, seemingly not communicate as well during like intensive combat moments, like DA did here, and like we've seen them do in the past as well. So they are for sure a team to have to watch out for in the future.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous as well. I mean, friends all across the board. When you think about like how the Twins have been there in the past, Pixel was kind of their stand-in potentially for PGIS, so they know each other very, very well. And Pixel being able to do so much work against them, and of course, Martin Mex is the one to shut him down at the end. He's just been a star this tournament so far.
Yeah, Mex has really stepped up throughout this, and he's an insane player. Like, he's so scary to play against, and he's able to put in just such a consistent performance, and especially in so like clenching and clutching moments here like these, where you go up against a guy that is extremely individually skilled here, like Pixel. So yeah, I'm a little bit sad to see that DA didn't really get the wind in the sails that they needed yesterday. But yeah, 5 more games to go. They could step up, and it could be really. Oh my God, these four teams in the top 6 kills difference from first to fourth.
And very importantly, Galacticos seizes #1 by just a few kills as well. If they continue on this road here, Toby, this is insane.
I've done the math, and I'm pretty sure it's correct. If Galacticos beats BBL by just 1 spot, as long as Galacticos finishes in top 6 overall for PCS5,
across the 3
weekends, if they beat BBL by just 1 spot, they beat BBL. If they beat Blaze by 2 spots and they finish within top 6 themselves, they beat them as well.
Oof.
So right now, that top 6 is looking pretty well confirmed. The only issue is they are coming into week 3 with a big fat 0 in prize money. They have to step up and really outperform BBL here, and that's the issue, because as we saw last game, even though Galacticos plays well, BBL still manages to find themselves 10 kills, and since Galacticos didn't get the win, that good game is going to be washed out by BBL playing better.
But I mean, what a road it would be here in the final day if a team like Galacticos was able to put it on. I mean, we've seen this roster, different iterations of this roster under different organizations, Martin, kind of always be there, but kind of in the background a little bit. But for them to have this step up here in some of these final games, this could be their career-defining moment if they're able to make it happen today.
Yeah, if they are, that would be such an amazing and insane run. Also, what they're looking at right now, it's 5 more games to go. And what Toby was talking about before our first game here today is that we could potentially see, because Blaze is so far behind right now, not that many kills, not a win, that this could be the head-to-head that we're looking for, because those guys are right now only fighting each other. There's no one else they're fighting. Blaze is so far behind in terms of kills. And if Blaze doesn't win a game and both of them has one and they are so far ahead in kills, it will be a head-to-head. It will be potentially a chase. It could be a hot drop. It could be very efficient gatekeeping we could see with these 2 teams.
Let's get it going. We're going on to Miramar once again here. That MEA regional spot is so hot right now as we also look to the field to figure out who's going to get those PGC's points. Time for Miramar. Let's do it, Sims and Pansy.
Let's do it indeed. Another go of things here. And I mean, the performance upswing from Galacticos has been fantastic. And we can't obviously deny that ENCE finally gets themselves on the board. I saw a couple of people earlier on really banking and hoping to see ENCE do well. And well, it was a good start for them. However, we come back into this, hopefully with Thendalos back with us. A little unfortunate timing for that, to say the very least. But from north to south we go, Rich. And again, we just consistently see the fact that all these teams seem so capable at pulling those chicken dinners when required.
Yeah, that's it's kind of cool to see another one being thrown into the mix, especially when we're on a championship Sunday. We were saying last weekend that it was one of the closest weekends we've ever seen. Like so many different winners, so many potential different outcomes coming through. You know, we're now in the we're now in the final hurdles, right? So to put it to this level of pressure and to this level of coming down to 1 or 2 games, it's yeah, it's pretty damn fun. ENCE obviously stepping up is a big thing. We've been looking for it. We know, again, there are so many different teams that we can use this terminology for. We say, oh, we know what they're available. You know, we know what they're more than capable of. We know how much power and prospect is on this roster. But they are one of those where it's always been like almost there, almost at the end, almost picking up the win. And to see them get one, it's good. It's been a it's been a hot minute, and
Rich.
that is a
Rich.
hot circle to follow up. Give us the island. Give us the island. Give us the island. Give us the island. Give it...
Oh,
The ghost of Clinton has appeared.
Oh. Okay,
Paper
I'm
Thin
pulling my
has
chair up.
caused this. Everyone laugh and scowl at him.
Oh, this is great stuff. Let's go. Let's go.
Ends going from a win to the most northern point on the entire map. The circle could literally not be any further.
I mean, hey, from first to last, the curse may hold. You know, it's how it goes, man. It's beyond a meme now. If someone wants to pull stats for that, I will be
that's
wildly
so
amazed.
south. Oh boy.
That's quite the circle, Rich. Do you think we'll finally get an island circle?
See, I've had
What do
it.
you
You
reckon?
haven't. I'm right
Yeah,
in
I
saying that.
know. All right.
I think I've
I
had
know.
2 just
Great.
on that little island alone. I've had
Yeah.
1 or 2 on the eastern island. I think I've had 2 on each. But
I've
yeah.
had 0. I'd like to repeat, I've had 0.
Have you not had an island one on the other side either?
No.
No, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Kind of funny. We played duos with frauds last week for the first game on Miramar Island. We're like, what is going? Why do this in game 1 of the day? Come on. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe maybe we're going to be getting a few more of these, but no, that is what. Obviously, we're kind of preempting this. We need, I'd say, a bare minimum. We're looking for a central. If we're going to get it confirmed, we're looking for a hard shift down south. That's when things get really juicy, because that's a lot of water. This is going to be fun.
We can't even see like a quarter of the circle. It's just off the map. Ooh, okay. Well, who gets pick of the litter? Let's make a little note here. So Hall of Game will be the first to really get their choice down in the southern side, and I guess they could potentially watch the bridge side. They can sit on that more centralized bridge, not the one on the west, but the one that's right slap bang in the middle of the circle. They could pop themselves there, and then they kind of hedge their bets as such. I would have said heroic, but we know that they don't particularly go early. They don't really claim those center spots, even though this would be probably the circle to do it on. Move south real quick. Same with BBL. Yeah, okay, so at least they're on the way. That's good for heroic. I want to see them get a decent spot out of this. Like close proximity to BBL does make me slightly nervous, but let me just write BBL down as well, and let's pop heroic in here. Now, I guess the one caveat to this is that we know that FaZe will take the island rotation route because they're on that western side. They can just hit that bridge real comfy. They don't have to be in too much of a rush. Technically, they could take their time on here, make sure no one else crosses. It's easier to hold that choke point than sitting deeper on the island. They can shuffle in when needed. But I imagine most teams will be opting to go near Hall of Game, going near BBL, Heroic, and I guess TM now as well. So they're your kind of 4 teams that really got the choice of where they want to be and how they want to approach this. And this will set the tone for the rest of the lobby as well. And yeah, I mean, unfortunate for the likes of Veneer, for ENCE, for Question Mark, all these teams very far north. And there's Hall of Game, the ones who got to really pick where they want to be first and foremostly. So they opted for that very southern compound, just sitting almost on the beach, on the coastline. So everyone else will have to filter on in.
Well, for us, we'll just watch all these rotations unfold, see if we get any early stragglers that want to run into one another inadvertently. It's not out of the realms of possibility, because the bridge is looking pretty viable if you want that alternate plan to be able to get over to the island should the circle dictate it. You want to be able to hit the bridge clean and just advance forward. If not, coastline's your best bet. We've got so much water in play, like the likelihood of a double northern shift straight off the back is, you know, on the bounce probably, it's not out of the realms of possibility, but it's rare. Mexi spotted Heroic just down low. Do not want a repeat performance from Team Liquid that we saw in the previous rounds. An early scuffle almost cost them 16th place. Instead, they went out a little earlier, but that was to do with how much damage and impact they'd taken off the back of that. ENCE, QM, DA, Veneer, just as an update, have not even really moved anywhere. They're all just getting vehicles now and setting off. They'll be up against the blue a little bit. Not too far, but certainly safe. The northern side of the circle will be clear for their entry points, especially because they're so sporadically split across the map. You know, QM west, Veneer, all the way to the east. ENCE are going to run it past Cruz de Val. DA should probably go past Power Grid and maybe even Picado way. So it'll be nice and quiet. FaZe are actually camping the bridge, just so you are aware. FaZe are on the westernly-most bridge, waiting for any teams that want to try and swing it across. QM could be on that chopping block. It is opposite the bridge. You do have a lot of height that you can garner if you go up the hillsides. So whether or not someone scouts it first from QM, if they did, they'll easily see FaZe Clan and avoid that fight altogether. If they just full send it, they'll see him at the bridge, then they're completely buggered. So we'll watch that one unfold if anyone does fall for the trap that FaZe has set up here. In the middle, really, yeah, not too much in terms of conflicts. TM were looking onwards of SMB, but SMB were trying to tackle them head on. Same principle. They'll bring the full 4-stack back to this compound and hold it down. Galacticos could be a bit of a scuffle here and there on the most southern coastal road, and SMB aren't too far from it. For everyone else, it's just really scouting for information. A little pick here and there would be nice, but reses should be pretty damn simple. Strap in for this one because the next circles, it could really set this whole thing alight.
Yeah, now you're noting Galacticos getting quite close towards SMB, and that is exactly what's happening here. You can see them just kind of leaning around trying to get those audio cues going, and absolutely unaware is Thendalos. Babyface Killer this time does go down. Insta-flush too, bit of a trade out, but this is unfortunate beginnings for Galacticos. Even if they do this cleanly, look at how SMB are playing this. They're not all in one compound. You can't just get past this comfortably. Now, yes, they will lose a player for SMB, but they have the full information. And honestly, for Galacticos, this is a greater loss, losing out on Thendalos, who has been somewhat of a game changer for them. He's the one who's been able to kind of really influence some of these, I guess, tougher positions they've been in. He'll take a riskier fight, put himself on not necessarily an island, but he'll put himself kind of on the flank, and then will kind of sit there and apply pressure and cause problems for anyone fighting against them. But without him, they are now down to 3. Now have to slow the roll from that eastern side on the southern coast. Now, everyone relatively close by. You can see Quizzy silhouetting there, as is Alia. Blue sky painting an obvious outline just behind them, so VP should be cognizant of this. Maybe want to get themselves grouped up, not give too much away. Don't know how aware they are of Na'Vi. Now they should be. If any shots come back in. Melman keeping a watch on this. Only level 1 vest though, so that could be a little softer than he'd like. And now looking at the rest of the teams, DA question mark are quite close by. Now remember, FaZe were watching this bridge. They're on the other side. They're waiting to see if anyone comes over, and they can hold this for a fair amount of time as well, because the circle will close slower, I'm in hell, the further south you get. So they should be able to hold this for a while. Gustav's already considering where they can go next. He's just checking Los Higos. No one else has breached onto the island. So ENCE about to make it close enough too. You can see they're relatively nearby. They're just north of Los Leones right now, so they'll be making over. And there's Gustav, just keeping track of everything else. He's got a deeper angle just to check, see if anyone's considering it. Let's see if we have some fun.
Come on.
Okay.
It's
It'll never
failed
happen,
us.
Rich. I'll never get it. I'll never bloody get it. It's always Clinton who gets it.
The circle gods have not been favourable to you, Lauren, but it has been favourable to the main pack of the players, which we know Toby likes a good old fight, so he'll be happy with this kind of circle. No weirdness, no madness for a championship Sunday. ENCE plenty of room in front of them. Liquid, actually, holding back has really given them a good amount of land that they can play with and work off the back of. There's plenty of leverage, plenty line of sight that they can look from up there in Ghana where all the enemies are going to be sitting. This is why they can start to tank up onto Na'Vi down in the compounds. Galacticos, spoke about them earlier. They were starting to get precariously close to SMB. This time round, they'll have to take the lower coastal road to try and work the way up. VP have situated themselves in a 2-2. Let's take note of that because a lot of teams that are grouped up in a full pack of 4, but they are one of the unorthodox rosters that have got opted for the 2-2, which will take pretty much there's a junction with forks off left and right from that southern road. Well, they've got both angles here, so they've got both approaches if the circle does go central, no matter which way they have. But again, if Galacticos just says, you know what, dive into here for safety. If FaZe Clan does the same, dive in here for safety. You've still got 2 of the teams that need to come in from the western side, which is both QM and DA. If they eye up VP's compound they're holding with 2 players, that should be easy pickings for either of those rosters. For QM, again, that's safety net towards the northern side because it's really open. If they can just drive around and scout some of those bigger compounds, then for them, that's, you know, stay away from all the conflict, stay away from all the madness, survive the next circle or 2. Happy days. Play it safe, play it slow. But if we do keep going close to the coastline with a circle, staying up in the north, going for the early adoption of the security net now, it's going to not really pay off later down the line. It's going to be so much more difficult trying to breach that wall of players and wall of teams should we end up somewhere down on that coastal road.
Yep, and that's where it all comes down to. And yeah, I'd say the key compounds here, kind of splitting this over towards, you know, Na'Vi, VP, BBL, I guess that kind of like circular point. Again, though, with it potentially moving north, plays in Liquid a little here. But that eastern side is rife with teams, TM, Veneer, Exhalation holding the line as it stands. Flammy has the most majestic of Viking beards. Look at that man. He is dead now, but he's got a great beard. So, I mean, there is that. Trade does come out. Keanu going to insta-put Danimon on his ass. And at this point, bit of a trade out. And really, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to push on this or are you going to disengage? Are you going to try and get away or are you going to commit? It looks like they're going to try to commit towards a knock at the very least. So that's going to be Danimon probably flushed here. I don't know if Flammy's even recoverable. I think he's been left to rot. Keanu and Hort just going to take over that position. Yep, Flammy gets flushed and it's a trade out of flushes. So both teams just, you know, having a little bit of a back and forth.
Rip 9, unfortunately, hit from the opposing side. His teammates are on smoke down, but there'll be no res available whatsoever. Actually, could be quite difficult for all of these players in SMB to be getting out of this one. Blind shot through the smoke, another bullet, another tickle. That'll be Apocalypse also losing his life. I'd say we'll readjust. Probably just going to run away from it for now. Circle pops. And would you look at that? Pinpoint middle. Na'Vi. Good hold on the building and instantly you cop for it. All but a second. VP in the vehicles and completely out of it. Let's go. Regroup with one another. First shot not good. Second one. Picture. Bloody perfect. 24. Does the job. Northern side of it, just as an okay, I'll hold even talking about the north because the south is about to get rather spicy. We got 4 teams all trying to migrate not only across the bridge, but from the east you've got Gear Up and TM all trying to make an advancement down on this coastal road. Yeah,
this is super dicey now. FaZe gonna lose one. Unfortunately, it is Fex as well who's been pretty solid so far. I mean, I say that. Gustav's had great moments. Everyone at FaZe has actually had some really big moments. But outside of though, everyone's now suffering. Galacticos losing another player. Remember, they'd lost one earlier on. Now, FaZe aren't far from this, as you're seeing 8C, the one delivering the tads towards Apocalypse. This fight towards the further eastern side still raging on as well. SMB having plenty of targets to fight, mostly focused towards FaZe, but the next couple of threats would be coming from maybe Call of Game, TM, Gear Up, whoever makes it across from here. It's all a game does find Tokyo. That was the eastern fight that had been raging on for a little while now, that had been somewhat overextended, but hard to kind of close down, I guess. FaZe not fully committing towards this, not quite taking that high ground for the peak down towards Lazar. Apocalypse keeping them somewhat suppressed, and this is Exhalation slicing from the north to the south here, going to be riding past the likes of Ents, Team Liquid, and right towards Na'Vi at the end of this road.
Death Valley. All of the players are tanked up. Won't be able to take too much of a bullet if they do land. But as you can see, with noise, attracts attention. On the opposing side of the valley, you've got Heroic and TL also about to do the exact same simultaneous thing. My word, please tell me that we have copped that. Qrexy just bolts Keanu out the back of the vehicle while it's driving. T-Bone straight transfer also onto Mexi. So Heroic playing the bolt action. That's a couple of frags in the bag.
Hey, look, if they keep making it look more and more viable, I want more teams to run it, okay? Then I'll be happy. Mexi, punished from so far away as well. Influential in those late games for Liquid. He's been really quite the star for them. And the southeast side, still very preoccupied, very busy. But most of the teams now wiggling their way in. A lot of the compounds have already been taken, though a lot of the key positions have got teams dug in, or just simply put, it's too busy to hit those rotations. Look how much space DA are keeping here as well in the southwest side. All quite split, maybe a 2-1-1, you could say, with Pixel being on a bit of an island. But question mark and Ents, again, together again, so close by, and the shift goes towards the east now. So this now puts pressure right back towards Ents, towards question mark, towards DA. A little towards Exhalation. I feel as though Exhalation they can just shuffle in a little bit. They don't have to be too worried unless Na'Vi has vision. But for someone like FaZe, they now need to clear past SMB. They can't wait any longer. This has to now happen, otherwise they'll be fighting with the blue on their back, which is something you just simply don't want. And also, little to their understanding as it stands, all of game are waiting patiently in that southeast side, just a little further off towards the main road. So if they do make that run, they don't have the utility rich, they're going to be in trouble. And oh, speaking of trouble, Smash has perfect vision across this.
It's not just this, like DA is back building. They are back building into the buildings that are just to the left-hand side of this fight. The ones in the corner just below where it says Phase 4, they've just arrived, giving FaZe very little mobility. Once this fight's over and done with, BBL and DA will look at this as a free set of frags. There's no other way to kind of guide it. Zoom out the back of the vehicle. VP see that one easily. Exhalation trying to make some sort of maneuver, but you can see from the open, barren landscapes, there's not many places to call home. Whether or not they make it into this ditch, the vehicle has flown up in the air. Quepta straight hot on the draw. Big grenade goes off. Melman strikes first. The rest of them all tanked up with Spyro following up on the free frag. Not a problem for that. FaZe still have not moved. They are in the vehicles and readjusting, just deciding which way they want to go. Tell a lie, Icy's actually spotted him, so the rest of them gone for the vehicles, but instantly, off the back, you called it perfectly. Smash has eyes on this fight. DA is also looking onwards of it. I don't think either SMB or FaZe managed to survive this next maneuver.
No, I think they might be a little screwed here, trying to get that last-minute res, get 8C back up, but actually fight across the way here. This is a little bit more towards the center. A surprise from the shack. Short comes out, finds Salak. You can see BTM has turned attention now, but it's only BTM, so he's now going to be trying to keep himself alive with Galacticos below, or what remains of Galacticos. And then, yes, we said it earlier, we don't think many are making it out of the southern side, and Gustav can do as he might. But again, Hall of Game were waiting here for some time. They had this roadside ledge to play on while all that fight in the south between them and SMB was raging on, while it was battling on in the distance. Now Liquid have done well. They've made to they stay their ground until BTM makes his appearance. He was the only one alive for Exhalation and still done damage. And Liquid are in pieces. Ibby's barely alive, and that nade looks bang on. That looks really solid here. Just went too far. As Ibby will get to live to take another breath, but that might be the last breath. There it goes. BTM cleans up Liquid, who tried to make that play, and it looked good initially, and then fell to pieces.
Couple of big teams falling early. Liquid, FaZe clan. Not too far from one another as well, with TM and FaZe both having a win on the board. It starts to open things up for everyone else downwind of this. Galacticos up at the top are down in numbers. With the pressure and the amount that's on for all of these players, the weight of a championship Sunday like this, the conclusion of 3 weekends of play, with a ticket to Korea potentially for one of them at the end of it. There is so much at stake and so much on the line. Hoover gets a free run over. This is earlier on, just the mad car dash from both of these teams simultaneously knocking living bats the hell out of one another. Sion, I mentioned about DA and just touched on them, how they slipped into this building under the cover of gunfire from both FaZe and SMB. They've not made note that SMB still has at least one player standing. You know, you got Lazar in the distance. The dagger in the back. Seong's still yet to leave that compound, I do believe. I think he's on his own. So if he catches him just slowly on the takeoff, he might be able to pick up a free frag. If not, slowly but surely work his way up this hillside. Circle. You got a few stationary teams. VP won't be going anywhere soon. Neither's going to be Na'Vi. They've been smack bang in the center of this for a hell of a lot of time. Galacticos spoke about those having a fantastic, not only day, but weekend thus far. But they are down to 2 players, so while it's a good position and they're looking strong, they are in a weakened state of affairs currently. DA have hit the southern side of the circle. They can control that for now. There's a few scrappy players that need to work their way in, and they can probably deal with them, especially if Pixel starts doing what he did in the previous round. Main head of the conflict, probably going to come through for the East. We've got Gear Up, we've got BBL, we've got Heroic. We don't have too much stable land to control them all within.
No, we don't, but we have to look towards the top and the kills as well, because we saw how close this was, maybe from like ENT, BBL, VP, and Galacticos. They're all so close by on kills. Now, I was expecting BBL to come out and try and maybe farm a little bit here. They had like a decent position to do so. Mert had great vision, but he was tentative at best, not overly committing. But, you know, BBL have 4 kills in this game, not bad, but Galacticos will still be towards the top end of things, even with just 2 of their players. So for me, it's all about those kills coming through. I want to see them push for this now. See if they can get something done. It is tricky with 2 here for Galacticos, but they do have BTM on the other side. This could be a pickup, 8 HP, and does have the tick up at least coming down of the stim, but this nade, trying to maybe buy a second or 2, give himself a moment to heal. One well-placed nade, and he's done for, and he knows it. So, Lyron on the other side, done for. This is not looking so hot for Galacticos. They have been overly worked here. SMB on the push-up as well, doing what they can, but it's been a quiet performance from SMB throughout this event thus far, at least in the last couple of play days. Not been that highlight performance we were maybe expecting. That's a nuke. Does it make it? Oh, the bounce! Behave, Pixel. You're a lucky boy. You'll take it, but don't you dare say that bounce was intentional. What a mad lad. Now, this is a huge opportunity for BBL, Rich. This has to be the game they step up, or DA, or Heroic, or Gear Up. So all these teams in the eastern side, they have to step up. Now, yes, on the other side, you've probably got the heavier hitters, right? You've got Na'Vi, ENT, question mark, VP, all on one side, and question mark have insta-moved in the vehicles and gone. They are heading straight across, trying to maybe beat them to the punch. VP now going to be slowed down as well with Vard finding Spyro. What a pick, and at what time as well. That could not have been slower for them to be low down and having to go for that res, but now you can see the problems. Why maybe some of these other teams were taking a second or 2 to pause for thought, because Smash has already found Faultlessly. We said it. I want to see more kills coming out from BBL. Maybe this is the time to find it, and yeah, they are farming now. Question mark tried to make them mad dash, but it's found them no respite, no cover really. A little bit of maybe a hut to kind of play towards, but that's about it. And again, VP being hindered at every time. And look at, they've got like 5 seconds now, Rich. I don't think they can go for this res anymore.
No, it's probably not going to be viable, is it? The smokes are already down, but the suppressive fire from every single angle just causes too much chaos of VP. You've got teams that have advanced forward, QM's in front of them. DA has a much deeper angle, and they're very hyper-aware of their position. I suppose if you will, the benefit is this fight on your screen. You could try and escape that little bit of conflict under the cover of gunfire. Na'Vi is still inside, and ENTs are all around it, but they are losing members. Everyone's tanked up. VP do get out slightly unscathed, but they are damaged for now. Squeaky goes down. Tixu also to an 8. That'll turn into a 2 versus 4. Lou just gets blown off the face of the planet and unfortunately falls downhill, but you can kind of see how open this is going to be. And now for DA, it's just pick them up on the hillside because, you know, it's not as if they're already having a difficult time getting across this road. They've again got another team that's just playing border control, keeping them out of it.
Now, the one, I guess, benefit to this is the question marks still have nades, and they just sent one over towards GMT, who was on that ridgeline with them. So, VP's fight with question mark, well, excuse me, their fight, I guess, with DA has at least drawn the attention, but Chung does know that there's still more around. That was Perfectix, and it's Perfectix gone. The teams were locked in towards the west were not able to make this rotation. Maybe a piece of question mark is left. 2 of them still stand, but BBL, this is your biggest moment to shine. They will be getting the kills. They need, I guess, like 1 more to really push themselves towards that top spot. But the dinner is what they've got to be hoping for. Rustamar on the chase. Na'Vi is going to give it their best to get across the roadside. And they have at least been ENTs to the punch. Who will be left to rot. Rustamar all on his lonesome on the wrong side of town. Heroic watching Na'Vi, watching just about everyone, keeping track of where he might be trying to go to.
He's trying to do whatever he can to at least put some damage down before he bows out. 8th position will be for them for now. Heroic now folding into the fray. They've been lurking and working their way around from this eastern side over by the north, but they've gone out. This is hyper-aggressive from Page, out in the open. Smokes are down, you can use them for cover, but look at Na'Vi. Life is dwindling on 3 different players simultaneously. Not too much damage put back on the side of Heroic, so this is a good opportunity for them to springboard into this fight and maybe capitalize on the position. The massive swing. Qrexy comes round and Page to finish, and now he is well and truly on top of them. There is a response, though, from Alia. Do not let these individual players get away with murder because they will answer back. Fantastic work from Quizzy. Takes down 1, moves on to 2. This is a huge recovery coming out from Na'Vi and a massive battle from Heroic.
Yeah, but look at what's left. Nothing. Na'Vi just about keeping a couple of players alive, but now they turn attention quickly. They know there's more problems, but Gear Up is causing none, apparently. Gear Up's just been absolutely mullered on the way through on the north. Looking a little out of sorts here. Na'Vi still trying to recover from that initial fight, but they're going to lose players. Quizzy's gone. BBL on the move up, and BBL need to sweep this. Let's see if BBL can be strong in this late game. DA is still alive with 4 and in the sound. So while all this goes on, you can see Na'Vi just trying to farm out the kills. And that's exactly what they're doing. One more player over there. I think Schofield just got spotted. Melman, did you catch a glimpse? I think he did. He's eyeing it up. Metralis with another nab on a knock. And BBL will be loving that. The more the merrier, but DA going on, it is a western swing, but look at the low ground they're trying to use here. Occlude themselves from the vision of the likes of BBL and Na'Vi. And that's going to be a quick sweep. Lovely work from Na'Vi, even just down to 2, 10 kills and a dominating performance, but now they've got the attention of DA and BBL, Rich.
That's impressive. I mean, don't get me wrong, the third party from Gear Up just caused Heroic so many problems. They were looking really good, and you can't take your eyes off the ball. You have to fixate on the problem at hand, which was Na'Vi. And sadly for Heroic, third party comes in and just causes chaos. But still, the fight back from Na'Vi, the unrelenting willingness not to die was phenomenal. Even with the gun usage that he was going with, I mean, you could see him with what he was tackling it with, UMP in hand, just goes for it. Smash
There
now,
he
finally,
is.
to try and put the nail in the coffin. BBL, we're looking for that big performance, but we can't write out DA just yet. They do have 4 players alive and kicking. And if they start popping off like Pixel did in the previous round with almost clinching the 4 versus 1, we could be in for a very fun 4 versus 4 battle, but Na'Vi still has to die first.
There's contact. Now, BBL should know that DA then are in a deeper position than maybe they thought. Careful, Mert. This could be an overreach here. He could be a little open to that low side, but actually pulls away in time. Now, how funny is it to see DA against now BBL? This is an interesting battle about to go down. Once had their name, once were this team, and then DA looking a little different. Now, Alia is still standing, but look at Pixel now. Geared out of his mind, 3'd up, AKM in hand. Metralis will be the first fight he gets. Now, trying to clear this very meticulously, crouching every corner just to make sure he keeps the fight favorable. Molotov goes down. There's actually a lot of players here, and I like the positioning from DA. They shuffle back from the west low ground up towards a more even keel here, but the flash kind of indicates that BBL are aware of this, and they know that DA have been on the move.
One good grenade could spell disaster, but thankfully that deflator will bounce them back. Let's keep in our mind about Alia this entire time. He wants nothing to do with this. However, if someone steps on him, the snake will bite. Smoke wall goes up, and neither team can really swing on it just yet. They're not quite central circle, but there is plenty of time that they can play with. Alia just living his best life in the smoke for now. Again, keep your head down and we'll see how it goes. Smash is starting to overextend a little further, get a deeper angle on this. Marco's there to support him as well. If they send this around completely unseen, then maybe there's damage to be done. First bit of contact made. Is that a Mark 14 on his side as well for Marco? So even Marco's geared up as well. So both of these teams rocking at least crate gun and crate gear. Metralius takes the most central rock. Ali is still throwing these smokes, so it keeps information at least DA's way as to there is a player on their left-hand side in the flank, and they have to make note of that. But same can be said exactly for BBL as well. They don't want to let this snake in the grass cause them all kinds of grief. We've seen what happens if you let a third party or even an individual from Fenderloss yesterday just roam free, unchecked, unscathed.
the difference in approach here now. I would say that BBL do actually have better positioning as it stands. I like that Smash was holding a wider flank just for a second or two. Make sure that they kept circle positioning, maybe looking for a bit more utility, and he's found it. A couple more smokes. That's actually really big. Just yet 10 smokes. Look at this. What a little bit of a smash and grab there. Gonna pop down a smoke on the just outskirts as well. Give him a second or two of cover. Start committing the smoke wall as well. There's Alia. You're right. Gonna just keep his head down, and to an extent, his positioning alone will mean that DA can't explore that side, so they're a little more funneled. And BBL are aware of that. They're a little bit closer to the center point, with Mitralius, as you highlighted, being that linchpin player.
Circle closing. Alia forced to move shortly. DA do have to do more moving forward than certainly what BBL do. They've got a little bit of room on the backside, but Mitralius hiding behind that rock hasn't moved a single muscle. You know that if he gets a knock, the rest of them just come flooding in. All right, utility committed, Lauren. Here we go for the 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Mitralius will be the first port of contact, and there it is. Insta-found. Pixel knows all too well what you are up to. Did he read where Smash was? Did he catch a glimpse? Now remember, Alia is controlling the northern side, so they can't really utilize this. Yes, the mollies are down. Yes, he can't do much either, but he just funnels them in. Now, Code Marco, Mert, and Smash are kind of back to the blue. DA have now sprung a little further forward. They've got the Molotovs going in deep, going to limit BBL's way forward. Smash trying to find a way and make sure he's not burning alive while doing it, but Pixel gets the flush. That's now Alia gone. Na'Vi are out. That opens up an opportunity and a chance. Look at this work from Vard. Code Marco's gone down, and it's down to, I think, just 2. Smash and Mert just lost in the source here. So much smoke everywhere. No more mollies to put down. They're just trying to outlive DA, and maybe Smash can do it. That's going to be 1, but the trade comes out, and DA are still holding firm. Just 1 alive. It will be Mert on the mad swing around. They are just chasing each other's tails here. Oh, my word. Mert's got Gemty. There ain't no way he does this. He's surrounded, but he's still alive. He's still doing damage. Sprays in. He can't do it. DA will pull out the win.
Well, I'll tell you what, he certainly gave a good chance, didn't he? What in the world was that ending? Just firing blindly through the smoke? BBL. They give a valiant attempt, but it is DA who come out on top. And what a return to form. 16th place in the previous round, straight into a first. This is the DA that we were hoping to see a little bit more of. It's not been a good weekend at all. It's not been a good look thus far. Even coming into starting a championship Sunday, 16th place, mentally sitting there, yeah, it's going to affect your performance, but it's good to see the lads can shake it off completely. And what a way to do it. A win on the board, the first win for DA as well.
Yeah, and again, a new team added to the list. Guys, on the desk, this is getting ridiculous. When are you going to get that double dinner coming in?
I don't know, Lauren. I already had a double dinner today, but these teams here are going to have to put something up if they want to find it. We've got ourselves, though, Digital Athletics getting themselves the chicken dinner, as previously mentioned. And considering the urgency of the situation, I think is fair to say here, that's very important for Digital Athletics. Avenger and Toby joining me here. Avenger, Digital Athletics is trying to catch up. And what a ridiculous finish. Woo.
Yeah, they're trying to catch up, and also they are trying to outperform Question Mark, and they're trying to catch up to Faceland. Potentially going to be pretty hard considering everything right now, but they're also trying to catch up to Entropic, who is not playing in PCS5, and trying to outperform them in their PGC points. So I would say with the amount of kills that they have now, they have to rapidly ramp up their kills or win another chicken dinner, and they could potentially do it, but we only got 4 more games to go, so it's going to be a butt-clenching situation for them, but great game for them overall. They managed to outperform BBL here in the end. They were positioning themselves better, they're using utility better, and in general their micro decision making here was just so much better.
And Smash and Ali are looking absolutely fantastic during all of this. Martin, that's 2 segments you've brought up clenching, so that's interesting. But
yeah, that's nice.
I guess so. But of course, whilst we take a look at DA getting themselves the upper stick of this very hectic situation at the end here, Toby, there was a world where BBL could have won that out.
the players don't have the same X-ray, and there were so many shots being fired within those smokes. I mean, we were saying it while it was going on. There's a good chance they start shooting each other because all you see is that random guy in the smoke, and you start shooting at him. That would have been hectic. But no, I mean, solid win 48. I like the fact that when they came in West, instead of trying to make the run down the hillside, which everyone did to their own slaughter, they started, like, they were really the only team that opted to do that southern wraparound from the west over to the east and make their way uphill that way. That was a really smart move, and to me, that set them up for victory. And then again, I mean, we talked BBL yesterday, and in their win, regardless of the fact that they won the game, I was talking about how they played that very slow, how they were not spreading out, how they not how they were not trying to take a dominant position, same way as we see VP do it in end games. Here they did the same thing. They had a chance to maintain, not take, but maintain control of one ridge further because they had that under control prior. But instead of trying to spread out and take control of the hilltop, they back off, they get themselves into a corner, and that allowed for DA to swarm them in the end. I think BBL had the upper hand in this fight come end game, and they positioned themselves out of the winning position there.
Let's take a look at the kills coming in as well here. Very top heavy, as 3 big fragging teams are able to take those top spots. Digital Athletics, of course, with the win. BBL 10 kills, Na'Vi 10 kills. Na'Vi still yet to find a chicken dinner here, Martin. However, they've been on the podium multiple times so far, and we don't expect them to slow down to find that chicken dinner.
No, and they also are the team with the most kills without a chicken dinner. So if they are able to catch one in these next 4 games, that will mean they are going to be contesting the top as well, which is going to be making life harder for both Galacticos in the PPL fight, but also for the Digital Athletics, who is currently trying to chase down as many points and prize pool here in this last weekend and the last day of the weekend. So it's going to be interesting to follow with Na'Vi, because I'm kind of feeling that Na'Vi should win a game in these last 12 games, considering the performance last weekend. And yeah, I would be surprised if they didn't do so. But it's gonna be it's gonna be interesting. BBL also had 40 kills, and with them as well, it's gonna be so close at the top for this one here. DA though, not that many kills leading into this. They need to really ramp up and start fragging out here, or get another win in just 4 games. It's going to be hard for them, but if they manage to get another win, and considering we now have 8 different winners, and it's we have Liquid, who hasn't won a game yet, we have Heroic, who hasn't won a game yet, Vanilla, who has promised me 2 wins and potentially the last 2 wins of the day. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to follow, for sure.
Yeah, true. There is now going to be a situation where if we get more chicken dinner winners, just chicken dinner is not enough to get you into money effectively. And as you rightly point out here, DA, before this game, I think just got 11 kills, right?
13,
so, 13 kills, not the best of situations to be in. They need to find themselves a big step up in terms of those kills to get some big points on the board. For now, we're going to go to a short break, gents, and then when we return, we have 1 more Miramar for the day, and then we'll be going over to Erangel. So 4 more games to go. We'll see you in a few.
Merhabalar, hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Ben Buğra Vrekeş Şevke ve bugün sizlerin karşısında profesyonel ipuçları adından adlandırdığımız bir bölümle karşınızdayız. Yanımda da bugün bana Apokalip eşlik ediyor olacak. Biliyorsunuz kendisini Supermassive Blaze'inde hem IG'li hem de bu aralar en önde plan olan oyuncularından bir tanesi. Apo, hoş geldin, nasılsın, iyi misin?
Hoş buldum, merhabalar, iyiyim. Seni sormalı.
İstiyorsan şöyle ufak bir videomuz var. Bu video zaten sizinle ilgili. 2'ye 9'luk bir pozisyonunuz vardı hatırlarsan. O pozisyon içerisinden bir güzel bir oyununuz vardı. Zorlu bir alandan çıkışınızda üst üste fightlar geçirmiştiniz. Bu video ile ilgili istiyorsan ufak bir fikir sahibi olalım. Videoyu izleyelim. Sonrasında yorumlarımızı seninle birlikte katalım.
Tamamdır. Ya aslında yani buradaki oyun stilimiz yeni bir oluşan bir oyun stili. Yani şöyle söyleyeyim, bu circle üzerine çok fazla kafa yorduk ve bir tane hareket çıkarmak zorunda kaldık. Çünkü win için oynuyorduk sonuç olarak ve win'in dışında, yani hatta win için yapabileceğimiz her şeyi yapmamız gerekiyordu. Çok zorlu bir rotate attık ve bu rotate gerçekten çok zordu. Bu rotate esnasında bir tane bile adam kaybetmeyi göze almıştık. Ancak rotate başarılı oldu. En iyi yaptığımız şey aslında rotate'i başarılı bir şekilde yapabilmek. Ve hatta bir yerde Semih'in sürdüğü Semih'le Cihan'ın arabası bir şey yapıyor, yan dönüyor. Orada güzel toparlıyorlar. Yani sonuç olarak rotate'i daha öncesinden çalışmamız ve bunu burada yapabileceğimize olan inancımız bence doğru alanda. Çünkü bu inanç sayesinde oradaki win'i aldık. Bu çalışma ve azim sayesinde aldık. Onun dışında takım fight için inanılmaz hazırdı. Yani savaşmak için gerçekten hani herkes elindeki bütün bilgiyi kullanıyordu. Bunu söyleyebilirim. Çünkü bazı pozisyonlarda sadece pozisyona sahip olmak önemli olmuyor. Artık bir süreden sonra o tecrübeye sahip olmak da çok önemli oluyor ve takımımın bu konudaki tecrübesi gayet başarılı. Zaten bu da hani oyun sonlarında izleyicilere yansımıştır mutlaka. Ve son anda bizim avantajlı olduğumuz konu şu idi. Biz çok boş bölgeden geldik ve yukarıdaki bölgenin birbirleriyle fightlayacağını hesap etmiştik.
Yani ben çok teşekkür ederim katıldığın için profesyonel ipuçları kısmımıza. Çok sağ olasın. Güzel yorumların oldu, güzel yorumlar kattın. Size de Supermassive Blaze olarak turnuvada PCS5 kısmında başarılar diliyorum. Umarım istediklerinize ulaşabilirsiniz en kısa sürede diyorum. Çok teşekkür ederim. Tekrardan izlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Bizden bu kadarlıktı bu bölüm için. Önümüzdeki bölümlerde görüşmek üzere.
That's right, and Supermassive Blaze here, still looking for a little bit of success if they want to try and qualify on towards PGC. Avenger, Toby joining me. One more Miramar to go, and of course we know that some teams have a bit of a better time on Miramar than Erangel. You know, some people like the desert a little bit more, maybe some of those more open engagements, depending on where you're located on the map. Toby, for our final Miramar, I got to ask you, which teams might you be looking out for to have some success here? Maybe some that haven't got a win just yet? What are you looking for?
I mean, that would be BBL. Back-to-back solid placements with 10 kills. That's a pretty solid performance on Miramar so far today. But I want to see, I mean, honestly, for the sake of excitement and storylines, I want to see DA get one more win under the belt. They are blessed right now that no team, I should say, has managed to get 2 wins, because that could easily leapfrog them up the top, despite the fact that they're lacking kills this week. If they could do that, that would have certain other teams, be extremely nervous about their chance of qualifying through the PGC.
Yeah, kind of try and take the floor from underneath them and cause a bit of an earthquake. I think it's fair to say if one of these teams comes out and gets some big points that maybe is a little bit further down the leaderboards here. How about yourself, Avenger, as we take a look at the overall leaderboards? And BBL takes number 1.
Oh. And the top 4 is still extremely close here. This is going to be insane. And again, like any team that doesn't have a win right now, that is not looking good on the PGC points, could get a back-to-back. And even DA, if they win this next game here, they could easily gather them or get themselves a PGC spot here for this one. So, yeah. But right now, I'm just looking at a new winner. I don't think it's going to be Navi. Navi, for me, has been doing much better at Erangel so far, so I don't think this one could here be Navi. But I'm looking at Question Mark potentially to step up, get a dinner, or DA get another dinner here in Miramar before we go to Erangel. That could be super interesting to see and follow.
It definitely will be. BBL and Galacticus at the moment are locked head-to-head here in terms of trying to find themselves the perfect spot to see if they can wrangle a PGC place. We've already had ENCE and DA get themselves victories, and now we have one more Miramar to go. It's definitely been tense here just in these first few moments of today here, Toby, considering the teams that are getting the wins, considering how they're bumping on things up. And again, there are still teams like Navi, Question Mark, even with 33 kills, that could quite easily get a win themselves and then start putting themselves into the mix, especially Question Mark if they do something big.
And this tournament gets more and more unpredictable. I mean, I really feel like the storyline for this tournament is just inconsistency, and that's, I guess, both a compliment and something negative. BBL finished last week dead last. Imagine being Galacticos coming into this week going, oh my god, we got a good day 1 going, and all of a sudden BBL just kind of reactivates and comes thriving. And the one team you needed to have a couple more bad games to ensure your seed. I think now with BBL's last 2 games, regardless of whether they get more win or not, because they have the amount of kills they do and so many teams have 1 win, I don't see Galacticos now being able to separate themselves enough to make it through, simply because BBL stepped back up. The team that, remind you again, finished last in last week's games.
Might be scary. All right, let's get to it. The final Miramar for the tournament. Let's see who can make it work in the sand as we now head over to the Sims and Pansy.
Yeah, let's do it. One more go of things. I'm excited to see how this goes down. We almost had a real spicy circle in the last one. It got a little more normal towards the end, but a nice ending regardless. Again, though, we've now got a new leader of the pack. We're going to have to see if anyone else can step up. It is super close towards the top. So many teams putting up good numbers now, a lot of kills, and defining the difference between first and maybe fourth, fifth. There could be a jump here if someone has a big game, but if BBL is starting to provide all those kills to come through, starting to really fire up, this could change things as well. Rich, now we've seen a little bit of a shift towards the top end. Do you think this can, is this going to go back and forth? Do you think this is now BBL just asserting dominance, or is that just, a good couple of games? But let's see.
I don't want to take anything away from anybody just yet. I'll start being overcautious with that. We've seen that, how sporadic these matches can go and how open, basically, the leaderboards can be. Getting 2 wins back-to-back is something of an unbelievable rarity at the moment. Even getting 2 wins on the board is still pretty slim. Some of these teams can't get 1 on the board. I mean, look at ENCE, for example. We've seen them pick one up today, and it's been a far distance. We've seen one previously, so we have to be cautious on that front. However, the resounding factor that some of these players could be going to the World Championship off the back of a double 2-2 win could be the confidence boost that needs it, because we're looking beyond, this PCS5. We're looking at what's beyond there. Yes, it's great picking up the trophy for this event. Yes, it's good being crowned the victor and taking home the money. But winning the whole thing is the ticket to the next step. It's the ticket to the multi-million-dollar competition. It's the ticket that everyone's looking to book with the points off the back of this. So for others, it could be all or nothing, especially when we get into Erangel and there's literally 3 games left. We still have teams that are their lifelines in the balance of how these teams perform on here. There are teams within this lobby themselves that need today to go well in order to qualify. So with that on the line, I don't know. I think a cautious level of play will come into effect for certain ones that are comfortable, that are feeling it, that are there up at the top. But for others, we will get down into the next 2 to 3 games, and there's nothing left to play for but the World Championship. So you're going to have to do everything. You're going to have to go full send for the win. How that changes dynamically to what you've been doing in the last previous 2 weekends, I don't know. But certainly, I think we're in for a mixed bag of emotions and a mixed bag of gameplay. It's going to be good. Erangel's going to be fun.
It certainly will be. 8 games played so far, 8 different winners. And look at the circle. It's just a tease, isn't it, really? We've got a touch of the islands in. Probably not going to go there, but it is what it is. But then I look at the teams that haven't got a victory yet. I said this in the last game, but Na'Vi, no win under the belt after having probably the performance of a lifetime. In the last weekend, question mark, a new threat, a new danger for so many of these teams. Veneer able to pull one off last time as well. They were looking quite, a little tasty in what they were getting up to. Team Liquid, there they go. Always a chance, always a potential on them. Never underestimate what they can do. Exhalation, deadly as well. Heroic, a bit of a poor weekend for them, to say the least. SMB, quiet. Gear Up, quiet. But look, we've seen stranger things. Is this the game? We finally see the double dinner coming out. Maybe one of these teams able to convert another game already, though. Hall of Game going to be drawing first blood there. Or at least that we've seen. Beyond that, though, we have to see where these teams are heading towards. Now, Heroic do have a really good position, but once again, I wait with bated breath. We've seen them have potential on, those early circles where, they could maybe get a good spot here. They could maybe do a little something, but it hasn't really come to much. So we'll see what they go for this time. Maybe they'll be able to take one of those key compounds. Maybe not. Outside of that, though, Gear Up, early moving, as you saw them taking a little bit of flack en route. From Hall of Game, who's obviously still in a good spot. They're just east of Los Leones if you don't have, the map available. FaZe, though, southern approach coming in. They actually have a fair bit of free land to work towards. VP, a little slower out of Picardo. We saw that Liquid already way deeper into this, but damn, Spyro, just get a little bit of air on that. No worries. North side coming down as well. You got ENCE working their way through. Galacticos as well. And it'll be question mark being the furthest outside. Here's SMB. Getting quite close towards center circle. They're going to be getting towards the realms of Gear Up, towards Hall of Games. They're getting quite close to the center. Similar rotation route as we saw from Gear Up, so I wonder if there's going to be a clash in towards this, maybe a quick look towards the compound, but hard to scout, so a blind pull-up could be disastrous already. BSD just waiting on the other side, that could be a death. It is. Rip9 gone down almost instantly. No trade coming in either as Schofield's got his back, that's Apocalypse gone. And yeah, the blind pull-up just did not go well. Instantly out of it. SMB, not the start you're looking for.
No, not when you're in 15th place and your placement in the third and final map of Miramar only matches your kills throughout this weekend thus far. 16 for those, 16 frags total. It's not been a good weekend, sadly, for SMB. Now they will have to go to Erangel and try and just, you know, that, again, comeback mechanic. It's not necessarily about where your position is on the leaderboard currently. It's about where it is once this competition's done. And 2 wins back-to-back could win you this entire thing, but that is easier said than done. The percentages of that happening seem to be extremely, extremely finite and minute. Heroic's position on this has been pretty big. They've taken a really wide berth when it comes to map control. They did have 4 players evenly split out, but now they moved it back into a 2-2, so they'll take the top side of just outside Impala, a little bit down below it. Liquid's just in front of them, so they'll be blocking people in to the main city. At least that's the one thing and the one the good governance that they're kind of going to be controlling from that side. And I understand why when we look at the kink in the road, how it runs round, the amount of times that we get circles just ending towards where Liquid is now. The position that Liquid is holding is probably, it's hard to say strongest when we've got so many different things and that can happen within PUBG, but certainly if you're a betting man, you're looking to where the circle could end for something like this, there's a very strong possibility. So them holding that now, it's a good sign as we go forward. For everyone else, you have to anchor forward of that. Up north is going to get a little bit spicy, and this is the reason why. We have Ends holding a straight northern road all the way into it on the beachhead. You've got Veneer in here. If you try skirt around it, thank you, observers. Look at that. Bang on. They're the next obstacle if they do manage to skirt around and avoid Ents altogether. If you go the opposing side of Impala, you're going to have Galacticos. Behind them falling into all of this, you've then got Exhalation. So you've got 5 or 6 teams just clustered, all trying to advance forward and get into the central side of this circle. Opposing side, it's a bit interesting. Na'Vi, I don't know if something's gone wrong. They're in the biggest 2-2 you've ever seen. Quizzy has decided that he wants to become part of TM. Example's directly behind as well, so the rest of them might be able to get set up in front and cause some sort of a ruckus on TM's entry point, but I wouldn't anticipate they really want to fight at this stage. Ents are still doing what we talked about and just holding this pass. DA have opted to take a lower road, and they've kind of missed their opportunity to take advantage of some of the teams running this stopgap between Ents and the cliff face. They make it through cleanly. There's Liquid. If they want to go for that priority compound, would be the final boss.
Yeah, let's see how Exhalation do on this. They're running that gauntlet that you mentioned earlier. Super tricky to try and make it down here cleanly. And where do they go? They're going into the unknown now. Into the thick of it. As you're going to have Veneer just a little further south, so they could be the last team they try and pass. And I wonder if they're going to lose any players en route. Ooh, on the bit. Oh, yeah. Cause that spin around. Hjort doesn't have any sights on the gun, but the irons will do okay. The AK caused the damage. You see now Exhalation are living in the pockets down on the hillside. Keanu called to attention, but does receive a little bit of damage coming back his way. Instant aid, though. Flammy finds Daboom. And, well, Exhalation couldn't make it past that final team that was waiting, being Veneer, taking so much damage en route, so many eyes put towards them. As you highlighted, that eastern road running north to south, or south to north, however you fancy, is going to be the death of a few here. So, caution being aired by Liquid, going to fall away from that peak. Don't fancy overextending for this. They'll leave the fight between Veneer and Exhalation.
Keanu puts the nail in the coffin for Daboom. It's problematic, and you can already see why. Another challenger steps up from a distance. That would probably... Is that Ends from the mountaintop? I think it is. Flashbang down. Flamey knows exactly where he's lurking, just off the side of the cliff. Yeah, both him and Keanu, to be fair, could just head peek it and go together. And if one goes down, they can get the trade-off on it. But they have to do it together rather than individually, otherwise that's really problematic. Circle moves completely away from water. And everything that we were trying to build, or I was trying to build about Liquid having a very, very good position here, it's now gone from good to being one of the worst, up on the edge of the circle. Now this is, look at this, this is really, really interesting here. You have the rock face that encompasses all around Los Leones. That's a big old head.
Very nice.
You have the rock face that encompasses all of Los Leones. That cuts straight through the middle of this circle. So the next one, in theory, should dictate which way we're going. We either go into the town center, and we have a good old fight. Hold on. Speaking of good old fights, Beamy. Finding gear up inside here. This will be a nice little stepping stone for Heroic to call home. Unless Clip calls for backup and the cavalry of Team Liquid arrives, they're like, no. We don't. Do we want to go here? Do we want to try and take this, boys? Is it worth it? And you can see there's a little bit of unjust in the call there. A little bit of wiggle room. Maybe we try and approach it. They're questioning which angle to take this one. So if they are going to attack it, they'll probably sweep him from behind, or maybe just go up and try and avoid altogether. Yeah, they're going to avoid. And to be honest, I would too. It's even sketchy alone running side by side simultaneously to all this one, and Liquid may lose somebody. But with the next circle, it kind of dictates what we do. Do we go into Los Leones? Do we take the city fight? Or does it keep dragging us over to this barren landscape? I don't think there's enough room to sustain, personally, on this eastern side. So a Los Leones ending, a city fight, it's a very real possibility at this stage.
Yeah, it's really become quite a high chance. We'll see what the circle says. This is Beamy, the 1 HP madman, barely breathing.
What?
Able to take down 2 there. Well, the madman's rush on the other side didn't go so well. Maybe, you know, the teammate calling, he's lit, he's 1 HP. You're like, all right, fine. He actually was. No, there you go. But who has committed to Los Leones? That's the question. Who actually decided to opt for this? Now, Na'Vi straight in there. TM. Liquid actually adjusted towards the outskirts. They're sitting on the eastern side. It's that bang center on the circle. Galacticos not too far. Hall of Game, but BTM, man, for Veneer, they're like, geez, they're just a pest now. They're just hovering around us, all underhand flash, hoping to catch Keanu, which he actually does perfectly. BTM, what a flash from him. Oh, I thought he had the turn. It wasn't to be. Flammy does put him down, but there's still threats from up high. Zooms a little further afield, but he's being tapped away at, so position is definitely noted, and Salik unable to get many angles that are going to work here.
Veneer really needs this clean, or as clean as possibly can be. They've been here for so long and held up against it. Exhalation now, we're just dragging them down, sadly. Fjord onto Salik. All right, this makes it so much more viable and so much more easier. Zoom's forced to run. Nothing he can do. Sadly, the last man standing has to hold on for placement here. Won't be able to challenge this whatsoever. 3 players alive on the side of Veneer. Already losing 1. Again, it's detrimental. Now for Zoom, I'm wondering if he just does, you know what? Stuff it. I'll try and ruin their chances. They've hurt some of my players, so I'll just sit around here and be a nuisance. I can't win this. Stuff it. I'll try and completely just disclose their chances. The circle, I mentioned, you have this huge ridge line, and it's pretty much landed slap bang on it. And we have this 50-50 chance. We're not there into it yet. It transfers on phase 4, but we get it early in phase 3. With the Western hard shift, we're going to Los Leones.
Yes, we are final member of Exhalation to full. But look at the state of Veneer. They're down to 3, couple of heals, but they're very late towards the circle, so they're going to be forced to the outskirts. But who isn't? Liquid, Na'Vi, TM, all early to hit those rotations. And Heroic trying to come into it, but Na'Vi already set up way earlier on. So already you see Kurexi being caught off on the way through. Don't know if there's a res available. Alia is closing that gap, trying to get up a little bit closer. Keep Beamy away, and Alia will take the compound right next to where Kurexi got knocked. Careful now, nades are already being ticked out by Beamy. Yeah, he's going to see that. Going to have to dip out real quick. Ali's like, no, shut the door, boys. Amoski spots out Page on the way in as well, but hoping he'll try and support them. But actually, Page might go for a split to pinch in towards Alia. Let's keep in mind, Na'Vi are quite split here themselves. Speaking of, DA coming in right towards Galacticos too. Now, does Lyron stick around here, or does he make a bit of a move? He does. He tries to, at least, as Young does make the swing. costing Lyron his life. And, well, Galacticos probably a player here with this nade. Can't quite find him. He's going to shuffle away. But I don't know if there's anyone here who could save him.
Well, B-Mate could do the absolute perfect nade. Alia knows about it. Force her into the wall, so it avoids it for now. Second one to boot. Just going to skirt outside of it. Hits the roof side. Gorex is inside, so there is a potential for a res, but it's sketchy. It's not a clean res by any means, and they'll have to commit the smokes to get him, and time is a ticking. It goes down, it plumes, and Beamy's on the way in. Thankfully, Alia's got the eye off the ball for all but a second, which allows him to stick this. T-Bone could throw over another flashbang just to apply a little bit of pressure. This is an interesting one. And just so you're aware, you'll see N start to fold in on the minimap down low. Thank you so much, observers, for showing this one. Vex was there to try and hold the cross of any last stragglers and late stragglers rolling into this. But unfortunately, he got met with full force from Ents. It's starting to get a little bit messy for FaZe Clan. They've got a multitude of players to deal with. Gear Up is doing damage. Gustav trying to stabilize and hold the line. An amazing swing from Schofield. Takes down Buzzface. Gustav there to wipe them out and go for the resuscitation. But Ents is already knocking at the door.
Ents have to now make the play across. This is the best opportunity they're going to get a clean way in. You can see it in the vehicle. Squeaky's already there. Rustamar's on the way. Tixu, though, still on foot. And I wonder if they're just going to try and leapfrog, but it's not just FaZe looking this way. It's Hall of Game. The damage put down towards Diggory was caused by them. Now, yes, the rest can come down, but the position has been leapfrogged by Ents, who can now keep FaZe back and then have to deal with whatever's over the side of that ridgeline afterwards. But the circle will be moving. Let's see where we're going. Right bang into the town. It is going to be a city side look to things. Who's got the tall compound? I'm wondering, is it Liquid or maybe Na'Vi? We'll have to see who's going to take the high ground here, take those tall buildings that do have good vision. Gustav can't make it away. Squeaky with a great turn, and we saw this happening. We saw it coming. Fuzzface living just down on the lower ground and not for long. They are done for. Capitalized on by Ents. Really good timing from Ents actually to make that move.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Just sit back and take it all in. The aerial sky view will give us some sort of an ambient setting as to what's about to unfold here. The final map of Miramar for PCS5. And we are in the city center. Not the outskirts, not the industrial. Smack bang city center. This is urban warfare. And we've still got 12 teams, 45 players alive. This is going to be hell in a cell. Sit back, get a drink, and watch this all unfold. Your team's in the city center at the moment that are in the middle. You're looking at Heroic. You're looking at Liquid. Liquid is not alone, though. You've got Na'Vi, BBL, VP, all within reaching distance of one another. Ents is yet to make landfall, still coming off that southerly eastern embankment where they just finished off FaZe Clan, moving in behind Hall of Game. Up towards the north, you're looking at Veneer. Out towards the industrial, a little bit of a quieter area, not too much of a problem for now. But as you work your way to the northwest, QM, DA, while that may be the industrial, it will not be quiet. Those two teams are neck and neck on one another. If the circle closes forward, they will have to go toe-to-toe. This is, it's going to be fun. I don't mind city endings by any means, a few and far between, but my word, they would just become one big old player-by-player as teams just close on and ultimately turns into a death match. Na'Vi, QM, Veneer, TL, Heroic, all looking to stick a win on the board and get up there with the best of them. But this is no easy feat by any means whatsoever. This is just individual gun skill, individual prowess, always screams loudly in urban combat situations.
It certainly does. And I want to look a little closer at some of the positioning, especially the teams towards the center. Liquid have taken 4 compounds that are split across the road as well, which is actually quite a big bit of territory because we know once this circle shifts, be it hard shifting or just slicing off part of the city, it's very hard to make that cross. Oh, Ali has heard someone pull up now. You can see him just spinning around. He knows he could be in trouble here. It will be Ents. I'll come back to that Liquid point in a second. As Ray Tixu starts clearing the first. Oh, he's got no idea. Alia. There we go. Peekaboo. Oh, it's not what he wanted. Alia's in trouble now. Yeah, there it is. Tixu on the re-lean, finds him, flushes him. And the rest of Na'Vi aren't here. It's Heroic. But now, speaking of Liquid, they were in a bit of a split previously. Now, they've pulled themselves back into a 2-2. They had players across the road. I think it was Ibby who was across the road on the south, which could have been good if that circle sliced a little bit harsher, but it hasn't. It has gone towards the northwest side. So people like Heroic, Hall of Game, Ents, and VP will now have to shuffle in a little further. This gets a little tricky because keep in mind, that one main road that runs through the north side of Los Leones is just the death cross, because you've then got the open ground on the other side, the more open air area, like you're kind of seeing here. This is Veneer kind of further towards the east. They're going to try and pull up close towards this roadside as best they can, but Melman's already going to find Code Marco. Example now under fire as well. This is going to be where it all starts to fall apart, especially on the southern side, as everyone's trying to shuffle a little further forward, and even just the most minute movements can cost you an entire wipe at this point. Heroic receiving their own fair amount of attention in the east. That's from TM. Couple of nades, couple of denials coming out. Metralis waiting patiently for Marco to try and make it on through. A little bit of a fire comes back. Example does find Mert, though. Metralis is now in danger. They know it. BBL unable to find much out of this. As Ibby, he's caught an angle on it too.
Maybe somehow manages to get one from up high and knocks another player from BBL. This starts to get a little bit more difficult. Navi working the way forward, but BBL is well and truly on red alert. Smash and Mert dying simultaneously. Now panic stations begin to unfold. Spyro begins to jump into the mix with more tags on Navi. These two teams have just been crushed together, and unfortunately every other team around them has just had their way. Momi goes down as Mexi spots the cross. And this is all it is at the moment. Throw down your mollies, throw down all your throwables at the moment and try and catch them on the cross. We've seen several players now darting between these buildings, just getting caught off on the angles. And look at it. Look at the trajectory. Look at the different levels that people have to work with. Bottom floors, middle floors, rooftops. This is just insanity.
That's why I love these endings, man. They're fun to watch, but hard to play. Now, already Molly towards the roof. Going to keep anyone from being able to get Dannymon back up. Allow Heroic to go for the push. And in they go. Already going to try and close the gap towards Aimlol. And Heroic trying to do everything they can to get a little bit closer towards that center point. Push the building after the knock. Now, does Aimlol realize that he's got company? It looks like he does. Going to try and dip towards the roof that Molly has dissipated. So maybe a quick res could be up here. But does he know that Heroic have taken that compound completely now? He will be left to this roof and not much else after this. I do like where Liquid are currently residing. They are holding back that southern push. Hall of Game, Na'Vi, BBL, and a little bit of VP, but it looks like VP going to go for more of a western approach, trying to avoid that fight altogether. Let's have a little look back here. This was probably the downfall. There's the nade. Oh, right to the feet. Couldn't ask for anything better.
What? I mean, that's preemptive to know they're up there and actually make it land as well. Well, they've stalled the approach. They've opted to go for the next building along. Leave the guys upside to be able to get themselves back on the feet. I suppose you don't have too much of an angle that you can look down into that building with it being much shorter. It leaves the players up top pretty much open to gunfire. We know when inside the building can at least use the fire exit. The circle keeps going towards the west, the industrial side. And the broken down garage is looking a little bit better for now. DA in a very prime 2-2 position. Ensa's moved its way all the way to the north. This gives them good leverage, and they can sit and chill for a while. BBL, while it may be down, it's not out just yet, and Spyro feels the full wrath of that. They will go for the commitment and solidify the point, the kill, the frag. How does he get through this one? Hall of Game, Godrilla, okay. Straight onto Example, and the commitment's there. They see it through, and Melman's upstairs, basically just wondering what the hell he does. It's nothing. They push through. The second he looks away, they snap his face off. Hall of Game continue.
That's pretty devastating, right? Like, that's a bit of a stinger. DA could be doing some big work here. Keep in mind, they just got themselves that dinner. Could be presenting another bit of a snack for them. VP on the try to make the way. Oh, it's not good. It's not good. It's really bad. It's really bad, actually. It's gone very poorly. The cross is being watched. Tender lost. Yeah, nice work from him. In the game this time, looking real ready to go. Controlling the western approach. Well, I guess southern approach after the western shift. However, we look at Ents. I want to talk about their rotation too. In the north here, they've slotted themselves in quite nicely. However, unresolved conflict towards the southern side. Liquid still holding the road, so BBL, Hall of Game, yes, they may fight each other, but the end boss will be Liquid waiting on the other side. And already you can see them just torn asunder. BBL have gone down in 10th. But Liquid need to time this right. They can't stick around too late here, Rich. They have to make their move as well eventually.
Yeah, they have to deal with this quick, and with two players falling, that does make it a little bit easier. I think keep it clean and find Godrilla, the last player alive, up against the blue as well. He will be showing his hand any second. If they deal with it quick, they can move forward, but you do have Galacticos setting up directly in front of them. So far, they've been kings of the mountain when it comes toward Los Leones, but now the circle's not with them. They're going to have to fight for what they want to claim. I don't think the heals come off, and nope, it has not. So now they'll be able to turn and face the next piece of music, which will probably Galacticos, unless they've been watching early. They did send Jeans out to try and pre-scout this, so maybe they found an angle of approach that we don't necessarily know about. All four of Liquid will be pushing up, but we'll move back with Ents. As you can see, for Ents, they are safe, but my word, that road is open, it's barren. Finally, Liquid do find Galacticos. A beautiful nade comes in to solidify Jeans' headshot initially by Honor. Clip there to respond on Quepta, now they can push through. Thendalos, though, looking to shut this one down. Hasn't quite kept track of where Ibby is. A little bit of a wobble. Sadly, he gets shut down instantly. Ibby there to respond in kind. Clip back, needs to get the heal. He's there with the smokes. They can support in tandem, but certainly not being
the
clean.
timing. Honor's screwed. They're pushing this. They close the gap. He knows it now. Gets the gun out. He can't do it. Can they get the res? I think they will be able to. No one there to push them. But Liquid just about keeping alive. Galacticos, I thought they had that one. And it just fell through their fingertips. I thought they could have put up a bit of a better stance. Liquid moving into the unknown, but no. Speaking of heroic, striding through the east. Now, TM are a little deeper into this, but very stacked up. You can see the smokes are just about keeping them out of the eyesight of the likes of maybe Ents, Veneer, even a bit of question mark, potentially. Keep in mind, this area is a little bit more open now. It's slightly out of the city center itself. And more to those outskirts that could be so deadly, with just those crosses being the downfall potentially of some of these teams. Someone like question mark, someone like DA, very strong positioning, but can they make the most of it late game?
Surprised it's only Liquid that's outside of this circle, to be honest with you. Heroic doesn't have the greatest place in the world. I'm seeing shotguns, multiple shotguns actually, all going for the maneuver, and understandably so. It's one of those points within a game where it's all close combat and close quarters, so why wouldn't you? Vert nade, if that hits, that'll be just flaming fantastic. No, just drops a little bit forward. Liquid will have to commit all the utility to cross this road to make sure Fate doesn't stab them in the back. They are hyper aware of his presence, even to the point of hitting them with a nade. Be careful of the bold actions on Heroic as well. They are in dire straits up on the edge of this circle. Utility committed to try and just look at a doozy. He's got the nade in hand. He's been holding this the entire time, and now they're moving into it. The nades go down, and the bodies pile up. That is 2 down for Liquid. It leaves poor Mexi with 13 HP and a mere dream to try and withstand the onslaught of QM, who were ready, willing, and more than capable of shutting down that push.
Great work from QM. Held their cards close to the chest. Now, it does mean that they receive a little bit more attention from DA than maybe they'd wanted. Pixels already had a belter on Miramar, not in this game. Remember what he did to Liquid, so DA showing they're warmed up today, but they're being somewhat protected by the likes of Ents, Veneer. No one else can get close to them. DA take a big portion of the territory, but it is on the outskirts somewhat. Let's see how this now transpires as the circle will begin to close in. Everyone somewhat has a little piece of land to hold. DA are laughing. DA and Ents are happy. Now, does Vard and Gemty make it back safely? I think there's enough of a bit of low ground for them to traverse around the outskirts where, for their sakes, I hope they don't get spotted. However, what does question mark do? What does Heroic do? TM, they can just about compress in, maybe, but do you want to sit in this one little house in a tiny corner together, or do you want to try and get across the road a little bit? Vulnerability would be had in that scenario, though.
This is going to be crazy, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Especially with that end building with Veneer and sharing residency, next door neighbours, and you've got TM who is slowly but surely working the way towards it. Heroic do have to pull through. Page on the shotgun, trying to get up close and personal. At this stage, it's probably the perfect time to use it, to be fair, but you do need to get to the wall first. Once you're up there, you can... Well, you can hear it firing off at least, so presence has been noted straight through the window. First one falls. If he finds a second, that will be flaming beautiful. Knows exactly where he is, hits the deck. Just sees the back of the back.
You can see him.
You can see him. He's just waiting for him to show the rest of it. Morley in, but he's there on the pre-fire. Hyper aware of what's going on here, so they have to be super careful, super cautious. A player lurking in every single corner as he goes outside of the window, but the shot's there. The response from Aimlul is good, but Curexi instantly answers back. Mover has to hold the line. 2 players of Heroic just come beaming down upon him. All this noise has been heard by the rest of the map, but nobody wants to move into it yet. So the fight between these 2 teams can slowly continue but also there's time for recovery.
I'm looking at question mark here. Can they use this time as well to move up from the south? I think they're just about in, but again, it's a little rough in what they're holding, but perfect chance for them to move in under the cover of fire coming in from the other side. And now we look at the center point. Ents are quite close, DA are quite close. The problem is that everyone's going to run past Ents. Now, question mark, I don't think they have much cover to work with, but imagine we have 19 players. They'll probably have maybe 2 smokes each. This is about to get absolutely hotboxed in here. Like, no one's going to see anything. So now Beamy up on top, trying to use high ground maybe towards late game, see how long he can sit there for. But for now, you're going to see Mover still holding that low ground, making sure no one can cross. But that shotgun, the trendsetter of Fuzzface, showing how viable this thing can be, and especially in a situation like this, Page can clear these corners, but does he check it meticulously? Yes, he does, but he misses the shot. 3 more goes at it. The prone comes in, but T-Bone runs past the nade. Fate from afar, trying to make a next step forward, and look at them. The mollies everywhere. The smokes are in. DA trying to molly them out probably at this point, but they've made it just about to the wall, and that is huge moves from QM, but they still need to hold this. Nades now going down right back towards them. Smokes litter the battlefield, Rich. This is going to be a nightmare to handle.
DA is just Hail Marying everything that they've got this way. Look at all these smokes. The whole battlefield is just shrouded in one big white cloud. Vard again, another nade goes in. So at the moment, they're just expending every single piece of utility that they have. And why the hell not? Try and disperse as many teams as possible, as many players, and then mop up whatever's left, because every single team is committing to the cause here. Body just falls off the roof, which is a sure-telling sign of what's about to unfold, as QM still hold back. Heroic and Veneer flying round the corner. This is the kind of mess that we are dealing with. Back to the blue, and still the smokes will keep pluming. QM somehow have all 4 players alive and kicking. This is an absolute disaster. This is a massacre in the center.
And no one can see anything. You ever seen the horror movie The Mist? This is it. You don't know what's on the other side. You don't know what's out there because you're literally next to players. You're literally, he just sees one. Surely he's just seen him. They're next to each other right now. This is insane. DA has the only bit of vision in this. QM are living in the smoke. They are just thriving in this. And look, I'm wishing the players luck. I'm wishing their PCs luck. There are so many smokes in this situation. And now Vard's found Dante. The shotgun's out. Vard unleashes it. This is wild from DA, holding that last bit of vision. The mollies now come in, though. Can they make it further forward? Flash is coming out. Enter still alive with 3. Question mark with 2. And DA with 4. Pixel now hits the prone. Gonna have to try and deal with what's on the other side here. Aduzi's found Gemty. This is looking okay for question mark. They're still doing what they can. Zhong's gone down for blue. Pixel's now dead. Question mark are finding him. This is down to the wire. And question mark somehow pull it out. I thought DA had that every day of the week. Let's watch this back again. Just run this back through Aduzi and Fate moving on up. Good flashes. DA was so blind, and Aduzi just holding down Mouse 1. Fate further ahead in this, and everyone just destroying each other, Rich.
It came down to the final player. That's all that was left standing. Now, the one point to note from that is we were so close. We were 2/3 of a percentage in order to getting the double win. Both DA and ENCE in touching distance of picking up 2 games in one day. But instead, the tables are turned, and it's question mark that do add another one onto the board. So yet again, we roll into our 3 final maps of Erangel, and nobody has 2 wins on the board.
We've been saying it, question mark. They looked good. I didn't expect this to be the game they pick up the win, but hey, it was coming. You could feel it in the waters. But guys on the desk, what a mad ending. Did you guys enjoy that one?
Lauren, I barely know what happened. What?
What's going on?
We knew we were going to be in for something because of a city ending, but what in the bleeding hell just happened there? Avenger Toby joining me here. Everyone's as confused as everyone, I think. Toby, I want to see it back again. I really do, because that was just ridiculous.
You know what? The whole end game there, and I don't know why, but maybe it's the combination of shotguns and that end game with everyone proning, that had like 2017-18 TPP vibes written all over it. That was the most flashback end game I have seen in a very, very,
Let's look at it.
Look at this. Just take a still image of this. Like, can we pause here if that was possible? What are we watching? Squeaky is literally prone on top of 2 QM players. Doesn't shoot any of them. Obviously, he's flashed for days. But what is this? What is this?
Still for 10 seconds as well.
I mean, they're all blind. None of them can see anything.
The smokes have all dissipated. Flashes have gone down. Avenger, this is one of the most ridiculous endings I think I've ever seen.
I would have loved to see at least a few more teams keep a few more nades. Because it felt like they were used a little bit too early here. There was one point where DA was 4 guys behind one rock. They were literally within 1 meters of each other, all 4 of them. That one nade would have completely blasted them out. But then again, there was also 5,888 smokes there. So that's also a different case, of course. So in general, Squeaky proning in between 2 question mark members. That picture, that is just, you know, branded into my mind of how blind these guys were.
Yeah, that was chaotic. I don't know what to say about this, considering what we actually just witnessed here.
Oh, there's plenty to say. Question mark here. Getting a game. That's insane. You know, they are trying. They're the closest to try to catch Entropic right now. They need an overall placement of 8, top 8 of the total leaderboard to make sure they get more points than Entropic. And right now, they didn't have that much prize pool from last week, so they need to continue here. This is not enough.
All right, game results.
They have 9 kills. And plus what they had before, that's not going to be enough. They need to continue this ramp up here.
They need more, and we'll have just 3 Erangels left to do that. So 9 kills for question mark alongside this. I mean, kudos to them, Toby, for coming out of this situation on top.
Yeah, I mean they had a tough push. They were somewhat like they were fortunate to be, I guess you could say, on the right side of the city, somewhat early on up with DA up towards the northern side. But having to battle your way through that end game, it's to some extent a coin toss with the amount of flashes being thrown, and then to somehow, because we saw Fate try and make his way in and become part of Ends for a little while there, but then in return it becomes Squeaky being a QM member, and it was just, it could have gone so many weird ways. But as Martin is saying, if QM want to have any chance of a PGC slot, it now is the time to start stepping up. Unfortunately, they get themselves the win.
I have some news as well.
What's that?
News is, you remember when QM had a really good week when they got back-to-back second and then won a game?
Yes.
That was all on Miramar. They continued to do 15th, 15th, and 14th on their 3 Erangel.
True.
So
did you just curse them out of a PGC?
No. I was hoping to do a counter curse. I was hoping to do counter curse here, so hopefully they do better than what the statistics has kind of laid out for them previously, because they're definitely capable to do well. Obviously, we saw them do extremely well last weekend, but it wasn't enough to get that much of a prize pool. They need to finish around top 7, top 6 maybe in this weekend here to ensure that they have enough prize pool, depending on everything, of course. It's going to be insane to follow. Just 3 more games to go.
Well, Miramar is over, but our players for the last 15 seconds didn't see Miramar, but there is a winner at the end of all of that. So that's how that's going to go down. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, all these players are going to be flying to the grassy pastures. So we'll see you in a few. Oh, some good tracks going on there here. Welcome back. We've got 3 more games remaining for PG. No, not PG. PCS5. There's too many acronyms in esports, guys. I have to remember 3 games worth of acronyms, a million tournaments. Don't blame me, all right? Yeah, 3 more Erangels to go. Oh, sorry for my rant. And so far, so good for 9 teams that have chicken dinners on the board. But some of these teams looking for a few more kills, I think, is fair to say. Toby and Avenger joining me. Let's take a look at the overall standings thus far. As question mark now rocket up into 5th place, Avenger.
Yeah, that is it's gonna be massive, and if they can continue this will be just enough for them to come into to this. And FaZe Clan going down to 9th is kind of scary. They're actually a team that is now behind due to ENCE doing really well, and with DA having a pretty decent game here in the last one. If they win one more game, they will be going up so much that they would actually push out FaZe Clan off that top 7. But then again, there's also the prospect of BBL Galacticos 2 kills apart, leading 1st and 2nd in the last and most important week of PCS5 here in Europe. That's insane.
Yeah, there are so many dynamics at play at the moment, Toby, which means that, you know, we're still looking at EA Sport. We're still looking at that top 7 overall to qualify on forwards.
It's mind-blowing to me that we in week 1 have 9 different winners. Week 2 have 10. And now we're sitting at 9 again, still with 3 games to go in a 12-game series. I mean, it's just so unheard of, at least in terms of EU PUBG, that no 1 or 2 or 3 teams can manage to secure double wins. Because maybe it's just because we've been fortunate to see it so many times, but to see 3 weeks in a row now where no one team can get that chicken dinner, whether it tells a tale of EU just being that even, like that the average level is just so even, or whether it tells a tale, because even as you're saying, even the kills here, they are incredibly close all the way down the leaderboard. We don't have that like we usually have, like between, let's say, 6th and 7th, there's a big jump down, right? Everything is so close. Maybe that's just the region now reaching a point where, to some extent, everyone is equally good.
A little bit scary, I think, is
it is,
yeah. So far, so good as ENCE, DA, and question mark have been able to get themselves chicken dinners, and now we have those 3 Erangels to come. And I think when you look back at, you know, our previous play day, and you see the likes of FaZe getting a win, BBL getting a win, and Galacticos having a win as well on those Erangels, and kind of figuring out how that kind of plays out here. I mean, surely, Martin, FaZe has to do something big here if they want to firmly defend the position that they currently have PGC point-wise.
Yeah, for sure. And their wins was also on Erangel in last weekend here. So this could definitely be the time to step up. Navi as well, doing extremely well on Erangel. I would be surprised if we didn't see one out of the 2 of these 3 teams, Navi, Liquid, and FaZe Clan, go away with 1 or 2 of these Erangel wins here. Like Navi, they have to. Like, I would be super surprised if they didn't manage to clutch a win this weekend, considering the performance last weekend. And also, that would really put a spanner in the works for the Dynamics, because they are doing really well in kills. They are in 40-some, I think it was 45, 46 kills. So they would be pushing down all the other teams just 1 down spot, and that would have massive impact on the rest of the PTC points as well.
All right, grassy pastures time. 3 remain. Who's going to get themselves a win? There's got to be a double coming soon, surely.
Well, James, I don't know. No, it's got to happen, right? Eventually, it's got to happen that one of these teams is able to pull off the double. But it just seems like, well, there's still a couple of other names we can throw into the mix who's still yet to get across the finish line. I'm waiting with bated breath. I feel as though surely on Erangel, we're going to see another team find that consistency. Yes, everyone's good, but man, we've seen games where we've had, you know, FaZe double down. We've seen Liquid double down. We had Virtus Pro winning everything. Na'Vi having the dream performance. Rich, who can double down? Tell me right now. We're on Erangel. Tell me a name. Like, I don't want to wishy-washy maybe. No. Give me a name. Who is going to double down?
FaZe?
You don't sound sold.
I don't know at this stage, because it's just been such a wild state of affairs that we've had for the last 2 days. And with a flight path like this, I look onwards, I think, okay, well, to be honest with you, Sosnovka's not looking too bad. Lower flight path, lower circles, generally speaking, there's always a 50-50 chance when you're looking. Yeah, it don't cut it all the way across, smack bang through the middle, you know, horizontal, and I'm fine with that. But still, it is a lower flight path, and it's looking primed and plumb for it. If we go down towards the south, then all these southern-based teams, I say Southern-based teams generally because of that flight path. Everyone is going to be playing Southern anyway, with the best of them. Gear up, yep, there it is.
Hey,
Yep,
there we
yep,
go.
Yep, there she is. All right, so let's kind of think antics and how this springboards us up. Right, not too many teams will be going too distant. Generally home turn for a lot of them. They'll be able to get the vehicles and get gone. Let's think the circumstances that need to unfold. Heroic and Ents, they're usually the last team to a party anyway, Lauren, and the amount of times we see them fighting beyond the bridges, it always happens on stuff like this just because generally they loot the furthest away. And they're some of those teams that will always be last to the circle regardless of wherever it is. I mean, sometimes for Ents, you could put them in the middle of the circle and they'll still be the last to it. It's kind of wild. They like to play edge and they make it work and they put a win on the board, so I take nothing from them. Your previous winners, smack bang in the center. You have now got the prime territory. You have now got the prime position. So make use with that what you will. Set up shop. Get ready to rock and roll. You know these circles better than anybody if you've been playing this for a long time and doing your research. And we all know players at this level have and do. So they'll be able to get the perfect spot. Galacticos is an interesting one. Moving so early. I'm trying to think who had a bit of a scuffle with Liquid previously. Because if memory serves me right, somebody went and protected Glasshouse previous and ended up actually buffering Liquid back off of the position. But you've also got TM there. So if Liquid go for their usual run and gun, get across the bridge, couple of minutes in, you are going to have two teams lurking already in front of you.
The one thing I want to look at as well, with this being a slightly further east circle, even on the melee base, it is a little bit further east. It doesn't have like the big coastline of the western side in. I'm looking at like Radio Tower. Who's going to claim that? Like I think it's such a double-edged sword, and you know we look at it, and I'm sure we'll always remember that when it doesn't go right, but when it does go right more often than not, it works out. Go on, aim. Go on. Go on. Bam. Nah. You never know. You never know. You got to risk it for the biscuit. It looks like FaZe might be heading up that way. I'm a little surprised, not maybe surprised is the wrong word. I mean, Question Mark could easily take over the industrial area. There's plenty of areas that they can slot into that are still super powerful. And obviously there isn't just one defined ending. But I was really hoping that someone would maybe make a grab for it where like Question Mark could have. Maybe they want to loot a little bit further, feeling they got a little bit more time, which they do. So FaZe have actually opted to take this. Now I wonder what their loot looks like because it's still relatively early. They're making landfall at sub 4 minutes here. So yes, they can get a little bit extra, but you want some bullets up there. You want to be able to get that suppressing fire down. So I'd like to see the state of FaZe's utility at that point. However, Question Mark are sticking true to the military base itself, or military proper, as the old North Americans like to say. Galacticos, swinging around on the western side. They're going to take the compounds over there. Another great spot. Again, you're going to see those key areas all hit up. Now, SMB quite early across the bridge. TM taking their time. Again, Ents is in Narnia at this point. They're in Zaki, so don't even worry about them. Virtus Pro starting to get towards farm, so they're slowly getting over. You can kind of see the timing that all these teams are starting to work towards. SMB not quite going across the bridge completely yet. Rip9 has actually taken a second to look across in the vehicle. Apocalypse there. All going to head on through. No pulling up, no trying to get a little cheeky with it. No one holding the crossroads either. So this should be... Oh, go on. Please. It's
please.
Such a hard shot to hit. It's like you're in a moving vehicle against a moving vehicle. Jeez. Now, at this point, I did want to see the utility and the economy for FaZe, right? 100 bullets to spare, not too bad. Not the dream. You'd like maybe a little bit more potentially. But again, they can just be a little bit cautious to not overuse because you're going to be up here for a while. And they've actually split this, Rich. They've got two of their players down towards that slightly lower ground compound off towards the west side of the radio tower.
We've got to focus on that other bridge. We have to focus on it. TM have stayed there for so long. They're starting to move and traverse around in vehicles to the opposing side now, but Liquid is en route. The Eastern Bridge looks pretty safe. You do have FaZe in the distance, so we're going to be peppering shots and trying to pick off a few stragglers here and there. Okay, so they've been waiting there for so long, and then the second Liquid sets off, of course, they move across the bridge. So we should be okay in terms of any kind of conflict. VP do set up at the crossroads, but it's further back and further away from what you could class as a quote-unquote real bridge camp. They'll still be able to do a fair amount of damage, especially with the skills on this young man. No tags just yet, but the second player, different story altogether. And if they keep working this way and don't Crest it. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Just flies off. Never mind. But then again, for any damaged players that do have to keep going, you still got phase up on the radio tower. You still got exhalation waiting in the wings, just down towards all of Nova. All the shots will start wandering through the windows, and the car's too slow to get uphill. He's had to bail on it, dragging it too far upwards. Needs to get a bit more speed and then take another crack. Early engagements. Okay, Lyron, that's just over 6 minutes into the game. Dying on arrival, sadly, as Galacticos trying to find a place to call home, losing a player this deep. It's not really the best start in the world. You were hoping for something a little bit more cleaner. You're hoping something a little bit more, less in abundance of players, should we say. BBL, another team to hit this bridge. There's still 2 more. I mean, quote-unquote 3 if DA decides that it doesn't want to take the ferry. Hall of Game, Veneer. They are working their way down to this, so let's kind of keep that in the back of our minds that we might see that in the kill feed unfolding any second. Question mark, though, previous winners. Not going to get any easier for Galacticos. Spots him just through the sewing machines. And the power. Oh, is he going to put this one through? I'm wondering if he'll just kind of neck it on the back of it. Sewing machines. I don't know where I've got that from. It's a power generator. That's stupid. Never mind. I think why I just thought to myself, why else did I say that? I was actually in it. You know what? I was in a sewing building the other day, so that's why it's come through, and I don't know why.
Why are you in a sewing building?
It's now a shop that my wife goes to, and it's all like an old issue sewing factory, but they've still got all the old sewing machines there, and it sells weird little bits and bats. It's in there, but it's in my mind for some reason.
So your wife's gone off, bought a load of nonsense for the house, and you've been forced to come to an old sewing machine factory.
Yeah.
Right.
Basically.
Got it. Can
just
I
looked
get an
like one. It
example
looked like
of
one
what
of the big
the
sewing
items
machines.
were?
I'm like, what
Rich, what was one item she garnered? Just one item.
Bunting. There you go. That's
What is
the
that?
kind of
What is that?
crap that it's what goes up. You know, what they do like designs as to they put over like, you know, little flags or little pictures of men or just little.
Your wife bought little pictures of men.
No, what are they called? Little pictures of men. It's going all wrong, is this? What is it? Gingerbread men or something for Halloween? All that garbage and tat. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, there
it's
it
tat.
is. Baby Lou was out trying to find some, odds and ends, some bits and bobs to just sprinkle around the house, give it some personality. And all he found was Na'Vi. So it didn't go so well. Hopefully your trip's a little better next time. You've got to pick up some bits for the house. But at this point, everyone's just making their way through. We will eventually spin across to look at the Western Bridge. Oh, get ferry to Calais.
To where?
Calais.
That accent doesn't become of a very soft Persian girl like yourself.
No, it doesn't, does it? Down to
No.
mines. But yeah, that really caught me off guard. Yeah, well, DA don't fancy the trip. Get some cheap wine and bring it back home. Not today. They'll be heading over the Eastern Bridge. But the West Bridge is something to talk about. We have Liquid kind of holding the cross itself. We have Ents kind of on the petrol station and one player, I think, on the yellows. And then Heroic in the woods. So it looks like actually Liquid have relinquished that hold. They're going to be heading on over. They'll be popping on through. That's not meant for cars. Oh, Hall of Game. It's dangerous. But they've made it. They'll be just fine. The Circle did update. Circle has updated, and this is why I was a little surprised the question mark didn't go for the radio tower, because it is so often a prime position, but their spot is still just fine, I guess you could say. I mean, it still can go anywhere, right?
Oh, it's another one of those where everyone's just banking on this, hoping to go centers. They're all going to get set up around it. Anyone else who's left outskirts will just be thrown to the wolves, to be fair, so try and magnetize towards that central point as much as possible, but easier said than done when FaZe Clan controls the radio tower. They have that lockdown, 2 up top and 2 down below. Perfectix trying to just knock some of these players outside the vehicles and do whatever they can. D8, another team within strong contention for this top spot. One win on the board already today, another one, especially with the frags when they've been pretty low, would send them flying up to the top of that leaderboard, but same could be said for 8 other different teams. Also, this is starting to get a little bit spicy. What is more spicy is on the opposing bridge. Ents have been forced to redirect and will have to run the blue, sadly. Veneer is on this side, and that's who they may potentially trip over. Heroic is holding it down. Whether or not the information has been given to Paige, been given from Paige, who's up just on the little lighthouse tower, has spotted ENCE, and they all just pause for a brief moment. With the elevation that they'll have from that little hut as well, they'll be able to look across and make sure that the bridge is clear. Now, the call has been made, and I would assume that comes in from Rustamar saying, you know what, they've all gone away. That they're not here, boys. Don't worry about it. Come back. But then I wonder, has he spotted Paige up on that tower? Has he realized that he's still there in abundance? But if all of them have gone cross, it's not a bother whatsoever. You'd anticipate that Heroic don't want to take an early fight. They've got bigger problems to deal with. And when you look at that western side of the circle, you understand why. All you have is the road for safety. If you drive forward, you just slam headfirst into a wall of teams. TM, Liquid, Galacticos, if you're going to run further down into Sosnovka. If you want to keep wrapping it low, then you're looking at that staggered step line of road and hillsides. You've got SMB down there. We've got Gear Up. And then we go to the other bridge. If you try that, you've actually got a team camping the opposing side in Veneer. We then start rolling off it, looking at Na'Vi, VP, BBL. Like, this is going to be a really, really tough egg to crack because there are teams scattered on the outside. And that's pretty much because FaZe is dictating everything. They're up top. They have prime position. They're chilling for now and just peppering every single team. Ooh. Speaking of peppering, Batulins.
How's he found that?
Marco and Mert back to back. That's a banger.
Batulins, what are you up to? Oh, sweaty little positions, is it? Fair enough. And they've made it over. They're on the island. They'll be taking the south route and then swinging to the east, I'm sure. SMB might be able to pot some shots, but I don't see it being a huge threat unless ENCE absolutely whiff it. But yeah, now obviously VP can't capitalize on those knocks, but again, confirmation of presence and, you know, keeping BBL running through those meds, breaking helmets, because those were headshots, 2 headshots back to back, so kind of nice. Circle now, just going to be, as Hypox says, missionarying it up, just closing on in. But the one thing I will say is, though, this is a small area of land, right? Like, keep in mind that bridge, yes, it is somewhat playable. It's not like, oh, this is it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Come off it, Batulins. You're meant to be the brains and not the brawn, and you're hitting shots like that. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, the one thing, yes, this circle is kind of donutting up, but the area of playable land gets really rough because FaZe are holding so much of that main portion of territory, right? They have the split on this. I wonder if they maintain it or they try and maybe supplement one of the other sides, but you're going to have Liquid, Galacticos, TM, Heroic have actually just made it in, Veneer making it in, everyone now trying to make the cross, Perfectix, tap, tap, tap anymore. Can't quite convert the final shot. He was so desperate to have it, and the shot's just going astray.
Let's sort of think about what they're driving into, though, because DA have just got outside of the vehicle. Zhong's already in to maybe try and do some sort of a drive-by. They've said no. They've opted to disengage from this completely. They don't want nothing to do with it. They'll dive deeper into Novo, but unfortunately diving deeper into Novo means further away from the center circle. They're going to have to play edge on this one and fighting an uphill battle quite literally. We know what it's like. Working your way up and wrapping from. Clib is forced to move and readjust. He's there to answer the call. As they enter the buildings on the side of Galacticos, he's there to respond in kind. Doesn't quite know where this next player is. Goes outside. Gets a bit overzealous. Does get chased around and punished. And Galacticos go down. First team to leave us. 16th position from those. Liquid, they do at least recover.
It's mad we've gotten to this point. There was still 16 teams almost in this. 58 players. Jeez. Teams are getting good at staying alive. Like, honestly, it scares the life out of me now because I feel we're going to keep getting more and more of this. The more teams are so good. And just the ability to just shuffle around each other, live so close but not overstep. I mean, it's scaring the life out of me. Roll your mind back, you know, not too long ago. This would be completely different, very different look to it. Now, at this point, Liquid are going to make their way in. They are just kind of working in near the sewing machine factory, the infamous, heading on past the hangars and going kind of towards Fex and Fuzzface. Now, I'm curious if they've been able to scout that there is just a 2-2 split, or if there's more players there. We'll see if they actually go for it or not. Now, Na'Vi going to kind of, I guess, assess the scenario over there, because they know there's been crunch side on the northwest too. The woods just north of the military base in question mark itself are now going to get busy. Nice shot from BTM. I think he's going to get another chance at it, but Mert just found Spyro, so BBL and Virtus Pro chunks out of each other.
Calm before the storm. Just getting set up and waiting in the winds to see which way we want to send this one. We've got water in play, so we're assuming we're pulling away, and we do indeed. Now, this is it's kind of obscure land, this. When we look towards these circles, usually they pull more further down towards the south and give us that stepping stone kind of area. For this one, it's a lot more interesting. It's you've got the trees in the big patch of greenery that you can try and use. The damage has been done so badly to DA. They've died outside of the blue. It's just down to VAD to try and hold it. They left it too late. We said
depression.
The more that they moved and further away down towards Nova, the harder this becomes. It's an uphill struggle, and rather take the hillside, they swing it all the way around, and ENCE is there to shut it down. Now, is Gear Up going to try and respond in kind to this one? Could Gear Up do exactly the same and turn the tables onto ENCE? Diggory will be left to try and just deal with this and quell them for all but a moment, but they're just flying. This is a full send. That car is airborne right now. Get on down and try and get across. Killing the edge of Millie is going to be problematic.
Oh God,
the drive-by, the carnage, the madness. It all unshoes. Calm before the storm. Bullet to the back of the head. That is sick.
Go. Let's absolutely go. I thought at least maybe one of them had made it away, but apparently not. Just dragging them back. And this is desperation, right? These teams have nowhere to go. This is the breaking point of the circles when it simply cannot house this many teams. So, FaZe, Liquid fine, Na'Vi fine, VP okay, Hall of Game fine, Heroic okay, and maybe QM. The rest, not so great. Even QM are still under fire, and they were the ones who started on here. They had the best beginning. BSD. Oh, he's got victims to claim here. But bear in mind, he starts to get into the circle. He wants to just live in their shadow for a little longer, try and follow them in, but he has to try and make his own way there now. Laz is going to receive the full attention. He's got a little bike parked up, looks kind of cute. Might go for a nice ride out. See if he can get any further. BBL still stuck in the east. They have issues of their own here. They can try and kind of split in between Radio Tower and VP if they try. Maybe it's not easy, but maybe. Oh, you run past VP and maybe accept your fate. Here we go. There's one. Batulins. Does he get another bite to the cherry? Not going to get many more tags. Spyro doesn't find many either, and now they're sharing. Not exactly what VP wanted, and it may not be what they get either, because Code Marco's just been spotted by Mexi. So now Liquid littering that road that runs right through this land is actually going to do some work here, and VP capitalize. They make the most of that.
Grenades away from the opposing side, but they're going mainly for the smokes. They haven't fallen back to it just yet. Merc can try and stabilize, but at what cost? It'll cost the rest of his teammates. Unfortunately, they've all died around him. Spyro will be able to get back on his feet, and there's the one good note for VP at least. Tulins eventually has to wrap this way as well. Shots are in abundance, and Tixu will fall. That is not what ENCE are wanting. They wanted this as cleanly as possible, because they've got quite a lot of ground to still make up, being on the opposing side. This isn't obscured from gunfight. This is pretty open. The opposing side, I mean, look at the circle, cut straight through the middle. They're on even ground up there. Liquid's position is actually not too bad, unless you are QM. Look at that. It's just a straight tunnel shot towards Ibiza. So now his teammates can try and do something, but Murdy's looking this way with an AIDS over.
He's got 8
It will
HP.
have to be answered.
Murt's out of his damn mind. I mean, he had the option of a field or try and do something. I guess he's trying to make a play out of this, but AHP, a strong breeze might send him flying. Let alone a nade, little underhand tick. This could be it. Whoop. Catch. Nah, too far. Mexi too strong. And now Mert does get himself healed back up. BSD did get caught off. We saw him earlier trying to live in the shadow of some of the other teams. Mert now going to make the play. Vest screwed. Helmet gone.
Help.
One Molotov. No hope, no prayer. Mexi's found him. BBL down in 11th. Now we spin across towards the northwest side. Heroic up against TM. Now, both in a pretty similar scenario, but at least first blood drawn against TM. The rest of Heroic, no kills yet. Quietly building their way. We wait to see if Heroic can find a bit of that form that's eluded them so far.
As much good chance as anybody, especially having a win on the board. It's going to be a decent fight should this be, especially for this circle. Whoever comes out, if they don't lose too many players, you would anticipate that you can keep control of quite a lot of this map. Hall of Game onto Veneer. They're gone bye-bye. Thank you very much. T-Bone opens up onto Danimon. Now the fight will begin. Artix isn't looking this way. Look at Beamy. He's taking a big old wrap around. You do have one player on the back lines to try and quell that push, but Artix is there. He strikes, hits T-Bone down, and knocks him on his knees. Next victim Next potential challenger, Curexi, just off the left-hand side will focus fire. Beamy also finally time to turn it up, but QM have turned on this. The third party is real and they want to get involved. Mover taken down, Aduzi will strike. You'd assume at the moment Heroic could have to turtle just a little bit to get the resuscitation. Thankfully, Beamy is out on a limb, being extended and slightly disconnected from the roster. He can maybe just provide enough pressure onto these two teams to give Heroic a lifeline to get themselves back on their feet.
And QM, if they start farming kills here, they're in a bit of a race, deadlocked in with VP for the damage done, the bodies garnered. Batum's been doing some work, though, for VP, but now look on the other side. Heroic still going to be trying to dig their heels in, but Karks has made his appearance over towards the northern side, so QM actually disengaging slightly from this fight, this affair, and looking more towards TM and Ents potentially, but Curexi going to try and close the gap. Quadrilla already knocked, though. Karks in the blue, he's going to be down low by the time he gets in. 20 HP, he's dead. Heroic trying to get some kills on the board, get themselves moving a little, but no dinner yet, so they don't join that pack towards the top. Question mark in their own fights, in their own problems, and they didn't notice the TM were above them. Danny Mononame just going to lay down fire from up top, an easy shot towards a doozy. There's now Dante and Faultlessly going to try and push into this circle, however, moves away again. FaZe are laughing here. They are grinning ear to ear. This could not go better for them, but Dante, what a close down on Tokyo. Gorgeous shots from him, but this is going to spur on Heroic, Rich.
Yeah, they've kept wandering this way. The second this fight started to unfold, they just rewrapped and fully sent it. A bit of a whiff from the side of Beamy. I'd anticipate that should have been a clean, easy kill for a player of his caliber any day of the week. Does get it eventually, so it takes a little bit of time, but it does come through Dante after the two that he's just smashed. Might attempt to do something wonderful, but ultimately I think his options are very, very limited. We spoke about the even ground either side of the road, which doesn't really pay off from him. If he runs away from one team, then essentially ends on the other. Should be able to shut him down. Guns up and away we go. Dante hiding in the smoke. He's on a lifeline. This is an absolute thread. His last few breaths as Heroic start to encroach on this position, but do not forget, Na'Vi is still behind them. They can't really tackle this one just yet. Na'Vi will probably have to transfer to the opposing side of the road, given the position that they have and how it will be exposed to the opposing side of the road is what I'm trying to say. This side is not the place to be currently. You somehow want to be able to survive and hide and get to that other side cleanly.
Example is slapping back VP. He's had a couple of shots towards him now. VP aren't going to make it in too cleanly. They're in the, as you can see, the ditches over towards the eastern side, but the north is far from resolved until now. Dante's gone, so it means the northern two teams will be Na'Vi and Heroic. Heroic with 3, Na'Vi with 4, and Na'Vi looking pretty solid here. VP unable to get much building here. They went to kind of lean on the southern side. They can't get closer towards FaZe, and they can't really find safety here yet either. They've been chipped away at down to 2. 3 kills this game, looking obviously to get a couple more if they can. Perfectic's going to just send himself a little closer forward. Mexi's been noted. Now Na'Vi are the dangers in my eyes here. They have a decent plateau to work with, but it's quite open, Rich. The vision now will sit favorably towards the southern side, even with that high ground eventually, because they will be forced forward. Na'Vi, as they stand, are not in the circle. So once they have to push a little further forward, they'll be a little bit more exposed. Some of these minis, some of these SLRs will find that connection. I want to see what they do with this. They might have to just face someone like Liquid, try and send towards someone like VP. VP look like the weaker target, but they have to get past Liquid to do so. And Na'Vi have done just that. There's sand between the both of them. Now that's bold, Rich. I don't know if I like that move.
Especially when you've got grenades flying your way. Example opens up to Ibby, but there is a response there. Jimbo straight off the back, so 2 nades simultaneously will hit Na'Vi, but the opposing side of the road. Oh, Mexi steps out from the wilderness of the smoke and is shut down instantly by Quizzy. Spyro now, and we said, picture perfect from the opposing side. Should have good vision into this. The drill comes in from Spyro, the confirmation onto Jeems as well. Clip now, last man standing, I believe, for Team Liquid. Down, but not out just yet. The chances of recovery and survival are slim. And this goes for pretty much all 3 of these teams that have been lurking. Excuse me, no. Ibby's still alive and kicking. So both of the players will go into field medic position now, trying to get Liquid back to a 4-stack. And that would be pivotal. That would be massive, because both Na'Vi and VP are pretty much broken. Tackling them with a team of 4 would be massive. Meanwhile, Diggory in the grass does spot one, but instantly is turned on and responded. FaZe, however, while all this has been going down, the Kings of the Mountain have been waiting patiently with open arms. They have the prime position. They have the prime compound. And ultimately, they'll be picking off all these dead stragglers once all this is said and done.
Na'Vi, Liquid, Heroic, all chasing their first dinner during this kind of unlocking all those kills that they've been able to get so far. Someone like Na'Vi would shoot up the board. The chances? Oh, a bit slim. That one knock, not looking so likely. There it is, confirmation found too. Wow. Liquid with 4 alive. Now, we did see them in, as you highlighted, kind of field medic mode, just trying to get them at least somewhat standing, and they are. I do see helmets on most. I do see them at least looking somewhat viable, but FaZe haven't really had to be too involved yet. They've just waited so patiently in this, and their positioning was perfect, and this is why we were questioning earlier. Question mark. I bet you're kicking yourself for not leaning that way a little sooner, maybe taking some of these areas.
Smokes will eventually dissipate. And Circle will force the maneuver. Na'Vi with Quizzy, it's looking in a poor state of affairs. And while all this is going down, it's giving FaZe time to adapt and adjust to tackling the problems at hand, which are all these teams living in their shadow of this mountain they've been controlling for so long. Heroic sit just occluded from vision, which is good for them, but they are down 1 player. Heroic's up to 4, and, excuse me, Team Liquid is back to 4, which is a massive recovery, to be fair, when they had everyone just dying in the wilderness between 2 different teams. But they've still got Perfectix on one side and Quizzy on the other. For how long, I don't know. With the circle like that, it makes it that much harder.
Oh, and a peak like that, though, is going to ruin some hopes for Liquid. Hoping that Perfectix had kept his vision towards that Na'Vi player, which he's mostly doing, but he's reminding. And especially with the flush towards Mexi, it's everyone's on 3 or less apart from FaZe, who still maintain their 4, but they've kept themselves quiet throughout this. They have got 3 kills. It's actually not that far off, but again, not giving away too much. Perfectix down only 39 bullets. 1 mag to play with. A couple more nades, though, could do some serious damage. And 8C being patient. Opted to not pull the trigger on that. Let them deal with it themselves. Play quietly. As Heroic wait in the wings as well, down towards that southwest side. Just in a similar scenario to Liquid, they're using this kind of roll off of this hill to try and keep themselves covered. Perfectix is a problem, though, Rich. He's going to be hard to dig out of this position. He's got 1 nade left, and he's about to send it.
He's already done enough damage to kind of even the board up for Heroic at least. Nade goes over, now he's wrapping. It's a bit of a jump, but he's going to get right behind them. I think once he throws this, he, well, commits all of them. He's just going to have to go for it, right? Nothing else really he can do. There's no time, no chance, but any damage done to Liquid is problematic. Half HP removed from Jeems, but they can at least get themselves back. Heroic goes down towards if they left players back, so this is a 2-2, a 2-1 split, excuse me. T-Bone and Beamy here to clear, but look at the patience. Look at the awareness of Ibi. Him and Clib just wait, lurking on this side. Jeems overstepped the boundary, though. He didn't have to go that far out. They had this covered.
And FaZe is still doing, not necessarily nothing. They are biding their time. This puts it all in Ibi's hands here. The front man in this, Jeems, unable to do much, but Heroic haven't closed the gap just yet. There is time for a res now, and this Liquid will be back up to 3. In what form, in what state is yet to be noted. Circle heavily favorable towards FaZe. It looks like this could be their big win, the double down coming through finally, but Heroic might peel away, might decide this isn't the fight we need to have. This will not give us the win. We can't do it cleanly enough. What can we do? Where's our next best option? Clip on the low ground, gets vision, gets the kill. But now the blue comes in, Beamy on the instant trade. As Jeems from up above receives so much damage, the blue might finish him at this point. Broken vest for Ibi, and there finally FaZe formidably waiting in the high ground. They have literal hard cover. They have the absolute perfect position to play from, and they've played it brilliantly. No overzealous moves, no options given, but a res. There will be time for Heroic, Rich, but this is David against Goliath stuff here. FaZe have the battlements to play from, and Heroic barely have a vest between them.
It's not much, but it's something. We'll take what we can get. The full wall of smoke will be laid down for Heroic's final stand, but you can already see the gun turrets are littered. The building on top with the sniper's nest is ready Fuzzface with the shotgun up front and center. They've got so much utility to commit to the Corsair, Lauren. They've had no stragglers. They've had no challengers by any means whatsoever. They can just throw all caution to the wind and throw everything Heroic's way. They've done everything they possibly can to this point. But you know what? It's just a sorry state of affairs. Fuzzface is peeking out with a shotgun and laying Heroic to waste.
The Templar's on the way. The
Jump,
shotgun's
jump.
out. He's got it. Of course, he's only gone and done it. FaZe pick up the win. 8 kills as well. So again, for those asking, well, they did nothing. They just sat there. Hey, they held that position. They got 8 kills for it. And they got both chicken dinners. And bear in mind, they weren't the first team really on that island. Question mark. Could have gone for something similar, but opted against it.
Look, it's whether it's an omen or not, we saw last week FaZe, same position, game number 10. They picked up their second win. This now jumps them to the top of the board and puts them within prime position of winning this entire weekend. But the same situation happened where Na'Vi struck lightning. They came back and they jumped them. So anything's possible at this stage, but FaZe are the first team to claim the second victory this weekend.
Yeah. FaZe have pulled it off. That was a lovely end to it. I think FaZe, Fuzzface doing it for the fans with a shotgun, obviously likes to be a little bit of an instigator of conversation. But boys on the desk, we finally have a team to double down. Has that changed your expectations, or is this now going par to the course?
For a lot of fans out there, I think par for the course, as we have, of course, FaZe now with that 2 chicken dinners, meaning that they are hard securing themselves a position down the line for PGC here as they were defending the barrier. And similarly, they were defending this location quite like you would. Toby Avenger joining me here. They took up actual gun turret positions and just help people out.
Press E to use artillery cannons. That's going to be the next feature of the game. You can dictate the red zones. No, I mean, honestly, sometimes the stars align in terms of you being fortunate in picking the quote-unquote right compound early on. And not only that, but the whole late game, usually they have to fight 1 or 2 teams off. But they were fortunate that all the teams around fought one another instead. So they didn't have to do much, but doesn't change the fact that they played the end game exactly like that. To be other teams that would have pushed out would have made the mistake. It didn't look like much, but they played the game exactly like they had to in order to get the win, and they did it well. They didn't take a single casualty, and it was a good win for them. A needed win too. Yeah,
definitely so. Avenger, as we take a look at the moments from this game as well, it will be Team Liquid and Heroic, who, whilst, FaZe was ruling the roost, these guys were fighting down in the trenches. It was difficult.
Yeah, they were putting in the big impacts in terms of damage and utility usage, making sure that both of the teams didn't have anything left in the end. Obviously, also with a bit of a nuisance from Virtus Pro as well. But one thing that is super interesting to me is also this is exactly the reason why FaZe Clan decided to change drop spot from Milta Power to Milta, because they wanted to have better entrance into military games. And overall statistics, or like a short statistic, is about 1 in 6, 1 in 5 games is going to be military. And this is exactly the reason why they want to have these good spots here, these high ground spots. They had a perfect 2-2 split with the observatory and the lower ground here with the warehouses, and it paid out. Obviously, not a big amount of kills, but you don't need it when you have 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's what this format is for the most part about here. And right now, FaZe is ruling the roost, not only in terms of the position that they had in that game, but also now on that leaderboard as well with 2 chicken dinners. We said it's just a matter of time at this point before we get that double, and FaZe pays it through. We've got 8 kills in total for them. Cleaning up those final moments really did pay extra alongside Heroic and Team Liquid, Toby, with 8.
Yeah, it's a solid amount of kills for a game where, I mean, they didn't have to do much, and honestly, there weren't a whole lot of targets to shoot at early on. So managing to even out with the teams that fought through the big majority of that game is actually rather impressive. FaZe has always been a good team when it came to finding positions from where they could get kills without necessarily putting themselves at risk, and they show it again here. I mean, Fex sitting on the roof with the mini in hand, tons of damage, or at least tons of flushes coming out from him in order to secure the team more kills. And I mean, now we're at a point where they're guaranteed to be top 3
correct.
over the course of this weekend. And I think on the grand scheme of things, that's gonna stir the pot quite a bit. They jumped from being outside the money this week to now being guaranteed to be top 3. That's massive.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's put that in perspective here in the PGC world of things. They already have 14,000 on the board. That means they're guaranteed at least 14,500 extra. So 28,500 means that, I mean, that's PGC, right, Martin? That's
sure.
That's them through.
Yeah, that's PGC. Now you can't look at DA or Question Mark to chase them down. Now it's about Entropic. Is Question Mark going to have enough for them to be beaten? Because FaZe just jumped one up and Question Mark didn't get too much out of this one here. Then again, does Navi win a game? Because they have so many kills, they will also push Question Mark out. So now it's about sitting in your couch at home, being Entropic with a bag of popcorn for these two next games here. What is going to happen? Hoping for Navi to do something crazy, get another win or get one win for Navi, or DA not getting another win.
It's not popcorn they have, mate. It's voodoo dolls of some of the other teams that they're poking and prodding at as they're trying to hope that they stay in those top spots. But anyway, it's time for a break. When we return, 2 more games remain here for the final weekend of PCS5.
One is far left.
You got my right, haven't you?
Kind of. I can hold. You can.
One picking left. 2 on left.
Nice. 2 knock. I dropped my util.
Left as well.
1v1. King left. Nice. 1v1. Nice. Heal. Pick that. Yeah, util. I dropped util behind this last if you didn't pick it. Okay. He doesn't know anything.
Around the tree, yeah. The far tree.
Yeah.
Jeg løber ind under Legwood nu. Han har ikke peeket for lang tid.
FaZe er knocked, men vi skal stadig den her vej.
Ja.
Du skal være klar til at skyde ham, Yellow. Så bare frem. Vi er bag dig.
Kom han op forbi.
Stun. Jeg stunner.
Han er på toppen. De nader.
Jeg er nade.
Nader igen.
Knocket en. Jeg er helt hvid.
Nok en til.
Jeg bliver pikket.
Nok.
3 nok.
Der står du op. På bakken.
Nice. Nade.
Jeg rifter. I didn't read any of the subtitles in that final clip. I knew exactly what they were saying, right, Martin? Right?
Yeah, we were translating for you, so obviously you know. And it's interesting that we're going to be seeing Vanir here because Yellow promised me a back-to-back in the last 2 games of the day. So let's. Well, he said that's what they have to do. He didn't promise me, so that's going to be interesting to follow. But obviously, FaZe here with 2 wins, guaranteed top 3 as we talked about before. Navi is going to win a game. I promised, guys. I think it's gonna happen, and because that would also spice things up to an extreme degree.
Well, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. Right now, FaZe is number 1. They might be a few kills behind people.
It's so close.
But it really doesn't matter because those 2 wins looking pretty up there. BBL, ENCE, Galacticus, all in such a Virtus Pro question mark. Yeah, so it's ridiculous.
Oh my god. No, this is... this is insane. Like, you have to get kills, like focus on the kills. Like the win obviously would be amazing, but if you don't have the kills to have the internal type breakup with in between 6 teams, it's from 2nd and down to 6th. Even Hall of Game is on 41, and then with Navi potentially winning a game with 50 kills, and they would also get something like 8 to 12 ish on an average from a win. that would put them straight into the top 3 as well. Yeah, or DA win another one just like FaZe here, and they would be top 2 with not that many kills, but that would matter. That would be enough for them to push out Entropic as well, and also beat Question Mark, because Question Mark currently has more PGC points than DA. DA would need a win for them to get to PGC. And also another case, Question Mark fails these last 2 games, and Hall of Game gets a win, or any team that has enough kills to beat them gets a win, and they would not have enough PGC points from the internal placement. They need 6th or 7th overall to beat Entropic, and Entropic would, with I don't know, an insane chance of not even playing here and still having enough points from their previous performance throughout the year. That would be insane. Right now, though, my eyes is on Galacticos and BBL. 6 kills difference, and the MEA spot is up for grabs between those 2 teams.
Well, of course, we also need to address this slightly as well, is that this topic obviously is dominating a lot of our segments, and but rightly so, right, Toby, when we look at how kind of close things are right now, as well as the points. But every single game, we're like, this is too close to call. We don't want to be doing these calculations in our head, and especially at the very end, where we're like, we're scared. We're like, we need to know at exactly the right time, when that's all going to go down.
I have not quick mathed as much as I'm sitting and doing while you guys are talking during these segments. It's insane, and I'm sticking to what I said early. Galacticos in the overall standings has to beat BBL by 2 spots, in order to secure a spot through, and that's gonna be so hard considering the fact that they are 14k behind in prize pool right now. It's going to be, I don't want to say impossible, but it's going to be very, very difficult. They need very specific teams that I don't have the quick math to know who is right now, but they need some very specific teams to do insanely good the next 2 games, and BBL to completely zero out in order to kind of overturn and push them far enough down the leaderboards.
Yep. What a crazy situation. Perish the thought a team reaches their zenith and then they have to disband. No. It's never going to be happening, but it's a crazy situation. We only have 2 more games remaining. Martin, who are you looking at here for this next game?
Yeah, I have every single body part crossed, fingers, toes, everything you can imagine for Na'Vi to win this game here, because we will then have the most insane last game of any PCS ever played in any region.
Toby?
I full on goggled in on DA and QM, because they are essentially fighting for a spot against a team that aren't playing.
Okay, all right then, let's get to it. The penultimate game, and we have now got ourselves a situation. FaZe, 2 wins on the board. Will anybody be able to catch them up here for this weekend? But most importantly, will anyone challenge for those PGC spots as well? We're heading over to Sims and Pansy once again for Erangel. Let's get it on.
Right into this one. Another go of things here. We have the first team able to double down, it being FaZe. And Rich, you were right. You were spot on. How's it feel?
It's sometimes you got to get a bit of luck on your side, don't you? You got to get something right for once. Why not now? Why not now at this point? Maybe even go for the treble. Look at that flight path, Lauren. It's not too dissimilar from what we saw previously. I know it was on a bit more of an angle, but we're still looking low down on Erangel. Sosnovka is in prime position for a second military ending. Let's be not unjust in any way, shape, or form. By their position, FaZe did go down. We said for everyone that's down south, they've now got a chance and opportunity to claim a very pivotal piece of the map here. But we could argue that, okay, well, why didn't QM then go quicker out of the military straight towards FaZe's position? They went down there, they split it 2-2. They took the lower part of the aerial tower, and then they took the upper part on the radio, and they split 2-2 for quite some time. Ultimately, nobody could challenge them. They just held back. They peppered from a distance. They peacocked. They kept people at arm's length. And then when it was time to strike, if they could get a cheeky peek here and there and a cheeky knock, then they would do it. But ultimately, they held it down. They stood their ground, and they've got 2 on the board. Now it's a lot of pressure. As we said, there's a lot of nuances. There's a lot of other things that are going to unfold through, and that's not a southern circle at all. That's water again.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're going out towards the west. Now, it does just about touch that plane path, but I'm saying just. I mean, if Ents dropped in Zaki, they probably wouldn't have been that upset. But remember how this went down before? We had the likes of Heroic in, it was in Hospital. having a great game with a circle somewhat similar to this. We saw that mad fight in South Georgia Pole, all the teams heading over that way. This could be something, I don't want to say too similar, because there's still opportunity. You've got the mountain in this, you've got, the crates in this, plenty of area south of it. But still, I mean, if there's ever a chance for Heroic to pick up the pieces, it's going to be now. However, Ent's probably quite happy. Galacticos, very pleased, I imagine. They're in Gatka sort of way. They're a bit split, throughout the fields and such and so on, but not a terrible position to be in. They'll have a nice little pick of kind of filtering in. Probably have to avoid hospital and such, because that Heroic will probably lean that way. But we'll see. Again, this kind of changes the dynamic. If, as I said, if we had maybe that Millie Island, if we had maybe a Milta, totally different scenario. But being this far north as well, and I mean, who's going to rotate through the north? Ents aren't even there. Maybe Veneer, if they want to, they could hit that way. But otherwise, very similar rotation routes here, Rich. I want to keep my eyes on that.
It's something we have to make note of, especially if anyone thinks that there's, for these upper performing teams, are there times to maybe catch them off guard? Are there opportunities to maybe find their swing routes through towards this? FaZe Clan now are at the top of the board, and the ones that you have to beat, essentially. They have a long journey to go. So can you calculate in your mind, okay, what routes are they likely to plan out? What routes are they likely to take? Are there any potential choke points that we can catch them in? Is there any way to deny them where we would normally go? There's so much now that these IGLs and these bigger teams have to start questioning and assessing and asking themselves. The desk alluded to it. There is a much bigger picture than just winning this competition. You win this competition, great, fantastic. It's where you want to be. You're getting your ticket. But for those that can't win it, the ones that are further down the leaderboard, what position are they in on the bigger scale, on a global scale? What points do they need to garner? What positions at bare minimum do they need to be achieving? There's a lot on the line here, and there's a lot at stake, and we've only got 2 more games to decide not only the winners of PCS5, but who will be going to Korea.
Well, that's the big deal that's on the line, right? Like, that's the big one. Now, all these teams, we talk about the rotations. This is going to be one of those where it's going to be keeping track of that, see if anyone does get lost on the way, see if anyone gets caught off, maybe going for similar compounds or anything of the such. At this point, though, seeing a couple of teams heading towards where we'd expect, just kind of slightly south of Georgia Pole, working their way through Gatka if they can, seeing how far they can get. A lot of scouting's going to have to come out here. A lot of these teams have to really focus towards that and make sure they keep a really strong bit of vision towards if anyone's going for 2-2s, getting a little greedy, maybe the ability to crash in this. But Ent's going to be over here way earlier than normally. They're normally up, be it Saverni, be it, I don't know, Zaki. They always go for those mad out there, but first blood drawn, and it's Momi again. He's been actually catching a couple of these players on rotations. Going to punish Rip 9. That's a flash if I've ever seen one. Yeah, there it is, instant. And some dramatics over the top of the vehicles. Keanu, though, going to catch Youth as well. This is a bit of a nightmare for both of these sides, and this is what we talk about with these rotation routes. There are very few that are as viable, but this is actually now heading north. So if anything, it was the quieter way to go, and it still causes loss of life.
That's crazy to be seeing such early drops going on. I mean, it's not the safest place to be in the world, but certainly you'd expect a little bit more from it. You can take the little radio tower. Granted, you're on transition here. This is something that Liquid have done in the past, where they will play this between the ridge line into this field, and then you've got the houses, and then you've got the radio station all the way up top. Like, this is an unknown territory for Team Liquid. Let's be completely realistic about this. And this is happening already with 3 players dead, and we've still got half of the server that isn't even in this circle. Telling signs of trouble that is about to unfold, because my word, when I look across and I see my map and I see this circle, it is so compacted. It's just like one big rainbow smack bang in the center. Like, no one's playing outskirts. No one's playing edge. No one's really trying to play it safe. You've got to go get a priority piece of land now, because how this works with so much water, it's already limited. Rotations are going to be awful. I mean, you might not even be able to rotate. You might have to literally just pull a phase in the previous one and stand your ground wherever you've got. Ibby, get back inside. Otherwise, you're in trouble. The boom, you had a good opportunity to sneak that away from Liquid. The 16 this time is not the gun that he wanted it to be.
No. Nice little upgrade, though, for Ibby. He's like, oh, my level 1 vest's looking a little bit rough. Oh, level 3. Nice. All right, and away he goes. Gonna nip down towards the rest of the boys, rejoin the gang. And beyond that, though, looking at this is a very concentrated area. Oh, actually, wait, are they trying to chase this? I don't know how much they'll get. Liquid are a little further away. Ibby's out of there. He's fine. But yeah, this is a highly concentrated area. You've got almost all the teams right up towards it, you know, between maybe, I guess, where someone like Ents would be to someone like SMB. Keep that in mind if you see the map. There you go. You're so rife with players. And again, this will probably close this way. I don't think a hard shift will come in at this point. I think it's going to sit quite as expected, if I'm honest. But we've seen Stranger Things and Veneer have had a rough road so far, but they're still going to try and carry on over from that west bridge from northern Georgia Pole to the south. There's Melman going to greet them on the way. A couple of shots coming in. That's lovely. Brilliant shot towards Keanu. That's an insta-flush. No saving here. Short needs to just get out of there. Veneer probably not going to be able to do that back-to-back. Right now, they've been taking a lot of damage en route.
It's when you look at it from a player's hangar, it's like, oh, yep, vehicles, you know, it's kind of setting par for the course, you know, exactly what we're dealing with when people are just trying to drag broken and bent vehicles across map. Circle-wise and situation to the teams, nothing really changes as far as the central pack. No one's moving. There is no room to move. If you've got a prime slice of the pie, keep a hold of it. Don't let anyone else take it from you. We've still got teams to make it to the party. BBL down towards the south have just hit the coastal road. FaZe Clan, Gear Up, and QM. They are currently front and center towards the east. Probably all going to arrive around the Gatka area. That's where FaZe are just caressing on the circle's edge for now. Just below Pachinki, QM, and then around School to top side of Pachinki. A 1-3 split when it comes out of Gear Up. The only team that's really playing it safe, quote-unquote, if you will, is Hall of Game. They've opted to situate themselves over by North Georgia Pole. Yeah, it's really nothing you can do about that at all. Coming into this place, it was always going to be a difficult task. I suppose for Na'Vi, they're trying to control West Town as much as humanly possible by splitting up their ranks. We're not quite into full-blown urban combat territory yet where you can't move whatsoever, you know? So they're just trying to spread themselves. It does spread them a little bit thin, I will go with that. But there's no one here to really challenge them, so they can afford to do this at this stage of the game. They'll have to close up if the circle hits around there, because everybody's just going to be like, nope, send it, crack on. But with the circle updating, Lauren, we get to find out where the madness is going to take us.
I think the teams have got it right. It's just going to go east, surely. Still a little north. That's more north than the last one, right? I think the last one had... I'm trying to roll my mind back to... Hold on, actually, we've got a little bit of a scuffle out here. It's between QM and Gear Up south of Everest. There's a little bit more of the north still in this. Last time around, I think it was a little bit further south, and it ended up kind of moving back in towards Hospital eventually. But yeah, no, this makes it a little easier for Hall of Game. They can take their time a little more. If they want to try and send to the back six, maybe they could, if they're able to scout it. 3'd up gear being found for Veneer, maybe going to get them back in a better spot, because they've been kind of bullied around a fair amount. But now looking at the circle, Heroic again, Na'Vi, good positioning, DA. I mean, I don't like where DA currently are. It's not, actually, no, excuse me, I don't mind where DA currently are. It's the likes of SMB, it could be a bit rough for them where they're currently residing. But FaZe, just north of Gatka itself, south of the mountain, watching Exhalation, just nip on by towards the east, going to be going past the likes of Question Mark pretty soon. And you're seeing a bit of a land grab here. BBL on one side, TM on the other, Rich. This could be a problem. I don't know if they want to share this.
Yeah, very much a problem. It's one good grenade, to be fair, though. If they all group up at the back of that, it could spell disaster for BBL. I wouldn't have thought they were that stupid to all group up into one corner, but we've seen weirder and wonderful things. Marco on the off angle could actually be the saving grace here. Fate catches Daboom, trying to get a weird, obscure angle. It's a bit overzealous, especially when you're not watching the backside. You can do that, but you need to make sure all angles are covered. However, it is, you know, it's an obscure place, let's say, for QM to be in. BTM. Down and out. Leaves Salik and Zoom to try and deal with it. Unfortunately, Gear Up's directly in front of them, so not really much they can do about this. And Probably looking like the 16th team to be leaving. Yes, indeed, it's confirmed. Exhalation go down. With one obstacle out the way, QM can continue to rotate. They now know where those shots come from. They now know that the hillside, the mountaintop, is busy, and it's not really somewhere they want to be having an argument with anybody. So they can securely just wrap themselves up towards the north and then probably bring themselves in and around, maybe even the crates, to be fair, because it's actually pretty dead. Like, it's surprising to say that with how many players and how many teams are up towards this neck of the woods. Crates is completely empty.
It's not the best. It's an option though, right? Like, and sometimes that's all you got to look for. As you can see, the code was at the top of the screen. Hopefully you guys grabbed that while it was there. Looking at this, look at where our big dogs are. Right, so FaZe, we know where they're at. They're just north of Gatka, south of the mountain. BBL, where are you in this? Okay, right next to TM. Oh, they were in that compound together. Now I remember. Right, so they're sharing that compound. Galacticos, I guess, southeast of hospital. Not too bad. Again, most of these positions are pretty strong, considering eventually should move away from water, right? It would probably head a little southeast, maybe center up on the landmass, kind of lean towards maybe heroic, maybe a little south. So again, if that's the case, if it plays true to percentage chance, then it's not bad. It could still go pretty wonky here. We go all the way to the east, maybe. The VP would love to see. Maybe gear up too. Oh. Well, Richard, you mentioned the crates.
Get stuck in. Crack on.
Yep.
It's completely clear. I'm more worried. Well, I wonder what happens here when you look in FaZe and TM, BBL. TL and BBL are probably just going to knock the hell out of one another. You can't really rotate off the back of that, to be fair. If BBL tried to do something, Windows will get them. Ooh, I'd see. Okay, Hilltop caught off guard. Yeah, I was a little concerned for both these and ends, whether or not they try and run the gauntlet and get inside, go a little bit deeper, or if they try and swing this on a massive rotate. For Ents, it's not as bad as, you know, at first glance. West Town's completely open. Na'Vi keep edging themselves front six, back six, closer and closer towards the greatest drop spot on Erangel in the entire world. But all of game have turned up. If they take the petrol station and the little house over on the side, no, they're going front. Okay, so they'll take back six for now, which does put a little bit of pressure onto Na'Vi. They might lose track of them. You can't keep full containment from that kind of fight. But again, it's urban combat. You're not going to go running in the streets and firing your guns. You're going to be looking out the windows. So as long as you've got a good aim on your shoulders and you've got your eyes open, you should be okay. I think the vehicle actually knocked him and then run him. Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
Death
I mean,
by
it's not a
vehicle.
great place, whichever way you want to cut it. But it was something better than nothing. And still want to see where Ents and BBL and TM go, because again, BBL are in the running. They're currently sat in second. If they picked up a dinner, obviously would leap into the first position spot. However, chicken dinner is the gateway. It's the thing to unlock the next step. We do see those vehicles now being gathered, and everyone going to head on out. Now, does TM catch anyone on the way through? They've got to get up this bit of a steep ridge, so it won't be the quickest escape. And one tag, 2, 3. That's not bad from Artix, but there it is. It's moving to get it on towards Mert. So now BBL suffer on the way out. Do they try and pull up and get the recovery? No, because Marco's just been lost as well. BBL starting to suffer here, and they're low HP on the pull up, and no! They just ran each other over, Rich. This is a bit of a disaster.
It is, but you know what? When you look at this kind of scenario they're in, just trying to get towards the walls is all they're doing. That it's just a matter of survival. It's a matter of scramble. Oh, and speaking of scramble, here we go. Big old building. Fender lost. Straight in with a grenade, and Liquid's downstairs. 2 of them up. Quept is actually outside, so maybe he can provide some support from the back windows if he swings around on this, because they're watching. They're watching it. Straight in with the molly on the floor. And what? How are you not watching the stairs? Maybe the flashbang was too good. He wasn't looking where he was going, because at the moment, Liquid is running rampant in here.
These boys got the utility down pat. Now, Burning, though, they need to get a heal off here, and they're in a little bit of danger for it. They're probably going to get knocked. Yeah, Ibby has been. Lyron's still alive, and Quetpa is still standing, but can they do anything about that? Oh, no. Fuzzface, what have you done? What have you done? What have you done to this? They're all burning, Rich, and Quepa's got a shotgun. I don't know how this goes down anymore. Clib, good luck, mate. Oh, what a rough situation. Just walking through the smoke. Nah, Nate's going to do it for you. Galacticos do hold. And they get a couple of kills to add to the equation, too.
It is what it is. Ends turning up, completely unannounced. FaZe are going for the old gear up position. They remove it cleanly. Affects both of them back to back. Good job from him. Keeps that. They have lost one player from earlier on. We do need to remember up on the mountainside. Got caught off guard by VP.
Nice.
Smash.
Nice.
Missing. Yeah. Look, there's somebody below him. He's just banking it off the wall, right? You can't see that one player. Yeah. That's all it is. Come on, Mert. Mech up for it, please.
Oh. He looked away so he couldn't see. There it is. One's in.
That's
I mean, they're
tagged
back
him,
up to
which-
3, to be fair. I'm quite
Yeah, it's
surprised
just
they're
that
able to
one's
stabilize.
down. Oh, poor Squeaky. I was wondering where the fourth had gone down. So this was on the full transition, but it shows you where they've actually have to come from. And we said coming out of West Town was going to be pretty difficult. That's where they opted to go. And again, it was dead. So to get to this point with 3 players, it's not a bad going by any means whatsoever, especially when we think about these circles where we've had them end out a little bit further down this road, more towards the hospital side. Like, it's anyone's circle at the moment. It always was a situation like this. It can be. But from the ones that we've had the pleasure of casting, they've been down this neck of the woods.
Ooh.
They'll go for a different angle of approach and vault through the small windows. If they don't anticipate this, if the smokes are down, it will actually block the noise of them jumping in.
Pin pulled. Hear the flash. You see Lauren trying to play the doorways here. Oh, there's so many eyes on all these buildings, though. Both of them trying to watch the breach, and they don't want to live here together. Not willing to share. And, of course, the shotgun's out. Of course it is. It's not even the pumpy. Oh, bloody hell. Here we go. Right. Breach and clear? No, Arctic's going to just hold. Yeah. Jeez. What has happened? What's Fuzzface done? What has he done to this? Oh. Okay. Circle update. Ooh, that Molly's actually ticking. So this is going to, if anything, spur them on now. Molly goes in. That's going to at least clear one side of this. It's centered up pretty much now, but this could be the death of anyone towards South George, anyone on the hillside. Lyron, do you live? Do you die? Let's find out. Sure, a flash will be following maybe any second now. Tucks himself into the corner and hopes for the best. You can see that TM just aren't pushing that yet. They're still not going to push up. Wait, Lyron just got picked through the window. Was that just in thick smoke? I think they had no idea, and now, of course, they're going to push. Yeah. Crypta is just... This is so rough. I don't know how Ent's got line of sight on that, because look how smoked out this area is. Unless he just pre-fired a window and got the shot, Crypta is now going to be just surrounded by so many others. This is going to be a very brutal scenario. Sees maybe a pixel. Molly goes in. He's just trying to do anything he can. Maybe hope that Ents gets a god-tier glimpse once again. The Mollys are burning. And now, Artix has gone down. Maybe there's still hope here. Danny Molly's low HP. Maybe there is still a chance.
BBL, third party, in the mix as well with the nades in. Hoping for some luck on this one. 3 teams, all vying for one building. QM going over for the hangars, just across the road from the town. Dante with the smoke will be able to at least put it on the angle to wander and ward off any players that come lurking around the corner, but the double tap's there. He will fall. QM are open to gunfire, and that's from FaZe's position. Beamy also opening up the same time.
Against FaZe.
Heroic still has the good old angles coming from the hospital to all of this. But as you called it, the nades are going to rain down from VP. They have the position, but also the angles have been noted. Vex with a 2-for-1. Hall of Game is eliminated. Gustav goes in for the confirmation. The tooling starts to bleed out, and Vex is just going hard. One more to deal with, and that's all 4 wiped out by Vex single-handedly.
Unreal. That final Molly was perfect. He's probably going to lose life for it, but he single-handedly just backhanded one of the best teams that we've seen coming out this year in this format. Vex is absolutely nuts. Great nades, great molly, but still, FaZe probably not going to be able to do too much with only 2 of them standing, because here comes the rest. Question mark on the way. They know what's up now. No more nades, no more mollies, but I guess just running yourself over. That will help out, because Fuzzface, gun out does get 1, not enough. Needed more. Question mark will take the ditch. But at what cost? Only 1 standing, flawlessly, barely alive. And it looks like SMB are sniffing around. They're thinking, oh, there's some weakness here. There's blood in the water, but it's not as easy as you'd expect. A doozy still fighting the good fight for question mark. Needs to stabilize and get the rest of his boys back up.
Still a bit of a stalemate down by this lower compound. Still 3 teams alive and kicking. And Heroic peppers timelessly over and over again, just to be a nuisance and keep applying pressure. But they've got problems of their own. Let's not get that wrong. The hospital could be quite a pivotal position for both Na'Vi and Veneer. If not, just a place to jump into the next circle and use an anchor point while it updates and find the final form. DA, dire straits for them. They've got 2 members of Na'Vi just peppering the living hell out of them. Hjord onto Melman. All right, that's actually a really, really good shot. That silences the backfire that's coming from Na'Vi. But they need to use this, and they're doing exactly that. I love this. Smoke the living hell out of the hospital. Na'Vi don't exactly have the angle now, so they can try and make something work, but that grenade is good from Hero. This is a really good response. Any knocks, and instantly, just look at that, the damage that's been done by that nade. They've had to run scared. If anything, they might even have to go for the vehicles.
Well, I'm seeing vehicles now being picked up by a great deal of people, knowing that we can't just go on by foot. We need to bring those vehicles with us. Let's try and hit those rotations. DA going to move into a couple of spots. Question mark, same sort of thing. Veneer can't do it. Na'Vi had them dead to rights. I thought Heroic might have had a couple of shots, but no. And now here comes the bloody battle of all the teams trying to send it towards the center. TM finds DA, ends putting in some shots as well towards Jeong. And you can see now it's just Jemty alive, I think, unless there's someone hidden away. No, it was just Jemty. And Rustamar's got an arm and a half on him. Finding the nade on that. Now, does question mark slot into a similar position, or do they think better of what just happened?
I was about to say Na'Vi's kind of this team that's got a little bit shadowed in this game, given their position, but Quizzy will fall. They've had a couple of knocks. It's going to be really hard, especially when you've got T-Bone coming to meet them just below. If they've no idea with how much smoke's been going on, that molly will have given it away now. They'll have seen which angle it's thrown from, especially being so close. These are just falling so shy of their targets. I'm really intrigued to see if T-Bone makes a move on this one. He's still in the smokes himself, but it's trapping Na'Vi at least. It's halting their approach, and now a doozy's going to start to have his way with them. Let's not forget about QM here. QM has been looking solid. A doozy has somehow, some way, managed to get his entire team back on their feet. Let's take note of that. That is impressive.
Yep. Very much so. And here comes the mad dash, right? This is everyone trying to get somewhere, get something, get on the one hillside. Nade! Faultlessly destroys and annihilates Na'Vi. Question mark now hold the keys to the kingdom, but can they hold it against Heroic coming over the top side? They're going to have the high ground advantage. T-Bone there lays waste to a few, but no knock off the back. But they now know their next target is just over that ridge.
Oh, this is insane. Heroic's the only team in the lobby now that doesn't have a win on the board, so we could have instantly another team jumping up to try and chase FaZe Clan. Now remember, FaZe is down in kills as well.
Yeah.
So a big win off of either of these would jump FaZe down into second and leave us still with 1 game to go. This is insanity. Now, for Heroic, it's a much bigger deal. It's a much harder test to conquer because of how their position that they need to come from. But they've somehow, they've got to knock onto ends. Are they sending this and going for it?
I don't know. I don't know if you can. It looks like they're trying to close the gap a little. They're trying to move up a little bit, but you don't want to overstep because you're pushing out of the safety, right? You're pushing out of that better position that you once had. Maybe put yourself right in the line of sight. Heroic, who've just pulled off the mad res. Curexy is alive. Barely, but he is alive. Page, T-Bone, BB. Oh, another nade. Just chipping away at them. Like, by the time they get a fight, which they'll be forced to have potentially against Ents, Maybe the walking wounded, question mark, just softening them up as soon as they have to crest that hill, and they are still not in, Rich. They are still not in the circle. They have to keep moving. There will be a fight. It's probably going to be on Ents. They have to win this out.
Smokes will go down for what will be one of these two teams' last stand. Utility will have to be committed, but it's easier said than done, especially on the side of Heroic, who have unfortunate vision from all the teams downwind of it. Meanwhile, this fight is still ongoing between a bit of a three-way. QM is laughing at this. If somehow...
Oh my god,
Heroic,
they're in a vehicle.
What are they going to try and spin on this? I mean, going in with the vehicles with guns out is probably the better idea, but the response is there. Diggory, 1, 2, thank you. Curexi stands up to the test of time, and somehow, some way, Heroic have 4 alive. Not standing, but alive. QM need to react onto this. But the problem is for QM, to get into vision of this, to get into, like, throwing distance, they have to expose themselves so heavily, Lauren. Like, they'll probably just die on that hillside if they try and go for it. And Heroic's
This building is ridiculous, by the way.
Heroic's got it.
Heroic do have the circle. All right, game on, boys. Show us what you got here. But they're one of the... They will get into the main pack of things, but keep it... Oh, this... Here we go. Fate can see a lot of this, but they will have to move forward into the open. That southern house is just... It's a massacre, right? It's just who done it in a house. Like, everyone just piled in. It's going to be murder. But can question mark find a way forward? There's a clear... Oh, it takes everyone else puts their body on the line for the trade. And now there's still BBL lingering around, Rich, and they're on the lower floor with shotguns, grozers, and all the nastiness.
Hmm. Oh, man, this is crazy. The fact that Heroic could actually put one on the board here. And everyone... Well, let me look at this calculator. Up 36, 6, 12. I don't know, maybe TM are just... Depends how many kills they actually get further to this. I'm no good at math on the fly, but there is potential that any other secondary winner will jump face. First one will fall as Beamy answers. Now falls back Dante down. He's going to have some support to be able to watch that hillside at least. But it looks like QM are working their way down. Mert, with the shotgun, lays Danimon to rest. And they are pushing slowly but surely upside of this hill. Goes in with a Groza. We'd assume level 3 gear as well, so he can answer that. He can afford to overpeak it. That's a job well done. It leaves Arctic's like, what the hell do I do? I'm up on this roof. The blue's on my back. I'll just do whatever the hell I can. Saiga in hand. I mean, it's a dangerous gun. Let's be real here. A flashbang jump with a shotgun.
And push.
There's nothing left to do.
Oh, that could have been so sick. He can't make it happen. But now we have to turn attention to what this means. BBL, question mark, and Heroic. Heroic trying to chase the dream here. Do something with this, but a doozie's eyeing up Smash. Already going to find him. And now a little bit of a tag on the way back in. Mert's gone down. This will be a 4v4 to close this through. Can Heroic finally deliver in a way that they need? Or does question mark pull themselves across the line and suddenly put maybe FaZe under scrutiny as well? Heroic's push-up, Rich, was something of real note. Getting that vehicle and making the play. But look at this from question mark. A 2-2 split at this point. If there's a flash coming over that hillside, they could be blind, but it's coming back. T-Bone sending it the other way.
Beamy's going for a wander through the smoke to try and catch them off guard. Surely they don't look at this. They anticipate the pull down towards the south. Dante's there. They've used the car as bait. But Beamy's doing exactly the same. It's like mirror image of what's happening. The bait has gone down, but T-Bone has fallen to fate. He's there to strike. Beamy will probably push through. He does. Dante spots him.
It's all on page, Rich. It's all on page. 2 HP ain't going to be enough to do it. Question mark. 14 kills. But you were so spot on at the end then. It was almost perfectly mirrored, wasn't it? It was so similar for either side. How they were approaching it, how they were playing it. You could barely, divide them apart at the end there. But, man, Heroic are just always so close, but just a little bit too far away.
They were doing the same thing simultaneously. Beamy's there to go through the smoke and to try and punch them while the car's going by. The car is the perfect distraction. They all just look towards it. They all shoot it up. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he dies, but he's done the job. He's drawn their attention. Beamy then advances on that, and lo and behold, you've got a player just waiting. It's like, all right, trap set, away we go. Player down, fate strikes, and then poor old Paige is like, well, I don't really know what else to do. Everyone else has just tumbled down upon me. I would say when we're looking towards a circle, Heroic, fantastic maneuver to get into that position. But at the end, the IQ play for QM to say, well, you know what? Let's get in front of them now while we can to split it in a 2-2 is kind of what gave them the edge there.
It certainly did. And to give us the edge going into that final game, to give us all the information as to what to look out for, is the analyst desk.
One major thing, very important, question mark, getting themselves that win. Avenger, talk to me.
This is obviously gonna probably, we don't know what's gonna happen last game, but it's probably gonna push Entropic out right now and guarantee question mark a spot for the PGC points here. Amazing play by them. The macro decision making throughout this game here was fantastic. They identified the analytics in their 3 warehouses in South George, pushed onto it, made a really good smoke wall, then saw the fight with FaZe Clan, knew that they were low after the initial engagement with Virtus Pro, and then decided to push that because they knew that that position was better and that potentially could set them up for the win that they needed so badly here. Super well executed by question mark here, and a lot of kills to boot, which means that they will probably win the last week here unless we see something crazy in the very last game. And this obviously from FaZe Clan here, that push with utility was some of the cleanest nade and Molotov usage I've seen from one player here from Fex.
And question mark rolls up and takes full advantage of the chaos that's ensuing throughout of this as we see these final moments coming in here, Toby. It's question mark all over.
It really is, and from great utility usage too. And I know we'll never be the likes of other games where you can line up here, line up there, and throw a smoke, and it's going to be good every time. But we're seeing so much utility usage that is not really having a massive effect. You're throwing flashes over the hillside there and not trying to either make a play or back further down. It seems like utility wasted, which could have, in other situations, helped out a whole lot more than one that ended up happening. But nice play from QM to maintain control of the ridgeline, to never really full-on aggress down to Heroic. They tried early, Beamer was ready for it, they got blasted instantly, fortunately got the rest back up, and then later they opted to use the low ground terrain instead. Smart play from them to adapt and react to that one and not go crazy mode over losing a player early.
It's not quite a back-to-back win, but it almost was here from question mark. They won round 9, they won round 11. Here are the kills coming in alongside with that win as well. And Martin, I think it's important to note here, question mark in the final moments of tournaments that has been in the past couple of months, we saw it at ESL Masters as well, they thrive when the heat is really turned up against them, and it's showing here to the point where they might qualify for PGC with this.
Yeah, that's, I gotta say, honestly, I had huge expectations to question mark with the Doozy coming into it and everything. And then week 1, they disappointed. But these 2 last weeks here, they have been performing extremely well. These 2 wins here is such a testament to what these guys are capable of with such a short time being together. We have to remember as well, new format, new teammates and everything, and they obviously have a big opportunity here going into this, looking at not knowing the last game winners, but with what we've seen so far, it's very likely, almost guaranteed that Christian Mark will push out Entropic with this, because they're going to have simply enough prize pool for their overall standings to be that well. They already have a little bit of a share, but we will see what happens in the last one. They could potentially be beaten by someone else, and FaZe Clan could pop off. It's what we don't know, but it's looking very likely that they will be taking the spot away from Entropic, who is currently sitting in that top 7 right now.
Yeah, correct. $100,000 on the line across this weekend, and right now, question mark with that win and the boatload of kills they got is staring down the barrel of taking away $29,000 from this weekend alone if they are able to hold on to that top spot here. Very impressive stuff. Fate as well, popping, doing well for himself. Also funny to note as well, though, that as much as Fate, didn't quite have the easiest game here overall, Toby, Fex still with 6 kills coming in. I mean, they would need massive kills or the win, I suppose, to move up to that #1 spot once again, but still very, very good to get the 6 kills here.
Absolute beast of a player. Effectively him taking down the entirety of VP with the nades there. And also, I was surprised to see it was him when they had the pull up on the dip there. It was actually him from the car getting both the kills. The first one was, I don't want to say obvious, but that was a target he had in front of him. He his kind of car path, but the other target was way off to the right towards where 8 was coming in from. And somehow, after finding the first knock while driving, flicks to the right and gets the second one down as well. That takes insane mechanics, and players like Fex, they keep impressing being able to do plays like that.
All right, important to note, we're having no break between our 5th and 6th game. We are not going to a break.
More time to talk.
Before we actually get to this. Eventually, we're going to get to look at the overall standings as well and get a good grip on what is currently the reality and what could occur in this next match. So as we mentioned, now we can confirm it. Question Mark is number 1 with 20 kills over FaZe Clan right now. However, that's not to say that they are guaranteed that number 1 spot here, Martin. There are still a lot of teams that could get another chicken dinner and trump them in terms of kills to take that number 1 spot.
Yeah, it's many ties that are going to be leading into this here. And Virtus Pro actually looking at 6 right now. They've been falling behind today. They've had a bit of a rough day, but they could also obviously step up. They can do anything possible, or anything is possible for these games here. But 20 kills ahead of FaZe Clan. This is massive. Like, there's very, very low chance that FaZe Clan is going to go and have a record-breaking game in PCS Europe to take home the victory for this one here. But FaZe Clan is guaranteed because they already won a good share of the prize pool. Question Mark is looking very likely to go through. But what I was going to talk about right now, looking at the right side of the board here, DA, 1 win, but only 31 kills. They should have identified and seen that Question Mark had a few knocks when they moved away, and then they should have assaulted them to deny them. Yeah, exactly. To deny them the opportunity to take another win, and then potentially also for DA to go for that win as well, because DA now has to not just beat, like, they wanted to beat Entropic to get that spot because that's the kind of the hibernating team in terms of the PTC. Now they're fighting teams that is also fighting with tooth and nail to make sure they're in everything right now. And right now it's looking like it's going to be Heroic that is going to be the next target. I don't think it's going to be ENCE. They have a win and a good amount of kills. Heroic is going to be outside the prize pool. ENCE is going to be 5th in this week, which is a good share of the prize pool, and they already have some money, so it's going to be extremely close here. It's going to be a nail bite of the last one. Also, potentially could be BBL going out without any kills. Question Mark going out with any kills. Galacticos winning the game.
Exactly.
That would be a massive one as well.
I was just gonna say, if Galacticos wins this next game and manages to take over first, I mean, they're only 6 kills behind QM right now, right?
Right.
If they take first, bumping BBL down to 4th, Galacticos takes the MEA spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
If they win this game and surpass Question Mark in kills, because obviously, I mean, unless a FaZe goes absolutely insane and manages to find that amount of kills, exactly. But if Galacticos finishes first and manages to bump BBL down to, I mean, that would happen because they wouldn't be able to get the win as well. If they finish this game with a win and surpass QM in kills, they take the MEA spot away from BBL.
Yeah,
Crazy stuff.
The question would be then what Virtus Pro finishes, because they have 23,000 going into the last game, and they would need enough prize pool for the overall, because that's the guaranteed spot, right? They would be going no matter what BBL finishes. If they get if Galacticos win, they get 29k. But if Virtus Pro gets 7,000 or 6,500 or more, they would beat them for the win, and then it would be in terms of who won the most prize pool again.
But they would still surpass them in PCS points because they're only 20 points.
20, yeah, true. Yeah.
They would still surpass. So if they win this game and finish first, they qualify.
Well,
regardless of whether they finish first in PCS5 or not.
I'm glad, gentlemen, that the format was made easier to understand. I think it's fair to say from all of this conversation.
Where's my calculator? I need one more. I need my 5th calculator on my desk in order to pick math this.
But at the same time, yes, by the end of this next coming game, we will know everything. There are the short form of what was just discussed is the fact that there are still a lot of possibilities here available off just the back of one game. So, and once that's concluded, our people in the back will be able to update things and talk to us about that. But coming into this final game, I mean, boys, what do you want to see? This is an opportunity for some of these teams to strike out. Martin, what's your perfect scenario for this next game, if you're thinking about one?
Oh, that's a rough one. That's a tough one. You know, I feel like there's so many teams have been fighting so hard to try to make it to PTC, and there's so many teams that are well deserving of a spot right now, but there's just only this amount to give. I would love to see Na'Vi get a win as well this weekend here, and that it would spice up a little bit of who's in there. Question mark I think they've done enough. I'm quite sure they've done enough in terms of PGC points. They have pushed out Entropic. But the question is, can we see another team push out one of the teams playing? If Heroic doesn't get a win, they will not be in the top 8, and they will not be getting any prize pool. And could a team like DA get another win and potentially push them out? I don't know. But I would definitely love to see Na'Vi kind of push through. They have a lot of kills, and if they're able to get a win here, they could potentially contest for the third spot overall for this week.
I mean, the fact that Na'Vi did not get a win so far here this week is kind of crazy.
It is.
I thought they were maybe going to thrive in a circle like this. We obviously saw them have that ridiculous win at the end of last weekend off the back of a similar-ish position circle. Not too similar, but you know what I mean. Toby, how about yourself looking into this last game? I see you deep in thought.
I'm deep mathing here. I'm trying to make up how DA makes it through, sitting currently 150 PCS points behind ENS. And behind them this week as well. I'm not gonna do any attempts of saying what needs to be done because there's a good chance I could be wrong. I want to see a game where the teams that have something on the line here, QM seems pretty much through so far, but for Galacticos to have the opportunity to go out and win the game, bring them to late game, and bring DA as well, because my brain cannot math if they would qualify with the win or not. So have those two teams fight it off for late game.
Give us the worst circle possible for this final game. Just you two, I don't care. Let's make the players suffer. It is time for not only the last game here of PCS5 Europe, but also the last game of PCS5 in general. After this game, we will know every single team going to the PGC here for 2021. Let's get to it. It's game 12 of this weekend. It's Sims, it's Pansy, bringing you the big match feel.
It is the last chance to dance for most of these teams, and there is a whole lot on the line. Now, as said, my brain is too tiny to work out all of the factors that could change a couple of these bits and pieces, so I'm going to focus on the game in front of me and leave it to the boys with the brains after the game. But there's a couple of names that have been missing those chicken dinners. Na'Vi is one of them for sure. Heroic, surely there has to be a game for them to actually convert this, Rich, because it's been eluding them the entire time. We're going back into this, and as said, yes, we've had a couple now convert into double chicken dinners that have been fighting incredibly hard. Question mark is a name that I can't get over. They've arrived and really delivered here, but again, this could be anyone's game.
110%. When we're looking towards QM and FaZe at the moment, they're the top spot. They're the people to be beating. Everyone else, BBL, Galacticos, ENS, VP. All these names on the board that have one win under their belts, they need to tie it up with 2. But they also need to be there with the frags. Wait a minute, VP. We're not even just over a minute into the game. Lou's already dead. We've still got a different fight in a different position altogether. What in the world is going on? Heroic have just sent it straight to the middle and causing all kinds of grief here. DA damage. VP's lost a player. Okay, circle comes in. There's only a couple of teams there. We have plenty of land.
Galacticos
have a good position to try and make something happen. You heard it on the desk. They are up there with the best of them when we're talking about kills. ENS 52, BBL 60. These are potential teams that could maybe do the dirty and jump QM and FaZe.
Hey, look, Galacticos have a big chance now of getting a great spot here. Maybe going over to Quarry could do something. Who knows? I mean, this could go anywhere, but we haven't seen a Quarry ending, and this is probably the start of it. T-Bone barely gets the gun in his hand, hits the reload. There's old Lou trying to make a run for it. And up.
Third shot.
Just one shot, one kill. No problem. And look, we've said it, Heroic, if the stars align, these boys are untouchable. We've yet to see them find that form. FaZe on the move as well over the Eastern Bridge. We need a good game out of FaZe. They are currently not winning anymore. They've been jumped by Question Mark, who have been absolutely lighting these lobbies up. 62 kills. Big performers. We've also got an enemy behind lines here. We've got Momi and there's Yuri down there with Rupture, so you got to be a little careful now, bud, because you've got company.
Well, what's going on? This is the last game, right? We should have a bit of a cautious one. We've already got people fully sending it, having a crack. Losing a player off VP is kind of wild to see in such an early fashion, but you get a gun, you get position, then why not? Lands the headshot first bullet. Can't take anything away from it whatsoever. We'll take a look at the bigger picture, the bigger field, how this is laying us out. Generally, same positions for everyone across the board. FaZe, home turf. QM, home turf, they're going to be rolling off the back. I'm intrigued to see if someone realizes what's going on here, and it's just something in the back of my mind, goes and attempts to bridge camp them. You know, that bottleneck to cut off the leader of the pack is viable at this stage. We're in the final match. It's not a hot drop, but if you know they're going to be crossing that bridge, the potential of a bottleneck, it's viable at this stage, right? If you don't want them to jump over, someone like FaZe could, they won't really have time from where they are, but in another world, if they were looting towards that side, someone could try and cut that bridge off and maybe stop their advancement. Further afield, Ents, they'll come down from Zaverny, probably work across the mountainside. I don't know what VP will do to try and stabilize. It's in the thick of it at the moment, and whether or not maybe just playing this really, really cautious. We've seen them win games. Don't get me wrong. We saw them win a game yesterday where they lost a player on rotation straight off the start and still saw it through with 3 players. So I'm not going to count them out just yet by any means whatsoever. However, that area is pretty dense. We've got BBL, we've got Heroic. You can see Heroic's already on foot just because the vehicles are not with them at the moment, but also they're playing it cautiously. If Liquid does swing down here, that could set us up for something pretty interesting, but it'd be basically teams down at the bottom still kicking the living hell out of one another. However, for someone like Liquid, someone like Heroic, they're both actually on 38 kills, so they don't want any fight whatsoever. They both need that win. They're down there to jump up in the points, jump up in the money. You've got to be above that 8th bracket.
Yeah, the bar is there, right? It's just who's going to do it. Now, Team Liquid on the way. They're leaving Pachinki about now, so they're going to be heading through those fields. Now, Galacticos did pick up a nice early position. They do have the God Compound, but only with 2 of them. I'm surprised they didn't put more there, but maybe wanted to keep a little bit more territory. But it does mean they got to be loud, right? They got to be really staying involved, keeping everyone away, making sure no one gets too close by, because if they see weakness, they'll definitely pounce. Now, Exhalation, next one in after kind of Liquid just entered the circle. They're coming in from a more southerly approach. They'll be heading across that southern side, maybe heading, I guess you could try and see where Na'Vi are, or see that area that Na'Vi are currently in, which is like the east side of Quarry. They might have a little scout of that, have a little look, dip into Longwoods if they need to. Ent's probably the next team to enter in on rotation route through past Georgia Pole in the north. And again, a lot of teams taking their time here. No one wants to rush it, make any last-minute fumbles or mistakes. Smash quietly watching as they go on. Will he pull the trigger? Yes, he does. Lovely shots from Smash. Just needed one more, really, but evasive maneuvers. Look, Finns are quite good drivers. I'll give them that. So you may not get it. Oh, the return fire from Diggory. Just a little reminder of like, hey, bud, don't be sitting there tapping away. No. Get out of it. So Ents will make it through. It might have to split them up a second and maybe get a little bit of a heal going on, get everything fixed back up in case there are further problems, but maybe just getting another vehicle as well. So that could be the case. VP coming on in similar route to Exhalation. And Liquid will be the one kind of on the horizon if they continue this route.
Where do they land? I mean, the shots from Na'Vi will at least send them a different way. You want to go for these long-distance ones. If you don't manage to get the frag, you can at least just keep them away from the till side, and Na'Vi can be comfortable. I'm totally okay with it. Either way, it's going to redirect where they want to be. This isn't too bad of a compound. They can kind of chill here. Liquid's not too fast, so they'll hear these vehicles pulling forward and be able to have a quick peek out and see what's what. QM, by the way, have stalled. Just so we are all aware, they are still on Sosnovka. And they are in the buildings quite back from the bridge, just watching. But you do have Exhalation, who is lingering around that area. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the Longwood straight out behind the petrol station, they're probably too far for what is a bridge camp or a bridge trap at this point. Way too far.
But they're close.
But they're close by. If QM doesn't get a wriggle on, then FaZe starts to be in this vicinity. I don't think it's going to happen because they're just so far out still towards Milta. But those two teams are the ones where it's like, they're your big dogs. They're the ones that could jump this. They're the ones that could either win it all, or they're the ones to beat, of a better way of putting it, terminology-wise. SMB, furthest away compared to FaZe. They're above them. You're talking between, actually, Prison. It's pretty far back. Prison and below School for the moment. Engines turned off for Veneer. A silent pull-up. Take control of this. It's not the best place in the world, but it's certainly not the worst. It's inside. Worst position could be for Piano, though. T-Bone lays straight into him. Back on the minute, in for the frag. Yellow now kind of stun-locked, really, as to what just happened. In no world did they anticipate a player from Heroic just wandering up that hillside.
Oh, and look at the loot Yellow's having to go to. Now, he's opted for that over the bolt action on the floor. Just wanted to make sure that is noted. This is a choice, be it a good one or not. And Question Mark have finally made it to the main portion of the land. Down by Ferry Pier, they've avoided going towards Exhalation. If they did crest over the hill, obviously on, not even a big hill, isn't it? Near the Longwoods, kind of just going past Petrol Station, they would have run into Exhalation. They've opted to not do that. Now, this doesn't beg the question though, Rich, and you kind of noticed it earlier. They could be close to FaZe. Now, whether or not FaZe go on a southern swing, they could do. It's safe for now, poor for later. Have a look at this Smash having a good event so far. Example, and Rustamar. Now, that's not too surprising. Rustamar has been quite obvious to spot having a very good tournament, but nice to see Example up there, who's been probably one of the standouts from the entire event, I'd say. I'd put him very much up within that. And Smash doing very well for himself. So, as it stands, I want to see if FaZe head down south and run into the likes of Fate with Question Mark.
Does Force face the Exhalation waiting in the buildings? I said this with the team that could potentially try and do something to one of these two. Or I didn't, I said actually QM, but far cry from a bridge camp, but a decent compound nonetheless. Circle sends us up towards the north. Heroic's already in vehicles and fully sending it. Veneer begins to work off the hospital. SMB, same position, same kind of idea. We're in the vehicles, taking it slowly from the blue. This does give another potential risk for FaZe as they are transferring up that eastern side of the circle. Heroic, what's the game plan? Where do you want to get set up here? They're taking a peek towards the small houses just outside. And Vrawl's hoping that there is a place to call home, but it's 4 angry Finns within there. No, Heroic, what do? You've got a battle on all fronts. They might even look either towards, I don't know, the satellite dish up on the hillside, or the buildings that they're just next to. There's like 3 little houses stacked together. There's just no respite for them at all with this level of playing field. So they've gone up towards the satellite dish. That's totally fine. We can work with that. It's not exactly a bad position whatsoever when you look at it. It's not quite center, but it's certainly not far off by any means. VP playing with 3, have to keep continuing up. It comes down to Batulins to try and hold the line on the top. Goes for the wiggle, gets the headshot. Oh. He's not knocked just yet, but Spyro comes in to finish the deal.
Bloomin' hell, VP. Now, I do want to highlight something though. BBL and Galacticos are actually in quite good positions here. And they're currently sat in 3rd and 4th, technically. Well, they actually are. So, I mean, kill-wise, not sure how that goes down. They're quite close to each other in that regard. But positioning-wise, if it goes, like, let's say, northeast, BBL get the better side of the coin. Adusi's just been found by Quizzy. Now, we know that Na'Vi loves to dethrone anyone who's leading the way. They'll happily lean in towards it, but they needed a game and they needed a win. This could be, I don't want to say one to do it, it's just a knock, but this could be a chance for them. But yeah, Galacticos on the more southern side, I guess you could say, of the circle. So whichever way it goes, I feel as though one of these two teams will benefit, and they're the ones that are really hot in the chase. But what a curious scenario, especially in the south. And we did see Hero get a little too close to DA here, Rich. They're getting right next to them.
Oh, this is kind of cruel because you only got TM. If you want to try and wrap it down south, they'll be able to get full viewership on this from the quarry side. It's pretty open, so you wouldn't anticipate they have to take a fight. One team could back away from it and be pretty sustainable and live from that. We'll see if Dante does get the res. He should. They need to. You know, this is QM on a lifeline at the end of the day. My eyes are fixated towards FaZe, and I'm thank you, observers, for kind of giving us these third-person shots. It explains the lay of the land, and if you don't kind of see what we're seeing, so to speak, you've got VP to the left and you've got Liquid to the right. Depending how the circle goes, it needs to be favorable to them and push it so they can actually keep this land playable. They're looking for a hard shift. If not, and we work our way towards water, which way do you want to go? Which team do you want to try and tackle? It's a 2-1-1 for FaZe, so it's a weakened split, and they've got to go forward. They have to go front and center. And looking at it, where's free? Where's available, really? I suppose Veneer can come down to the roadside yellows, take vicinity in them, take control of them. Liquid, VP, fully sending it. Here we go, rock and roll. I mean, Liquid's got a stakehold in the map anyway because they did the 2-2, so they can rejoin themselves together and take control of that. For VP, they might end up going towards Heroic, and oh no, Batulins has spotted something. He's turning around. They are disengaging that from all day long.
But where do they go? Is there a ditch they're eyeing up? Is there a next spot? Because they're in a race now with Veneer. They're in maybe here? Oh, VP, what's the option, boys? There's nothing pretty about this. I guess they could swing into the houses to their right here, or maybe just sit towards that position they just drove through. But my eyes, again, keep being turned towards Galacticos. They've got the God compound. If this shifts south, they are in a real fighting chance. BBL is still in, but a little on the outskirts now, Agatka Fields being where they're at, and it gets harder to revert or kind of like transfer away from their Veneer. You're gonna probably have to bring themselves together. No chance for a 2-2 split in this. Radar has been taken, or the little hillside has been taken. Speaking of being taken, it's gonna be Perfectix taking SMB's life. Apocalypse trying to get a little too far ahead of himself. You can already see Patulin still having a little drive around, having a look to see what else is going on here potentially. Is actually Na'Vi are being crept up on. Look at Quizzy right next towards Fate.
Spotted instantly. Quizzy leans in for it, but oh my word, Fate's there to respond in kind. That is a sick shot. 25 HP and the overpeak comes through. That's exactly what he needed, but look at the damage that's been done to a doozy. A response is their example. Hands one back off, and Alia goes for Faultlessly, just in the distance, cresting the ridgeline. The panic stations kind of shows you this is what it means to these players to be able to keep people on the toes. They're not looking for the fight here. They're looking for the res, but his teammate's fallen if he finds him just around the corner. This is going to spell disaster for QM. He's going to have to Faultlessly. Faultlessly steps up again. He is doing the dirty and holding back Na'Vi.
That is easier said than done sort of situation, and Alia has to bow down to this and accept that Question Mark are bringing the A game as best they can. They will be getting the res, I believe. They should be back up to 4. It's just their next step is not going to be an easy one, but at least will be into the circle better than at least how Na'Vi is left. Not looking likely to get that first dinner under the belt this time around. Middle of the open, Jeems just popping shots off, playing the Potter Tower. And, well, he could live somewhere in this ground, I guess. Just try and hit the deck and stay somewhere near the vehicle. Yeah, pull it up. Now, let's see. BBL or Galacticos? Which way does this go? I mean, it could go up towards Heroic, I guess. Oh, it does. It really does. Okay, Galacticos will now be in towards the woods. Na'Vi's remainder. Alia, not great. Liquid can rejoin with the others. That'll be okay. They can go towards Jeems and Clib. TM pretty far out. I think we saw the Question Mark were only on foot. FaZe have the open fields in front of them. So there's no niceties over here. It's kind of a little bit of the swampy area where DA are. And then that leads out towards more where, I guess, Hall of Game and Heroic currently reside.
Final player from Na'Vi. And the last ditch attempt to try and do something. Any points at this point is good, but with a one-man army. Oy, oy, oy. Na'Vi, bit of a fall from grace from last weekend. 10th position at the moment, 54 frags on the board. It's still good. It's up there with the best of them, but no win comes through this time. Clib's lurking on this hillside. FaZe is just living in their shadow currently. BBL, not too dissimilar flight path as they do just come through, and they'll take the small dip through the middle of this. Yeah, Liquid have absolutely spotted FaZe Clan. If they neck one of these players, get a read on who's lurking down there. They will probably push the advantage. Cargo's up in the air, but no targets are found. Look at Mexi. What's his train of thought here? He's overextending. Does that mean he tries to get a deeper angle to peek in the backside of FaZe Clan? Schofield onto BBL. Metralius gets a face full from him. Meanwhile, SMB, Rip9, Huth, and Lazar trying to just weed out Uri in the building side. Dante caught in the open field. That's not good. QM going for a full-blown run up against it. Out of the vehicle, down we go, but vehicle will tag him up. Easy trade-off there for Mexi in the distance, and Fate has arrived, but sadly, it is not looking too good for QM whatsoever. One player left standing. Tokyo Manji out in the field. Is open water at the moment. It's shooting day. Thoughtlessly just like, no, this is it. Bow down. Number one spot goes out in 15th.
Okay, I guess the gateway is now open, but the jump up would be unreal. FaZe would have to get the win, basically, to do it, because the kills ain't going to be enough. So at this point, though, we look beyond that. There's plenty more on the line for some of these teams trying to fight for their way forward in other ways. And oh, another team goes into the blender. Mexi is just farming right now. More bodies added to the pile. Ooh, overextending there, little Mexi. Careful now, head down. There it is. Try and work off the more attention being drawn elsewhere. Jeems sprays in wildly, does get what he wants. There's still one alive. There we go. Tokyo now gone as well, down in 14th. This is where everything has just busted open. Thunderlost actually got a little bit of a glimpse of this, and Fuzzface ain't far away now. So it's going to be Galacticos, Liquid, and FaZe all together. That's Lyron doing great work towards Mexi. Galacticos trying to work their way up here. Jeems in the vehicle going to get out of dodge. Try and play to them for another day. Not going to be allowed. Found by 8C. Put to bed. And now FaZe and Galacticos, you're going to battle it out here.
I feel like they've committed to this. There's nowhere else that really they can go, oh, hold on, wait a minute. Heroic? What in the world just happened? This is a full-blown breach from Gear Up. They're pushing in and they're getting killed left, right, and center. Hall of Games also there. SMB is wandering directly this way. This is a bit of a mad scramble up to the radar dish. This is pure and utter carnage. Do not forget about that. Thank you, observers. Do not forget about this fight. This is a big one. Galacticos kind of committed to the cause on this third party, and with the circle shift, really there's no easy way out of it for either of these teams. A retreat, I mean, in my opinion, doesn't feel viable. You have to fight this one out. Aitzi will spot two on his left-hand side, goes for the first. Gets the damage done, has to hit the deck. Honor's there to hold him. Dead to rights. Gustav on with the second. A much deeper angle as well. Aitzi still keeps going, goes for a lean, but Honor's there to respond in kind. His teammates are falling all around him, and now they're trying to collapse the last stand. Fender lost. How many can you take with you, though?
None. Zero. FaZe will keep 4 alive. No one close enough to pressure them anymore. They get the entryway from the southern side, and now we look towards the north, unresolved and somewhat unrelenting. The code on the screen, if you're just listening in now, grab it while it's there. And BBL, though, aren't going unnoted. Vard's actually found one of them. I don't see a flush coming in just yet, as DA have their own problems, considering they're just getting that res back up. You can see that very low HP there. So that's going to be dealt with. That's Gemty waiting to get that heal going on. But this is going to get so busy in that northwest Hall of Game gear up, as we've seen Heroic sharing that one out over towards the swamp side of things, which is the exit. SMB have Veneer off towards the kind of main road side if they swung up, which I doubt they're going to do, or they run through this. SMB going to be looking towards Hall of Game, but it's actually Veneer to be looking right back towards the moment with the spray. There it is. Finds Rip9 and puts down SMB's chances here. And this is just, I've got to say, if FaZe can keep their heads down, this isn't paying off too badly for them right now. This could work out well.
Wants to get involved here, and honestly, I don't see why not. Committed all the utility, so it should be a bit of a free-for-all inside. It's going to be messy no matter which way we cut it. The Blues already here. Veneer's watching all of this. DA have spread out. Set up the gun turrets, ready to receive. He just comes out on fire. That's two of them lined up for Corexi, and now he needs to keep going. Gear up, down. T-Bone, Corexi go off. Morme still alive and kicking, so they have to be careful. But you can see from Corexi's health how much damage the Blues doing. Heroic eliminated. Xiong to put the final nail in the coffin and deliver their fate. Pixel has spotted FaZe Clan. They have room to move here, but the further you go into the circle and the deeper, the more open and exposed it can get. That's a field. That is a field that we are going to. That is a death sentence right now for all of these teams.
It may not be the funky circle that the desk were hoping for, but it's certainly going to prove a lot of problems here. And a lot of these teams have already been in fights, so they've already cycled through a fair amount of their smokes. I don't think anyone's coming out completely unscathed here. Maybe Ent's a little quieter than others, but still. When he's found, Hall of Game go down. DA keep 4 alive and continue to build. Not quite in the position to push FaZe. They're only on 31 kills and obviously only 1 win. But now Virtus Pro, what's left? 3 over towards the north. But it's that next step, Rich. We've said it. This is a little bit of terrain in play. I'll say that much. But it ain't a great deal. And with Ents already taking a large portion of that southeastern side, I don't know where the rest of the teams go. They're funneled in. They're forced into pretty dire spots. Good spray and good connection, though, coming out from Spyro there. The support of Batulans. As Veneer trying to make any option, any feasible choice that could keep them alive for a second longer, but you can see Spyro and the boys out trying to work against them.
They've got to keep
Bloody
going.
hell,
With shots like
Gustav.
that, it's going to pay absolute dividends. Just hiding behind a mere hay bale. It's going to be nothing for IT. He keeps going onto this phase. They're absolutely feeling it, and they've got room to do so. Good old nade. Onto Flamey and Yellow will go down. Batul and the Spyro get the job done to the side of Veneer. Comes down to York. 4 HP, and really nothing he can do about this, even if the grenade just tickles him. It would spell disaster. Speaking of disaster,
BBL?
Smash, Metralius. The vehicle's gone up in a ball of flames, and Mert falls victim as well. FaZe Clan, 5 kills come through. BBL go down.
Okay, FaZe is still in this. They could still slot themselves into first. We said they were in actually quite a good position coming in from the south. The next move is the tough one, but they're trying to outlive the others. DA still have 4 alive and plenty of boxes to refill the goodies, maybe get some new helmets, get some new vests, because 8C is looking this way. If he catches just a whiff of someone, a little bit of a glimpse, it'd be all his. And Vex playing patient, trying to keep track of those 2 Ents players, split from the others. Diggory a little further ahead. You can see the smokes in hand. He's preparing for that next step. And it's kind of 3 teams on the left, 1 on the right, which does funnel attention because the way the terrain works, Rich, there's a bit of a divider here, right? The way the topography works, with the hills in between, they can't quite see each other. Well, FaZe might get a glimpse on DA, maybe, but it's probably all eyes on Ents.
Well, all of these teams have got at least 1 win on the board, and a lot can change. DA with the lowest amount of kills, but still, 2 would jump them directly into third. I mean, even, hell, Ents. VP still within touching distance of more than jumping FaZe Clan, but FaZe can win it all. Last week, they were just pushed out at the final hurdle, at the finishing posts, by Na'Vi. What a turn of situation it would be if they can answer back. I mean, for FaZe, the only way is up, right? From a second, you'd have to get a first to claim it. And these boys have won majors before, back-to-back champions. They're, you know, it's been a while since we've seen them grab a trophy, but it's absolutely not out the realms of possibility. This is FaZe nonetheless, and they have 4 players standing. But, they don't have much room to play with. They need to create that room themselves. VP's in the opposite side, holding back DA. DA kind of has the better amount of land here. They're the ones that can pepper, but look at that. The second they move into position, they are out of DA's vision altogether.
I think VP can still see a little bit because of the high ground, but not much, and VP have to move themselves. So FaZe might have found somewhere, which is more than the rest can say. Let's see what VP have in store. A couple of deep smokes coming out, trying to maybe give them a little bit of cover on the move up here. There's that high ground working out for Batulans. FaZe were really hoping that was not going to come into play, that he'd move himself prior, but he's not. He's sticking around. He's hanging around as long as he can to try and do this amount of pressure. 8C was quite the instigator too. 5 kills already, and Batulans is staying on foot. Did DA even expect this? All the attention going FaZe's way. 8C will lose his life for it. There come the nades, and here comes the return fire. Vex will not let this go unanswered, and there's the nades, and it's actually on a bit of both. Batulans down, far down, and now FaZe need to put their heads down.
if DA and VP kick it off, which it appears like they are doing, this just pays off so much for... no! Pussface down, Jempty spots him and lays him to rest. This is starting to get a little bit sketchy for FaZe. They're in no man's land and every single team has full eyes on them. Diggery is just hoping they show some sign of life, and they are forced to move yet again. Good nade goes over. Will any of them... Oh, look at the damage. Look at how much damage. DA is just scared to death. Batulins gets 2 of them. Spyro goes in with a 3rd. Jempty, last man standing. They could probably press this, to be fair, and absolutely demolish them.
If VP clean these kills, they convert it to a win, they can jump. I'm pretty sure they can jump FaZe here pretty comfortably, and they're looking like they want to. FaZe are trying to hold on to this. Oh! Diggery lets off a nuke. It finds target. It finds what it needed. And now we are down to 2. Virtus Pro with 3 alive and 2 for Ents. Virtus Pro refusing to relent, still bringing the A game at all occasions. But Ents, the Finns on the other side, both in a fight for this. Look at the amount of kills coming out for Ents as well. They are both in a battle to try and leap that scoreboard, to put FaZe down, to really take themselves to the best position possible. And he's trying to get any utility he can, anything left over. No more smokes to be had, though. It's all been used, Rich.
There's nothing else they can really do but hit and hope. This will come down to as much individual gun skill as you can muster.
Winner takes second here, Rich. Whoever wins this should take second.
In theory, yeah. Whichever way we're kind of looking at it. And honestly, if for VP to win this would be just a massive, massive show of hand. I mean, the one game that they did win was day number 1. They also lost a player off the back. To win the start of this weekend with 3 players, to also end this weekend with 3 players, would be nothing short of a miracle. Ents, however, 2 wins in a day. They are looking to answer back from some of the weaker performances. Not poor, but weaker performances and weaker show of hands. If they get this second one, the Finns are well and truly back on top.
Here come the nades, here comes the first contact. Perfectix receives more than he gives. Tixu will claim it. And now the advantage sits with Ents, but there's the trade out. Spyro unrelenting! No way! Does Spyro find Tixu there? He's just spraying in, he's got 1 molly left. And it's all on Squeaky in a 1v2 against arguably the best team in the world right now. As they have proved time and time again how diligently they can play. Squeaky has to bow. And Virtus Pro, out of absolutely nowhere, stand and deliver.
There is no question on, in any way, shape, or form, they are the best team in our region at the moment. This VP roster is something else. They started this weekend with a win. They end this weekend with a win. While the board may not change and it might not decipher who's the winner by that win, they are still just such an unrelenting, disgusting team. And every single time we just say, okay, there's some sign of weakness here, they turn it around and change things completely. Credit where credit is due. Those last teams give it their all. I mean, Ents, they've put up, they're just non-stop. The amount of times they, oh, they're nearly there. They're nearly there. Another second. They've had a win today, but they never went down until the very end. In the last game, you saw Batulins bang 2 players just like Spyro at the end. The man is just a bot when it comes to weaponry. He is a machine and does not miss. VP is something else, and again, to be able to close this weekend with them getting a win, it's a sign of things to come.
It feels as though that's the case. We were a little worried after seeing them having a lower end performance, a little bit of a shaky performance we saw in some of the previous weekends. However, that puts them right back on your radar. However, it's not just about Virtus Pro, it's about the entirety of the standings, the board, all of that information. And we are simply too stupid to tell you about it. But people who aren't are the analyst desk. We're going to hand it over to them to break down everything we've just seen and what all of this means.
That's a lie, Lauren. We're too stupid as well. We are waiting for words from the back. But what we're not stupid enough to figure out is the fact that Virtus Pro, with that win and the massive kills that they just got, they basically just come and stolen first place. Barely stolen. They're unbelievable scenes here at the end. Avenger, Toby joining me. I see Toby's eyes darting around because he's looking at standings and numbers as usual. How's it going, Toby?
I'm again back on the quick math wagon here. This is wild. I mean, in week 2 there were doubters, and yes, Batulins was sick, and no, they didn't play bad. They got 5th, and they had a lot of kills in their quote unquote bad day, and now they go back and finish on top again. This is insane. They are the best team in all of Europe, and I am insanely hyped to see them play on a global stage.
Just ridiculous. 16 kills, the chicken dinner coming in as well. And considering, Martin, that we was looking at them and they were having a middling day and they really didn't have that many kills on the board, it's like, well, yeah, VP's not going to be able to challenge for this first place on this last weekend. And then this last game happens. What did we just witness?
Honestly, this is just a like they're playing with their food here. It's just disgusting to see how much you can dominate a lobby like this here. 16 kills. It's more than a fourth of the kills that, unless you want to kill your own teammates, of course, it's more than a fourth of every single opponent alive here. It's it's been amazing to follow them throughout these 3 rings here. You can't deny their dominance here.
Well, let's take a look at the total leaderboard for this weekend, because we thought, question mark or maybe FaZe would be challenging for that #1 spot. We can take a look at it now and confirm what we already know.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, technically, even if they'd have tied with kills as well, that would have been them winning. But yes, this is Virtus Pro comes out of just left field from wherever they bloody well were, below the positions, and takes #1, Toby. Unbelievable.
That's completely insane. Absolutely freaking wild that they make a comeback like that in the last game. And in the grand scheme of things, I mean, they still finished way up the leaderboard, but this is to be able to bring home the final week as well, and in the fashion that they did it here, is insanely well played. They come in somewhat late up on that north side. I see them make their way in, or not north, from the east side. I see them make their way in.
Yeah.
And when they then manage to, they wrap all the way behind everyone to wrap up towards the north, that is, they just sent it straight through the field. Straight through the field, took the fight to Vanir up north, and play in slow from there. That is a rotation no one else would do in that circle. Hey guys, how about if we cross the center of the circle in an open field on our cars? 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, and by the way, of course, they were not only doubling anybody's points in the PGC points, but now they get themselves the guaranteed spot anyway, as if it wasn't already guaranteed before. But now we can head over to the champion, as the Virtus Pro has been victorious here. Unbelievable. There they are. Ridiculous. I mean, it was almost a foregone conclusion for a lot of onlookers here. Spiro, Batulins, Pathetic, Blue, just not only in terms of dominating the region here, Martin, just looking good while doing it, and then they come out with this final game. Unbelievable.
Yeah, honestly, this reminds me of the good old Usain Bolt just dominating the competition here, and in the very last sprint just shows up, and yeah, this has been amazing. Honestly, I can't wait to see them, how well they're going to be doing at PGC. It's our strongest card in our hands in terms of poker here, and this is a championship team, and I hope that they will be able to do or replicate some of the stuff that they'll be able to do throughout this year here, because then we have a very good favorite for PGC coming through. We have some insane regions as well to come up against, and I'm sure the IGL of this team here, he's already prepared for that, because they obviously already have their binoculars set on PGC already from months ago.
Well, guess what, guys? As if we haven't interviewed him enough already, we've got Batulins for an interview, so let's get to that, as they are now the champions once again. God damn it. Batulins, what? You weren't even for us in that moment, you're like, oh yeah, okay, well, they're not doing that great today, they're doing all right. And then all of a sudden you come out with this last game. Are you just toying with the lobby at this point? That was ridiculous.
I don't know, like I was actually shocked through the whole game till the end. After the game, I was like, "What is going on?" I don't know. We had like the worst day ever in our life.
Yeah.
We lost Lou from heroic from like DA spot. Like we were like, "What?" Like we lost all the cars in the first circle when we just came into the compound. I don't know who destroyed it, but yeah, we had like 0 cars. We I don't know. It was like
You're getting a lot
the
of text
best
messages at the moment.
Huh? What? Yeah,
You're getting a lot of text messages.
It was, I think, the best game this year for sure. Like in all tournaments, online tournaments. I mean, like the emotions we had when we were winning this game were like absolutely the same as we had on LAN tournament in PGIS, and I think we had never been like in this situation before playing online tournaments. It was kind of chill, you know, like some kind of we are here at home, so all good, but we felt like we were playing a LAN tournament together. We were supporting each other like the whole game. We were like, okay, no problem, bros, we can win as 3 people no matter what. We can do it. I don't know how, but we're gonna do it. Like let's just try and win this game. And we actually won this game. We saved all the PCams. I know that a lot of people were like we're afraid that they're gonna miss their PCam because it was important for us as well to make all the fans happy and be ready for PGC.
I'm glad that you're looking out for the fans as well with their pick'ems, because I might have had that one too. Martin, do you have a question?
Yeah, obviously I want to ask here, what's next? Are you guys gonna spend the next 5-6 weeks preparing for PGC? Can you share some insights how you guys are looking, or maybe what are the teams that you're kind of preparing the most for going to PGC, or who do you fear the most, or try to give us some insights what you're looking at here and in your mind for PGC, because it's obviously the biggest thing coming up.
So yeah, about our plans, briefly talking about what we're gonna do next. We're gonna apply for visas for Korea, wait for visa. Like it's a very kind of important question for us because we were the team who lost a player, Perfectix, before PGIS. And I really hope that we're gonna able to travel as a full team. So yeah, that's our first thing to do, and very important. Then we're gonna play some PSL tournament in a super format with the kills, and we're gonna test some things before PGC because as you know, the format comes back on PGC in the final stage. So yeah, that's gonna be important tournament for us. Anyways. And about teams, I think MCG in Power Grid, maybe V7 in Ups. We're gonna hot drop all these teams, and we're gonna see. You're gonna watch scrims before the tournament. You're gonna watch weekly survival. Let's see what we can do with them. So yeah, that's our the most. And I can't say scary opponents, but we have to beat them in the beginning so we can play good games. And MCG is actually a big opponent. V7 is kind of a new team, so yeah, MCG is our main opponent, I think, in PGC right now.
Are you going to be playing some PGC scrims? Even if it's on bad ping, it's just kind of show your presence at. Especially Power Grid, I think that's the biggest one, the biggest opponent here with MCG. They're a very good team, obviously not as good as you, obviously, but they're a team that you need to beat to be able to be playing your usual game here in Miramar.
So if we're talking about playing from home, from Europe, we tried to play some scrims, but we are playing with a 200 ping, and it's super difficult. Shotguns in the beginning. It's super hard, and I think we're gonna beat them all in Korea. When we're gonna have the same ping, we're gonna just fuck them all. Oh, sorry, we're gonna beat them all.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, we're gonna win the contest, I believe, because now we are not the same as the PGIS. We are the team who have a big confidence in in all the players. Yeah, and we're gonna fight.
Confidence.
We're gonna fight.
Yeah.
We want it. Yeah.
All right. Well, Toby.
Massive congrats, and I am very much looking forward to see you live up to your threats to the other team for that. I think that's amazing. Of course, I mean, I've had the pleasure of interviewing you so many times, Batulins, over the last couple of months, and I don't want to say I've run out of questions, because you can always enlighten us in so many great ways, but I actually want to use my question both for you and maybe for the viewers, for an opportunity for you to talk a little about your teammates, because we always hear from you, which I think is amazing because you have a lot of insights. But what is it, do you think, like with your 3 teammates, that make VP such a dangerous team? Like, what do your teammates, do you feel as IGL, bring to the team individually that makes you so incredibly dangerous?
Okay, that's actually a super nice question. I can talk for ages about my team, yeah, but I think the best thing about our team, that we are actually a team, and my teammates, they want to support each other in any situation. They want to be the best players every day, so they, like all the players, even our sub player Hirozen, yeah, we all playing every day this game. We want to improve day by day, even after winning the PCS3, PCS4, ESL, after qualifying for PGC, we still want to be the better team. And because of this passion to the game, that's the secret why we do well, like in such like in a lot of tournaments in a row. So passion of the game, to play the game. Be supportive to your teammates, because all of us wish the best to each one. We never think about bad things, about like that some players do bad, so why you do that, why you do. No, we always try to support, yeah, and try to play our best game as we can. So that's all about my team.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, and congrats again.
All right, Batulins. Well, God damn it, we have so many interviews. This is silly. Any final words, shout outs before we let you go and celebrate once again for another win?
I mean, I believe that everyone, like all the viewers, all the players who were watching and playing this tournament, they all know me, my team, what I'm talking to you. I'm really happy to compete with all of you. I'm happy that we have such a great community. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, someone trolling in the chat that NA is bigger than EU and so on, but yeah, that's a joke, we all know. So, like, yeah, I love you all. See you on PGC, see all the teams. Yeah, that's, I love PUBG, that's all. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Batulins. Congratulations. Ridiculous last game. Ridiculous tournament. And we'll see you at PGC.
GG. Yep.
What a win. Unbelievable. What a guy. Always great to talk to. Always great to interview. Batulins once again here with the boys. The champions here. I don't even know what to say about it anymore, because we've said the amount of times we've said that they're the champions, Toby, is just... Yeah.
They aren't the champions of PCS5. They're the champions of 2021. Like, there's literally no way around it. They won every single PCS event this year, and they won one of the 2 ESL events as well. That is absurd. They've played 5 major tournaments, and they've won 4 of them.
Yeah,
that is, I mean, that's on the cusp of, like, not just PUBG, but overall esports consistency performance. That doesn't happen. Like, we have to go to some of the very best performances ever, and like best streaks in certain other titles to find a team playing that well. 4 out of 5 tournaments brought home within 1 year, and a year more than any year ever that could maybe tumble teams and make things difficult. To be that consistent throughout everything, it's so absurdly insane.
to draw a comparison to a game I cover, StarCraft, it's almost Serral 2018-esque. Especially if they go on well to do something at PGC as well. But there you go. And that was a dominant year. We actually have a lot to talk about even still, so bear with us because we have awards to give out as well here for the final day of PCS5 Europe. So first things first, MVP of the week, and then we'll get to overall tournament things. So let's find out who the MVP of the week is going to be, and it will be a doozy coming in for a question mark. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Martin, he had a significant amount of damage, significant kills coming in for this week, and effectively making question mark qualify for PGC.
Yeah, this week here for Doozy has been such a stand-up play for him. He obviously he didn't carry question mark, but there are so many situations where he's 1v1s, and then also won 1v2s where he's doing crazy stuff that you're not supposed to win, 1v1s that you're not supposed to win, and decision making and contributions to the game throughout that just puts them in a spot where they're literally just qualifying for PGC for that. Yeah. On top of that, he is tied with Spyro on 26 kills for the most kills this weekend, but he has more than 300 damage more this weekend, or this whole weekend, overall. Damn. And this situation here, Aduzi is actually the last player alive, taking damage to stay outside the zone, to not be seen, to then push inside to make sure that he has enough here. As you see here, total kills, number one this week, tied with Spyro, but Spyro had his 8 kills in the last game. It's been a little bit more consistent for Doozy. Most damage throughout this weekend here. Average headshots also extremely high, and a good amount of assists as well. Obviously, when you're the top killer, you can also get all the kills. But yeah, Doozy has been such a standout player, and standing here in his Nations Cup 2019 Russia shirt where they won together with an insane team as well with Uber. That was also, some crazy scenes. And this guy to kind of go out and be a little bit on the down low for 2020 to come back in 2021 to qualify for PGC 2021 with this performance, especially here in this weekend here, has been amazing to follow. So I'm super happy for Doozy for this award here and for his comeback effectively.
Yeah, and we spoke to him, I think at the end, it was the ESL Masters when they'd won that day in particular, or that weekend I think it was, and he was so happy to be back at this level. So congratulations to Aduzi, MVP of the week, and we'll be moving forward into PGC as we'll confirm that full list a little bit later on. But MVP of the tournament is now ready, so let's find that one out, and I will give this one over to Toby to talk about. And who is it going to be? Well, it's going to be Example here, Toby. What do you think?
He's played insane. I mean, even in the first week where Navi had down periods, he still managed to frag out. He, coming into the final game, he was a top overall damage dealer by almost 1,000 damage. He was the top kill leader as well, off of their insane performance in week 2. And he's a beast. And the thing is, you can say this about so many players, and that's why we're so blessed to have such a high overall quality of PUBG in EMEA and in other regions as well, to be honest. But it's just, he's such a difference maker in any fight he goes in. He's a threat up close, he's a threat at a distance, and there's never a position where he couldn't, I don't want to say easily, but couldn't be the deciding factor. You never doubt his ability to go out and clutch games, and because he's done it time and time and time again.
Definitely so. Impressive stuff to show here, and of course they will be seeing them at PGC as well alongside Navi. Just crazy stuff. The numbers do speak for themselves in terms of what's put up, and 54 kills here, Martin, coming in. I do believe that's a little bit of a tie, but the damage is just ridiculous.
Yeah, he's thousands of damage, literally thousands of damage ahead of the two tied that he's tied with Fex from FaZe Clan and Mexi from Liquid, and by far ahead in damage here, so super well deserved to be the player of PCS5, and also the clutch that he was able to pull out behind that rock coming out of the compound. the Navi won an unbelievable game, was just insane. He's a crazy good player. Individually, he's one of the best in the world right now.
And of course, Alienware prizes will be heading that way as well. So big congratulations there. I think laptops and headphones and things like that from our partner here, Alienware, for PCS5. So big stuff. Congratulations to them. We can take a look at the kill leaders overall as well, I do believe. And figure out how that's going down. It's the kill leader prize is actually what the Alienware stuff is going to be going to. So as I mentioned, congratulations there in turn. And just, I mean, it's actually funny how it's worked out here with example Fex and Mexi getting that tied prize, because technically speaking, they have shown up throughout every single weekend here, Toby, and it's been a pleasure to watch.
And that's been, well, one of the standout reasons to me is the fact that, again, with the exception of VP, I want to say that every team has had slumber some periods. I mean, it's been really, really up and down throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah.
And regardless of that, you still have certain players that even when the team as a whole doesn't fare all that well, they still manage to win their fights. They still manage to do good engages. I don't know, PUBG is not a one-player sport. It's all about the team, and sometimes numbers can be deceiving in terms of what actually happened in the game. But there are just certain players within the 64 that we have here that time and time again manage to surpass everyone else, both in expectation but also in performance, and it quite often happens to be the same players that we see in repeat.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, so that is our kill leaders and the prizes that they're getting. Again, example Fex and Mexi. So good stuff by them overall. What is next? I think it's probably going to be Insane Squad is the next prize that we're going to be talking about here. So let's find out which 4 players across PCS5 have been able to step up and will be garnering themselves prize money as well. As we take a look at the highlights here, we are looking at Batulins. Who is the... Okay, I guess this is just highlights. Because we're just showing lots of people, I guess. Oh, Insane Squad. It's versus Pro. It's the wrong thing. There's so much to talk about.
So obviously the best squad... It cannot be anyone else, right?
There's no
Virtus
other way.
Pro.
There's no other way.
So it's Virtus Pro winning the additional prize pool for the best squad. There's no denying they're the best squad here. Obviously, with the comeback, they were able to do extremely well in week number 1. They even got a top 5 placement in week number 2. So obviously, no denying that Virtus Pro is going to be winning our overall Insane Squad extra prize pool.
Yeah, no surprises there, holding people out. And again, as Avenger mentioned here, Toby, the fact that they pull off just a ridiculous last game. We are blessed here in Europe. Last games, Navi last weekend, Virtus Pro this weekend. Jeez Louise.
It's absolutely insane. And I mean, there's no one better to explain what VP does right than Batulins himself. And we have had the pleasure of hearing those words from him plenty of times. And the thing that impresses me, and I don't want to say the most because there's a lot, but one of the things that impressed me a lot is how first of all, they make it look incredibly simple what they do. We know it's not, but they make it look that way. And the way that he goes about talking about things, it's not as if there is I hope we can do this, or I hope we can win this fight, or I hope we can make that rotation. It's we will win this. We will make that rotation. We will win that fight. You can tell in the way that they're so calm, they're so relaxed in their playstyle. When the camera is on perfect in a hectic 1v1, he just sits back and chills because there's just, I mean, he said it himself, confidence, right? They play with so much confidence. Like in their world, there's no one that can beat them in any fight. And yes, sure, sometimes they might die early in the game, but they bounce right back in the next one. And that to me is absolutely insane. It's so impressive to see a team like VP that can do that over the course of so many different tournaments too.
Definitely. All right, so Virtus Pro is able to win the Insane Squad achievement. And now, actually, the all PCS team that I was trying to talk about before, but my brain is frazzled. We've been thinking so much today from game to game as to who's going to be qualifying, etc. The all PCS team. So let's take a look and see which 4 players have been able to make it to those spots. And this could be a player from any single roster, and it will be Example as our first player here, Martin.
Yeah, no surprise here. Obviously, if you're our top kill leader, you're very likely to be on our top 4 players all-star PCS team that's going to be winning an additional $2,500 each for either sharing for their team or for keeping themselves. Now, I know the vast majority of these guys will obviously be sharing with the rest of the team alongside the rest of the prize pool. But yeah, example, no denying here, 54 kills in a total of 36 games is just an insane kill-death ratio. And considering that they had some bad games, it's just crazy to see how, he's pushing through this. 54 kills tied, obviously, with a few guys, but Example is just a machine. He's a turret. The amount of damage that he puts out consistently is just insane. So I'm really happy to see Na'Vi on their very highest with Example here leading the charge.
That is our first member of the all PCS team. Second player coming up. Who is it going to be? Which team will they be from? As we take a little bit look further on now. And it will be Gustav coming in from FaZe. And I think, suffice to say here, Toby, he was clutch and instrumental at securing FaZe's position going to PGC.
I was going to say, if we were to give another award being the Impact Award, that would have to go to Gustav, and it's kind of the same reason that we've decided to, that he's on this Stage 1 team. The impact he had, especially in late game situations, he was, as you said, a very big portion of what made them. We see all the highlights here. Again, it's a team game; it's not just a one-man thing. But his impact in those late game fights really turned the tide for FaZe Clan, and it's just so crucial to have that one player that, when you have your back against the wall, can step up and deliver absolute insane damage. And he did that every time it was needed. He was there to do what had to be done to win games.
Might not have been top kills, but definitely clutch in those extremely high octane moments. Very impressive. All right, player number 3. Who's it going to be? Coming in from Virtus Pro, we are going to have Perfectix, as he was slaughtering people, especially when it came to Miramar, and able to blast out here again, Martin.
Yeah, he's also been such a high impact player throughout PCS5. Obviously, Spyro has been delivering some insane kills and some insane kill numbers, but damage-wise, Perfectix actually hit Spyro out with more than 1,000 damage more than Spyro. Spyro has 3 kills more than Perfectix, but Perfectix, for me, is just, we're looking at him and he's just crazy. It's insane how many impact kills and knocks and utility use has just been so on point for him. It's lovely to see that they're coming together and being such in sync, and also amazing to see so many players from the same roster that are capable of just turning to become the fragger, to become the damage dealer in any given moment.
All right, and finally, 4th player coming on in. Who is it going to be to round things out for this squad? I would love to have this squad. Imagine that. It's going to be Mexi here from Team Liquid. They may not have gotten the most amazing placement here, but every time we ended up switching to Mexi here, Toby, he was just fragging.
I would like to see the times that he's been in a 1v2 and not one. I mean, the amount of individual skill, and as we said, similarly to Gustav, the impact that he can have in fights here, taking down 2 in a matter of 15 bullets, and all of a sudden that fight is practically wrong. This one was absolutely insane, almost hip-firing everything. And this flick here, to get him around the corner, it was like watching, what is that movie where they can bend bullets around walls? I mean, he hits those, and he hit those every time. The 3-round spray there, he's just a beast, an absolute beast of a player. Tied in kills, and every single kill I felt like was impactful ones. It wasn't just him sitting back with the DMR at a half kilometer away shooting people. It was up close, and he was at risk at the vast majority of them, and always pretty much at least winning those fights.
Yeah, amazing stuff from these 4, of course. It was difficult even, I think, for the choices in the back. You've got people like Fex and Smash looking fantastic as well throughout the tournament. But example, Gustav, Mexi, and Perfectix, congratulations to them. They are the all PCS team here for PCS5. And again, it has to be reiterated here, Martin. I mean, there's so many good standout players here in Europe. Like, I would take so many of these guys as a full 4-man squad and be like, well, yeah, this is a championship team.
Yeah, for sure. You're looking at these 4 guys, and it's super well deserved. Yeah, there could have been a number of players that could have been up there, but there's just only these 4 spots. And for these impactful plays that these players have made has just been crazy. Obviously, Mexi tied in kills, even though Liquid's performance has been quite low, is so impressive. Like back in the day, many years ago, as Sims would say, I remember playing against Mexi, and he was a beast. And how much he's just involved into becoming a player, such a standout player that he still is, in clutch moments where he's getting in the cases where it's kills, where it might not be placement points that you're playing for, but in super format especially, he manages to squeeze out every single extra kill and point possible in situations where he shouldn't be allowed to. And it's amazing to see that his trajectory has just been increasingly following. It's amazing to see these guys on this roster here.
Let's round this out. PGC points time. Let's confirm 100% who is going to PGC, as we have up at the top, of course, Virtus Pro, despite already getting themselves a ridiculous position. These are the points that are coming in from this event specifically. So Virtus Pro, guaranteed spot. Yeah, we already knew that. Question mark with the points, the 265, they got enough here, Toby. That's one of the big moves, of course, as they now guarantee themselves a spot at PGC as well.
Exactly. Insane. The fact that they managed to make it through from the open qualifiers, they stomped, like they won the first 3 games of the Europe East qualifiers, and they could just sit back if they wanted to, but they played really well throughout the rest of them. Then they come in here. We all had our doubts in the first week, saying, "Ooh, are they gonna make it? Are they gonna be able to turn things around?" And then week 2 comes, and neither me or Martin gets the doozy back on our fantasy team. He starts popping off. The team starts doing well. Week 3, they just take it all in their own hands to say, we need to go out and deliver in order to bring it home, and they sure as hell did.
All right, and very important to note as well here, the 8 teams that are going to be qualifying forwards into PGC, because this is not the overall ranking, this is from this tournament specifically. So let's talk quickly about the 8 teams, of course, that will be going. Virtus Pro, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, Team Liquid, Question Mark, Heroic, ENT, and BBL, Martin, will be taking the spot, in part thanks to the fact that they also require 1 regional spot from MEA.
Yeah, and BBL actually managed to get the 8th spot overall, so it's our full top 8 that actually jumps into this one here. And for me, biggest surprise, not super surprised, but biggest surprise is obviously Question Mark being able to qualify through our open qualifiers. This is a team that has come together without any invites to ESL, without any invites to PCS Grand Finals. They have been through the grinder, and they have been working their behinds off to get to this, and it's just so admirable that such a new roster is able to get into this. It's so amazing to see, honestly.
And not only that, but they did it off of 2 tournaments.
Yep.
Too, yeah.
They didn't qualify for ESL Masters Spring or PCS4. They qualified through 2 tournaments. That is, I mean, everyone else, with the exception of BBL, who missed out on 1 as well, had 3 or 4 tournaments to play. They did it in 2. That is that's wild. That is incredibly impressive.
So
for
impressive.
An open qualifier team as well. Insane.
Yeah, and especially considering that it really does show literally anybody out there could make that jump at any moment in time. So impressive stuff here by Question Mark. So congratulations to Virtus Pro for being our champions here. Congratulations to the 8 teams that are going to be moving forwards into PGC to represent Europe and MEA in general. And that has been PCS5. Thank you very much, Avenger, Toby. Thank you very much to everybody in the back. Thank you very much to Sims and Pansy for commentating, as well as for us at the beginning of all of this. But that is it for today. A huge thank you to tuning in around the world. Wait for PGC. It is on the horizon. We know every team that is going to be playing there, and we'll see you then for more PUBG action.
Thank you.